Welcome to the world of global survival. Everything you once had means nothing now. Start from nothing. There's only one goal: survive. A cold, emotionless voice exploded inside my head. The first thing I felt was the cold. Not air conditioning cold. This was a wet chill that burrowed out from the marrow of my bones, like someone had yanked me out of bed and dumped me straight into a mountain forest in late autumn. My eyes snapped open. The ceiling above me wasn't my rental apartments anymore. Just a few crooked wooden beams, cobwebs strung between them, cold wind seeping through the cracks in the wood. Not a dream. I was still wearing the black jacket and gray hoodie from my workout the night before. My phone was gone from my pocket. I stood up. The room was maybe 100 square feet, for blackened wooden walls, one crooked door, one window with no glass. In the corner lay a stone axe, a small bundle of supplies, a box of matches, and a booklet with a faded yellow-gray cover. The floor was damp. I walked to the door and peered out through a crack. Fog. Thick fog. Up close I could make out a few weeds and some thin trees. Farther out, the grayish-white mist drifted through the woods like something alive. Last night I'd gotten off work, done some push-ups, showered, gone to sleep. No drinking. No all-nighter. And just like that, here I was. The booklet on the table suddenly flipped open on its own with a rustle. I took half a step back and grabbed the stone axe. A line of text surfaced on the page. Welcome to the misty wilderness world. All of humanity has been deployed. Each survivor starts with one level 1 dilapidated wooden cabin. The first 10 days are the newcomer adaptation period. At the end of day 10, the first disaster, extreme cold, will arrive. Explore your surroundings and upgrade your shelter as soon as possible. I stared at those lines for a long time, then muttered a curse under my breath. Now that's what I call working overtime, straight into another world. The more absurd the situation, the more you have to keep yourself steady. Panic won't start a fire, and it won't keep the cold out. I flipped to the second page, a personal status panel. Name: Jiang Mubai. Level: E. Status: mild cold, mild hunger. Strength 8, Constitution 8, Agility 7, Spirit 8. Skills: none. Note: an ordinary person who exercises regularly. A little healthier than someone with a desk-bound lifestyle, but don't get too full of yourself. This booklet had a real attitude. The third page was the weather. Current time 6:07, overcast, light fog, worsening at night. Safe exploration hours: 8 to 1800 hours. Leaving your shelter at night is not recommended. If you've got a death wish, that's on you. No wonder the fog was so heavy. It wasn't exploration time yet. The fourth page, the regional channel, messages scrolling by fast. Lu Zi. How? Holy crap. Who dragged me here? I was literally just in the bathroom. Sun Qinghai. Everyone stay calm. We're all human. We need to stick together. If you've got food or matches, share them. Elderly and girls first. Qin Lai, shut up. Check the house. Take inventory. Don't go outside until after 8. Anyone running around now dies. And don't say nobody warned you. Su Nanji. Nobody's coordinates are showing. There's no way to meet up in person. Zhang Jinjin. Don't eat the brightly colored wild berries out there. The prettier they look, the more likely they're poisonous. Lu Zihao. Seriously, does nobody care that I was in the bathroom? Lin Shuyuan. We care. Just not much. Some people cried. Some cursed. Some begged for help. Some pretended to be saints. I didn't say anything. I just watched. Watched who was panicking, who was faking it, who could stay calm, who had a handle on the information. Sun Qinghai talked about sharing, but the first thing out of his mouth was getting everyone else to hand over their stuff. Qin Lai was aggressive, but what he said was useful. Su Nanji was level-headed. Zhang Jinjin probably knew plants, or was a doctor. In a world gone to hell, a person's true nature shows through in just a few sentences. I jotted down a few names in the blank space of my notebook, then flipped to the shelter panel. Tier 1 rundown wooden cabin. Durability 100 out of 100. Defense, low insulation, extremely low. Daytime safe zone, 100-meter radius, fog-free. 100 to 1,000 meters, thin fog zone. The farther out, the more dangerous. Tier 2 upgrade requirements. Wood 50, stone 20, dry grass 10, hemp rope 2. Then I looked over what was in the cabin. 1 stone axe, 5 matches, 2 hunks of stale bread, a small strip of jerky, and a bottle of water. Empty. Barely anything. I tucked the matches away close to my body. No fire meant freezing to death tonight. Matches were worth more than food. Time crawled by. By 7:40, the chaos in the channel had gradually turned into a summary of plans. Chinlai, I'm heading out to explore at 8. Don't stray too far from the cabin. Priority is chopping wood, gathering stone, and collecting grass. Sun Qinghai. Chinlai, you're so experienced. You should lead everyone to survive together, find resources, and distribute them evenly. Chinlai, get lost. The channel went quiet for a second. Lu Zihao. I mean, harsh, but well said. Su Nanji. There's no way to meet in person. Even distribution is impossible to enforce anyway. At 8 sharp, a prompt popped up in my notebook. Safe exploration time has begun. I gripped the stone axe and listened behind the door for a few seconds. Nothing outside. I pushed the door open. Cold air hit my face. The fog had pulled back some, and I could see clearly within 100 meters. Grass, shrubs, a few thin trees, some bare rocks. Farther out, the gray-white fog was still churning, so quiet it was unsettling. I planted a wooden stick by the door as a marker, then glanced back at that rundown cabin. Drafty, damp, and the door hangs crooked. But right now, it's the only shelter I've got. I picked up the stone axe and headed for the nearest dead tree. Day 1. Survive first. Chopping wood was way harder than I expected. The stone axe was dull as a rock lashed to a stick. Calling it chopping was generous. It was more like bashing. The blade would land on the trunk without biting in deep, and the recoil shot straight up through the web of my hand. After a dozen swings, my whole arm went numb. Brute force wasn't working. I switched tactics, stripped the branches first, then break the trunk. Thud, thud. The dull impacts echoed across the wasteland. A dozen minutes later. Wood +3, branches +4, bark +2. I let out a breath. If I could collect it as data, I wouldn't have to haul everything back one piece at a time. Next, I moved through the fog-free zone, cutting branches, gathering stones, pulling grass. Along the way, I spotted a few berries in the brush, red enough to glow. I crouched down but didn't touch them. Zhang Jinjin had warned me, the brighter it is, the more dangerous. I cut off a small section to bring back and snap a picture for her. By 9:30, I'd stockpiled a decent amount. Wood 17, stone 9, dry grass 6, bark 5. Still a long way from leveling up, but better than someone cowering indoors, too scared to step outside. Just as I was about to head back, something caught the corner of my eye. 20 meters out, behind a patch of low shrubs, half buried, sat a wooden box. I froze instantly. A resource crate. The handbook had mentioned it. There was another way to gather supplies in this world. Resource crates spawned randomly all over the place. Up in trees, in the water, buried in the ground. The higher the quality, the rarer they were. Poor emergency crate, common supply crate, fine reserve crate, rare provision crate, and above those, epic and legendary. I fought down the pounding in my chest and didn't rush straight over. First, I grabbed a stone at my feet and tossed it toward the box. Smack! A gray moth darted out of the grass and shot away. Nothing else stirred. Only then did I grip my axe and move closer. The box was small, made of black planks, with one corner missing, like something dug out of a garbage heap and then tossed aside again. Poor emergency crate. Description: the most basic resource crate. Don't get your hopes up, but at least it's not empty. Probably not empty. Probably. I circled it once first. No ropes, no traps, no hole underneath. Once I was sure, I pried it open with the tip of my axe. Creak. Ragged straw sandals +1, half a compressed biscuit +1, poor tinder +1, tissues +3. Those straw sandals had character. All right. Open on the left, missing a heel on the right. Ragged straw sandals. Put them on and feel like you're flying. At least you won't be completely barefoot. I took a deep breath. Thanks. Real important. The sandals could be broken down into grass rope or stuffed into the door gap to block the wind. The tinder would boost my odds of starting a fire, more reliable than matches alone. The tissues, those I put away with care. In a place like this, tissues might be worth far more than they look. Back inside, I opened the trading channel. It was already buzzing. Someone was trading wood for water. Someone else had posted wild berries labeled, probably edible, and another guy was selling matches. 1 match for 20 wood. The comments below were a flood of curses. Lu Zihao, you're not selling matches, you're selling your lifeline. Sunanji, fire prices are only going up. If you don't have a stable way to make fire, don't sell your matches. I didn't trade anything. I had too few supplies. I just posted my worn-out straw sandals. Nobody bit. A moment later, Lu Zaheo messaged me privately. Lu Zaheo, hey man, these straw sandals of yours, you can actually wear them? Me, yeah. System says at least it beats going barefoot. Lu Zaheo, I'm not barefoot. I've got flip-flops. Me, you got transported here wearing flip-flops. Lu Zaheo, told you. I was in the bathroom. No matter how dangerous the world gets, there's always someone around to provide the absurd. Lu Zaheo, trade the sandals for half a berry? Just picked. No clue if it's edible. Me, no. Lu Zaheo, why not? Me, I'd like to stay alive. Several seconds passed. Lu Zaheo, you make a really good point. At 10:30, a short cry drifted through the mist in the distance, like a bird, but not quite. I froze immediately. Safe within 100 meters didn't mean safe, period. If something out there in the fog crept up to the edge, it just might land a hit on you. I didn't look toward the sound. I crouched low, finished collecting the nearby stones, and headed back to the cabin. On the way, there was a trail of shallow prints in the grass to my right, like a rabbit's, but with longer toes. The system gave no hint about what it was. I noted the location. Could be a future food source. I got back before noon and took inventory. Wood 29 stone 14 dry grass 9 bark 8 tinder 1 cracker 0.5 tissue 3 straw sandals 1. Still short 21 wood 6 stone 1 dry grass and 2 hemp rope for the upgrade. The hemp rope was the biggest hurdle. I still had no idea where to get it. I gnawed through half a piece of hard bread. Dry, tough, like a sun-baked brick. But once I choked it down, the hunger really did ease up. This afternoon, I'd have to go into the misty zone. There was nothing left to dig up in the fog-free area. The hemp rope and resource crates were probably only deeper in. Just then, the channel blew up. Qinlai, found a common supply crate. Got a short blade blueprint. DM me if you want to trade for it. Sun Qinghai. Qinlai, you should share the blueprint so more people can defend themselves. Qinlai, the blueprint's bound to me. Can't be shared. Want a weapon? Trade resources for it. I stared at those words, short blade blueprint, my expression darkening. He'd already gotten his hands on a weapon, which meant he'd have the combat advantage locked down before anyone else. I couldn't help. Once you fall behind, you can't afford to play it safe. The gap always widens when everyone else is too scared to move. I gripped my stone axe and stared out at the mist churning beyond the door. This afternoon, I had to go in there. Supply crates, hemp rope, I wanted it all. At 1 o'clock, I headed out again. No lingering this time. I'd already stripped every resource within 100 meters of the cabin. If I wanted hemp rope, blueprints, a shelter upgrade, I had to walk into the mist zone. I stood at the edge of the clear area and started marking my trail. 3 stones arranged into an arrow. A branch jammed into the mud, dry grass tied to its tip. Every 20 steps, I left a marker. A lot of people die out here not because they're weak, but because they're cocky, convinced they'd never get lost. I wasn't giving myself that chance. Inside the mist, visibility dropped fast. A few dozen meters in, the tree shadows started blurring. The grass hung heavy with moisture, and the air was colder than back at the cabin. Stone axe in my right hand, sharpened stick in my left. Along the way, I tore off a few vines. Gray vine, poor tensile strength. Can be twisted into crude rope in a pinch. Not hemp rope, but it'd hold for a while. Into the pack it went. 150 meters in, a rustling came from up ahead on the right. Faint, like something gnawing in the grass. I crouched slowly, peering through the gaps in the blades. A gray-furred rabbit. No, bigger than normal, 2 sharp fangs poking out at the corners of its mouth. Gray-fanged rabbit rank E, lower timid. Bites when startled. Meat is edible. Pelt provides warmth. I was rank E2 now, but all I had was a stone axe and a stick. Burning energy over 1 rabbit wasn't worth it. Rope first. Supply crate first. The gray-fanged rabbit slipped into the bushes and vanished. I noted the direction. I'd set traps here later. Another few dozen meters, and the mist thickened. I stopped. Couldn't go any deeper. I was about 200 meters from the cabin now. Any farther, and the odds of getting lost, or getting killed, doubled. Just as I was about to circle back, Something white flashed beneath a fallen log to my left. My heart jumped. A supply crate? Don't rush. Check the area around the log first. The claw marks were old, no fresh droppings, no sound of breathing. I nudged the grass aside with my stick. A box emerged, a size bigger than the emergency crate from this morning. The planks intact, iron plating wrapping the corners. The lid gave off a faint white glow. Common supply crate quality. Common, at least this one won't insult you with a pair of busted straw sandals. The system had a good memory. The more moments like this, the less you can afford to slack. I pried the lid open fast. Hemp rope +2. Wood +10. Coarse salt +1. Common blueprint. Simple water collector. Rye bread +1. My eyes lit up. 2 hemp ropes, exactly enough. That's everything I need for the Tier 2 cabin. Materials, complete. I've got the blueprint too. Let me check it right away. Simple water collector gathers rainwater and mist for temporary storage. Water quality not guaranteed. Best to purify before drinking. Requirements. Wood X8. Hemp rope X1. Bark X2. Not some game-changing miracle tool, but in any environment, stored water is your lifeline. Learned. Simple water collector. I was about to close the crate and leave when a low grunt drifted out of the misty distance. Not a gray-toothed rabbit. Heavier. Closer. My face tightened. I scooped up my supplies and started backing away. A dark shape shuffled out from behind the trees in the mist. Not large, but stocky, like a small boar, with stiff bristles standing up along its back, snout pressed to the ground, sniffing. Spineback boar E-rank, mid-tier thick hide, powerful charge. Whatever you do, don't stand in its charging path. I didn't hesitate for a second. Turned and walked. Not ran. In the wild, running blind gets you killed. A fall or a lost trail, either one is fatal. I stayed low and retreated fast along my markers. The spineback boar lifted its head, looking my way. Spotted. I yanked the worn-out straw sandals from my pack and hurled them hard into the brush on my right. The leaves rustled. The boar cocked its head for a glance, didn't take the bait. Boars aren't stupid. They've got eyes. And a nose. It gave a low grunt and charged. Not blazing fast, but ferocious. I didn't run in a straight line. There was a crooked tree up ahead. I dashed toward it, and the instant it lunged, I threw myself hard to the side. Crack. The spineback boar slammed head first into the trunk. The tree shuddered violently, with chips flying. I scrambled up and bolted for the mist-free zone. I didn't fight back. Whether a stone axe could even break through that thick hide was anyone's guess. Going toe-to-toe with a spineback boar on day one isn't brave, it's brain-dead. It shook its head, reorienting itself and turning back toward me. I'd already retreated to the edge of the mist zone. Right ahead was the marker with the dry grass stuck in the ground. Faster. The boar chased a few steps, then slowed as it neared the mist-free zone. It lingered in the mist, grunted twice, and didn't come any farther. I stood inside the boundary line, gripping my stone axe, until it finally retreated for good. Only then did I let out a slow breath. My palms were slick with sweat. Day one, I wasn't in any shape to take it head-on. By the time I got back to the cabin, it was past 3 in the afternoon. I took inventory. Wood, 52 stone, 20 dry grass, 11 hemp rope, 2. Tier 2 cabin. Materials, complete. I didn't rush the upgrade. First, I circled the cabin to check for any signs of creatures, and only after confirming it was clear did I head inside and open the panel. Upgrade. Tier 1 rundown cabin, Tier 2 reinforced cabin. Confirm. The materials dissolved into faint light and melded into the walls. The crooked boards straightened. The door frame thickened. The wall cracks sealed shut, and the drafty gaps in the roof were patched too. Upgrade complete. Reinforced cabin. Level 2 durability 130/130 defense. Normal fog-free zone slightly expanded during daytime. No rewards for the first 3 upgrades. The first upgrade at level 4 or above triggers a first upgrade reward. Seeing no rewards, I wasn't disappointed. Nothing comes free in the early game. That's just how it works. The door was thicker, the walls sturdier. At least tonight, the wind wouldn't slip in through every crack. Before dusk, I managed to cobble together a rain barrel out of gray vines. Crude makeshift rain barrel, complete. The walls were crooked, but it could catch water. I set it under the eaves and weighed it down with a rock. Then I used more gray vines and some sticks to string a rough tripwire outside the door. I didn't expect it to hurt anything. As long as something got close in the night, made a little noise, and woke me up, that was enough. 1800 hours on the dot. Safe exploration time was over. The fog-free zone began to shrink, and the mist crept in from a distance, like a tide flooding the woods once more. I shut the door and threw the bolt. The cabin darkened. I lit a small fire with tinder and a match. The moment the flames rose, I finally felt a bit of warmth. The regional channel still showed 10,000 people, but no one felt safe. The night had only just begun. Someone excitedly announced they'd hit level 2. Someone else still needed rope. Chinlai, reinforced cabin level 2 complete. Heading deeper into the mist zone tomorrow. I frowned slightly. Chinlai had reached level 2 too, and he had the dagger blueprint. This guy's resources were going to snowball fast. Sunanji, not many people can hit level 2 on day 1. If you haven't upgraded, don't ration your matches tonight. Survival comes first. Sun Qinghai, those who leveled up should help those who didn't. Humanity has to stick together. This time I didn't just watch the drama. I posted one line. Jiang Mubai, you can trade with me. No credit, no handouts. Then I closed the channel. Some things don't need spelling out. The ones who get it, get it. The night grew deeper, and the fog outside pressed in completely. The tripwire suddenly gave a faint sound. Ting. Very soft, like something had brushed against the stick outside the door. I immediately gripped my stone axe and pressed myself against the side of the door. For a few seconds, everything outside went silent. Then came the sound of light footsteps, circling the cabin. Once, then again. I didn't make a sound, didn't go near the window. The flames flickered gently inside. Without warning, the survival manual flipped open on its own. First night survival assessment. Begin. Shelter, reinforced cabin, level 2 food, low water, low fuel, low exploration, edge of mist zone resource crates, poor emergency kit, standard supply crate wind. Risk control, good. Overall rating, D. D rank rewards, wood plus 10, stone plus 5, hemp rope plus 1. D rank, not great. The next second, the channel blew up. Luzaheo, I got E rank, 2 pieces of wood for a reward too. System, could you be any cheaper? Chun Lu, E rank here too. Sunanji, D rank. Chinlai, C rank. The channel went quiet for a beat. Chinlai, C rank. Already one step ahead of most people on day 1. I closed the handbook. The gap had already appeared, and the footsteps outside stopped by the window. In the darkness, something pressed against the boards and gave a soft sniff. The sound went on for a long time. Rustle. A pause. Then rustle again, like claws pawing at the ground, or a nose pressed to the door crack, taking in a scent. I stood beside the door, sweat slowly forming in my palms. Didn't dare open it. Didn't dare make a sound. Man's biggest mistake in the face of the unknown is mistaking curiosity for courage. The fire burned in the center of the room, flames small, lighting up barely half the space. A Tier 2 cabin was far better than a Tier 1. Thicker walls, a thicker door, and most importantly, no gaps. But the feeling of being watched by something still sent a chill down my spine. I didn't go to the window to look. Over the past few hours, there had already been plenty of stupidity in the channel. Someone heard a noise outside and opened the door. Never sent another message after that. Someone asked, there seemed to be a person outside, should they go check? Chinlai replied with 2 words, don't open. That person opened the door anyway. A few minutes later, the regional headcount dropped from 10,000 to 9,987. Everyone who survived had learned one fact. It was dangerous outside. Dangerous enough that one careless move meant a reset. I held my breath. At the window, the thing moved again. Creak, creak, like claws slowly dragging across the wood. Quietly, I pushed the prepared wood into the fire. The flames grew a little stronger. The sound outside suddenly stopped. My eyes flickered. It's afraid of fire? I added 2 more dry branches. The flames shot up, and the room brightened considerably. From outside the window came a low hiss. Not the roar of a beast, more like a strange sound squeezed out of a throat, as if stung by the firelight. Now I knew. Afraid of fire. Or at least, didn't like it. I fed in several more pieces of wood. Waves of heat spread out. The fire steadied, and the orange glow poured through the window, stronger than before. The thing outside finally backed off. The footsteps moved away from the window and circled around to the door. Scrape, scrape. It hadn't left. Still testing. A soft scratching came from the other side of the door. Once, twice, like claw tips resting against the wood, gauging the movement inside. I grabbed a burning stick, crept toward the gap in the door, and thrust it out hard. A low shriek came from outside. The thing recoiled fast, its footsteps stumbling like it had tripped over a rock. Then the footsteps retreated, fainter and fainter, until they were gone. I stood there for another 5 minutes, making sure it hadn't doubled back, before putting the stick back in the fire. I looked down at what was left of my wood. Not much. I'd burned through a lot tonight just to drive that thing off. Fire worked, but if I kept burning like this every night, I'd run out long before the deep cold ever arrived. I opened my survival manual and wrote. Night 1 summary. 1. A small mist creature appeared outside the cabin at night. 2. Clearly afraid of fire. 3. Circles the shelter, testing doors and windows. 4. A level 2 cabin can withstand its probing. 5. Fire is important, but fuel burns fast. I paused, then added one more line. Tomorrow's priorities: food, water, fuel, materials for a level 3 cabin. The cabin went quiet again, but I didn't sleep hard. I lay down against the corner, stone axe on my right. The fire banked low with just a few embers glowing. Later in the night, I heard sounds outside twice more. Once, it sounded like footsteps. Once, from somewhere far, far away, it sounded like someone shouting help. The voice drifted thin through the fog. Survivors can't meet each other in person. The person outside my door was 99% guaranteed not to be human. And even if it was that 1 in 1,000 chance, there was nothing I could do. Want me to open the door? Literally, not a chance. Just before dawn, the manual gave a faint buzz. Night 1 complete. Current survivors: 9, 946/10, 000. 54 people died in one night. I stared at the number, silent for a moment. 54 lives. Back in the old world, that would have been major headline news. Here, it was just a number ticking down quietly in the corner of the channel. The sky slowly brightened. A little past 6, the fog was still thick. Safe exploration wouldn't begin until 8. I didn't rush to head out. First, I ate half a compressed biscuit and took a couple sips of water. At 8, when the fog-free zone reappeared, I opened the door. There were claw marks in front of it. 3 of them, faint. Bigger than a dog's, smaller than a wolf's. A bit of scorched fur clung to the edge of the doorframe, probably scraped off when the fire drove it back last night. I lifted it up with a stick. Ash mist beast scorched fur residue from a small nocturnal mist creature. Afraid of open flame. Can be used as a low-grade beast repellent material. Pungent odor. I stared at the words ash mist beast for a few seconds. So whatever came last night wasn't a wild animal. It was a mist creature. And the system said it was only a small one, which meant that later on, there'd be bigger ones. Thinking about that. Useless. I shook my head, gathered up my singed hair, and swept away the footprints by the door. Just then, the channel blew up again. Luzaheo. I almost died last night. Something was scratching at my door. The second the fire went out, it started slamming into it. Lin Shuyuan, same here. It's afraid of fire. I burned through half a pile of wood. Felt like watching my paycheck go up in flames. Chenlu. I didn't dare sleep. I've got 2 matches left. What do? Qinlai. Fire keeps the small nocturnal creatures away. Prioritize stocking up on fuel today. Don't just focus on finding food. Sun Qinghai. If fire works, anyone with spare matches should share with people who have none. Su Nanji. Matches are going to become hard currency. Don't give them away for free, unless you're sure the other person can pay you back. I watched, saying nothing. I'd already confirmed it. Fire mattered. But if I wanted to survive, fire alone wasn't enough. Yesterday, I'd scraped by on the starting rations. Starting today, both food and water were running short. I looked toward the fog line to the south. The ground dipped lower over there. Yesterday, on my way back, I thought I'd faintly heard something different. Couldn't tell if it was the sound of water. I needed to find a water source. Trouble was, near water, the dangers usually ran deeper too. I made a loop around the cabin, raked out the wood that hadn't fully burned overnight, and tossed a few more dry branches inside. 10 hours of daylight sounded like plenty. But once you actually broke it down, everything was tight. Exploring took time. Gathering took time. Getting back took time. Processing food and water took time too. If I didn't make it back before dusk, once the fog lifted from the safe zone at night, trouble wouldn't even begin to cover it. I set my goals for the day. Find water in the morning, look for food along the way, be back before noon, then trade for some resources in the afternoon using yesterday's wooden bucket. Survive first. Worry about living well later. Backpack, stone axe, sharpened stick, water bucket, box of matches, one small strip of jerky. Before leaving the safe zone, I set up 2 more markers, a branch stuck in the ground, and 3 stones arranged into an arrow. Only then did I step into the thin fog to the south. It was damper inside the fog. The blades of grass were beaded with water. A few steps in and my pant legs were soaked through. The ground sloped downward, the soil soft, the grass thick. I didn't rush deeper. Walk a stretch, stop a stretch, listen. Wind, leaves, the occasional rustle of something small darting through the grass. A few dozen meters farther. Splash, splash. Soft, but steady. Water. My spirits lifted, but my steps slowed. At a water source, people came to drink, and so did beasts. I crouched low, using the shrubs for cover, and crept closer, inch by inch. A shallow stream came into view. At its narrowest, it was under half a meter across. At its widest, maybe a meter, flowing in from the fog to the west and slipping away into the deeper fog to the east. Shallow stream water. Not safe to drink directly. May contain silt, parasites, and unknown microorganisms. Recommend filtering, then boiling. I wasn't disappointed. Finding water at all was already a win. Drinking it raw? That's a death wish. But I didn't rush to fill up. First, I checked the mud along the bank. Plenty of tracks. Small mammals, birds, and a line of deep 3-toed claw prints. Not like the gray mist creature outside my door last night. More like a chicken. I didn't dwell on it. I filled a bucket with stream water, then gathered fine sand, pebbles, and a patch of grayish-green moss. I wasn't sure if the moss was usable, so I posted in the chat channel. Jiangmubai, anyone recognize this moss? Willing to trade a little wood or stone for info on its uses. The message got buried under the flood of chat almost instantly. A few seconds later, a name popped up. Zhangzhenjin. Smell it. Any sharp odor? Can you squeeze out any slime? If it's clean, you can use it as a temporary filter layer. I pinched the moss in my hand. Gray-green, no odor, and squeezing it only produced water, no slime. I sent a private message to confirm and forwarded a photo. Zhangzhenjin. You can use it temporarily, but don't rely on moss alone. Top to bottom, clean cloth or grass leaves, fine sand, crushed charcoal, pebbles, moss. Don't mess up the order. Pebbles go on the bottom for support, and the sand and charcoal handle filtering out debris and odors. I stared at the message, my eyes narrowing. This was someone with real knowledge, not just running their mouth to scam resources. Jiangmubai, you study medicine? Zhangzhenjin, yep. My family grew herbs, so I've seen a fair number of plants. You're filtering water. Jiangmubai, yeah. Zhangzhenjin, then don't cut corners. Filtering isn't purifying. You still have to boil it. I smiled. That tone didn't sound like a trade. More like an on-duty nurse warning a patient not to do something stupid. Jiangmubai, this info counts as a trade. What do you want? Zhangzhenjin, once you build a working filter, send me a materials list. Jiangmubai, deal. She paused, then added one more line. Zhangzhenjin. Also, if you spot a small plant by the stream with white leaves and purple roots, dig it up whole. Don't yank it and snap it. That might be a coagulant herb. I glanced back at the stream bank. Nothing for now. But this person, I made a mental note of her. I didn't head upstream. Tracks meant animals came through here. The longer I lingered, the more the odds of running into something dangerous doubled. On the way back, I grabbed a handful of gray vines and picked up a few stones. Just as I neared the edge of the fog-free zone, a gray-toothed rabbit suddenly bolted out of the brush, smaller than the one yesterday. It froze too, startled, stunned for a full second, like it had never seen a creature like me before. Just that 1 second. My sharpened stick flew from my hand, grazing its hind leg, missing anything vital. It startled awake and leaped up. I lunged immediately, swinging the stone axe sideways. Crack! The gray-toothed rabbit tumbled to the side, still thrashing, jaws snapping. I didn't reach for it. I pinned its neck with the axe handle and finished it off. Gray-toothed rabbit killed. Small amount of combat experience gained. Rabbit meat +3, rabbit hide +1, animal bone +1, rabbit blood small amount. I let out a breath. My first real kill. Panicked, clumsy, even a little pathetic. But compared to yesterday, when I let a rabbit go the second I saw one, today I'd taken a step forward. Food, check. Water, check. Half my goal's done. Back inside. Door first, then deal with the meat. No knife. It was brutal. The stone axe was blunt as a log splitter. After a lot of hacking, I finally got it into 3 portions. One to roast for lunch, one saved for dinner, one cut into strips to cure with coarse salt as jerky. I scraped the hide clean and hung it by the wall. Then I pulled out the charcoal bits, fine sand, small pebbles, moss, and bark to build a filter. Calling it a filter was generous. It was really just layers in a bucket. Pebbles at the bottom, fine sand in the middle, charcoal bits above that, then moss and grass on top. I poured in the creek water. It seeped down bit by bit. What came out the bottom was noticeably clearer. Basic filtered water. Impurities reduced. Must still be boiled before drinking. I sent the result to Zhang Jinjin. Zhang Jinjin, not bad. Add a layer of clean cloth or fine grass to keep the sand from slipping through. Don't grind the charcoal too fine and it clogs. I did as she said. The system prompt updated accordingly. Basic filter, structure slightly optimized. Filtration efficiency improved. That trade was worth it. I sent over the full materials list. Zhang Jinjin, got it. Going forward, you can ask me about plan ID and wound care. But nothing's free. Jiang Mubai, I don't take anything for free either. 2 seconds of silence on both ends. Zhang Jinjin, good. One word. But way more reliable than a pile of "I'll pay you back some days." I poured the filtered water into my bottle and held it near the fire. No pot, so the bottle would have to do. The walls turned black with soot, and I had to keep adjusting the angle to keep it from melting. I let it cool and took a small sip. Tasted awful, like burnt plastic. But the warm water hit my stomach, and I felt a little better. Drank basic boiled water. Thirst relieved. I stared at the collection bucket, and something suddenly clicked. With all those people in the trade channel, what they were short on wasn't water. It was something to hold water in. Water isn't like lumber. You can't cup it in your hands and trade it away. You need a container. And nobody's willing to trade away their own water bottle along with the water. But me? I had the blueprint for a collection bucket. An ordinary blueprint. But now, it could turn a profit. Someone had been shouting about needing containers since early morning. I opened the channel now. The channel was flooded with messages. Chunlu, I found water, but I don't have a container. How am I supposed to trade it? Lu Zihao, same here. Scooped some up with my hands, and the system says it can't be listed. Lin Shuyuan, you guys ever think about how water isn't exactly ideal for barehanded logistics? Qin Lai, buying containers. We'll trade wood, stone, or meat. I opened the crafting menu. Basic water bucket. Wood X8, hemp rope X1, bark X2. Not cheap. Hemp rope was too expensive. Making a big bucket wasn't worth it. Right now, most people just needed something that could hold a little water. Below the blueprint, there was actually a branch option. Small water bucket. Simplified container. Holds a small amount of water. Low durability. Requires wood X4, ash vine X2, bark X1. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How had I not seen this yesterday? If I'd known, I would have made the small ones. The small bucket didn't need hemp rope. Ash vine worked instead. I did the math on my materials. Enough for 5. I made 2 first to test the waters. Wood shaved down into bucket walls. Ash vine wound tight to hold it together. Bark for the seal. The finished product was rough, like a squat, chunky wooden mug. Small water bucket. Capacity 1,000 milliliters. Low durability. Note: holds water, and that's about it. Don't expect to pass it down to your grandkids. I was already immune to the system's mouth. I priced them at 1.5x cost and put them up for sale. Within a minute, the first one was bought by Chun Lu, the second by Lu Zihao. Lu Zihao, hey man, this bucket doesn't leak, right? Jiang Mubai, system certified product. Quality you can trust. Lu Zihao, the way you say that makes me more nervous. Jiang Mubai, low durability. Don't drop it. Lu Zihao, got it. I'll cradle it like it's my ancestor. I didn't reply. I watched the resources roll in and kept making the third, then the fourth. But I didn't list too many at once. Just two at a time, sell those, then list two more, creating the illusion of limited supply. Sunanji popped up in the channel soon after. Sunanji, demand for small containers is rising. I stayed quiet. She'd probably already guessed someone had the blueprint and guessed it was me. Didn't matter. Smart people know their boundaries and don't go around ruining things for others. By 3 in the afternoon, I'd sold 7 small buckets. Wood plus 33, stone plus 9, dry grass plus 12, ash vine plus 3, wild fruit plus 2. I didn't eat the wild fruit. I sent a picture to Zhang Jinjin. Zhang Jinjin, don't eat it. Astringent red fruit, mildly toxic, causes stomach pain. Crush a small amount and smear it near traps to attract small rodents. I put the wild fruit away. Along with the info from the hemostatic herb last time, I sent her a small bucket too. Trading could get you information. That was value too. Thanks to the small buckets, my base resources jumped up quite a bit. But the gray vine burned through fast, and I wanted to keep going. I'd have to head back to the Misty Fringe this afternoon to gather more. I didn't let the payoff go to my head. First, I pulled up the shelter upgrade panel. Upgradable, Tier 3 Frostwood Cabin. Adds wall insulation layers, moisture proofing, and basic cold resistance on top of the base reinforcements. Noticeably better heat retention during nighttime temperature drops. Requires wood 120, stone 60, dry grass 30, animal hide 3, hemp rope 5, sticky wood resin 2, frost vein stone 3. Frostwood cabin. Sounds a lot better than reinforced cabin already. 2 things in the material list I'd never seen before: frost vein stone and sticky wood resin. I only had 1 hide. Way short. I jotted down the gaps in my handbook. Hide, hemp rope, sticky wood resin, frost vein stone. Frost vein stone, by the name, probably somewhere cold, damp, and rocky. Sticky wood resin sounds like tree sap. Hide comes from hunting. Something to watch for during this afternoon's exploration. I made 2 more small buckets, 1 for myself, 1 to keep as a trade backup. I grabbed my stone axe, a wooden stick, and a portion of roasted rabbit, and headed to the Misty Fringe on the southwest side. There were a few old trees with blackened trunks over there. When hunting for sticky wood resin, the wounds in the bark are the key. I gathered gray vine as I went, keeping an eye on the trunks. Soon, on a crooked-necked tree, I spotted a yellowish-brown hardened blob like tree gum. Sticky wood resin. Resin congealed at the wounds of misty forest trees. Can seal cracks and repel moisture, with some cold-resistant properties. Found it. I carefully scraped it off with my stone axe. Sticky wood resin +1. Just as I was about to scrape a second piece, there was a sudden grunt behind the tree. I froze all over. A gray-toothed rabbit poked out from beside the tree roots, half a grass root dangling from its mouth. It saw me. I saw it. We both paused. Then it turned to bolt. I didn't hesitate. The stick left my hand. Lucky throw this time. It hit square in the rabbit's back. It tumbled once, half a beat too slow. I rushed in, pinned it down with the axe handle, and finished it off. Gray-toothed rabbit killed. Gray-toothed rabbit meat +2. Gray-toothed rabbit hide +1. Animal bone +1. Second hide, secured. But the smell of blood had spread, too. I didn't linger. I collected the rabbit and the resin and started heading back right away. At the edge of the fog-free zone, a low grunting drifted out of the mist. Sounded like a wild boar, but not quite like the back-spiked boar from yesterday. I didn't look back. I'd gathered enough for today. Greed is the first step toward death. I got back to the cabin before dusk and tallied everything up. The progress for the Tier 3 Frostwood cabin ticked too. Wood 94 120ths, stone 48 60ths, dry grass 27 30ths, animal hide February 3rd, hemp rope 0/5, sticky wood resin 1/2, frost vein stone 0/3. Frost vein stone and hemp rope were still at 0. I frowned. Frost vein stone probably wasn't at the Misty Fringe, maybe in the rubble fields, or upstream along the creek. Before nightfall, the last. One more thing, check the trading channel. I searched cold stone, gray-blue stone, frost vein. Almost immediately, an unremarkable post surfaced. Gu Ming, weird stone, feels really cold, gray-blue, has patterns. No idea what it's for. Trading for food or matches. I locked onto that post, my eyes narrowing. Frost Vein Stone. There it was. What Gu Ming had listed wasn't labeled as Frost Vein Stone. The title was thrown together carelessly, Weird Stone. Below it was a pile of comments. Someone asked if it was, but nobody was actually offering much for it. Most people still didn't know its value. After all, not everyone had the nerve to face the misty wilderness head-on. I didn't rush to grab it. I sent a private message first. Jiangmu Bai, is the gray-blue stone still available? A dozen seconds later. Gu Ming, yeah? You want it? Jiangmu Bai, what does the system prompt say? Gu Ming, Frost Vein Stone. Special material, feels ice cold, can be used on certain blueprints. I don't have any blueprints, and I can't eat it just sitting here. Just as I thought. I didn't trade right away. I scrolled up through his posts. This morning he'd asked how to deal with creek water. There was a water source nearby, but he was barely getting by. This afternoon he said he had no fire, couldn't boil water. What he needed most right now was cooked food and clean water. And I happened to have roasted rabbit meat and boiled, filtered water. We could make a deal. But I couldn't let him realize how valuable this stone was. Jiangmu Bai, what are you asking for? Gu Ming, 1 portion of cooked meat, or 1 match. A match? Not a chance. Jiangmu Bai, half a portion of cooked meat, plus 300 milliliters of treated water. Gu Ming, can the treated water be drunk straight? Jiangmu Bai, it's been boiled. Gu Ming, half a portion's kind of stingy, isn't it? This stone feels pretty special. I wasn't in a hurry. Jiangmu Bai, special doesn't mean you can use it right now. What you're short on is food and water. The other side went quiet for a few seconds. Gu Ming, throw in a little dry grass too. Jiangmu Bai, deal. Acquired, Frost Vein Stone +1. The first one. A Tier 3 Frost Set cabin required 3. 2 more to go. I searched cold stone, gray-blue, ice stone, no second listing. Either no one else had found one, or they'd found it and didn't post it. I didn't put out a public request in the trading channel. The moment I did, everyone would understand how valuable it was. People like Qin Lai and Su Nanji, they'd catch on for sure. The stone sat on the table, its surface gray-blue, the patterns like cracks splitting through ice, cold enough to sting the skin. I brought it near the filter barrel, and the water's surface actually rippled, ever so slightly. It reacted to water too? I filed that away. For now, upgrade the shelter first. Night was falling fast. I put away the water collection barrel and readjusted the tripwire, then smeared the singed fur of the mist beast and a bit of tart red fruit juice on some grass blades farther out, to muddle the scent by the door and cover up the smell of roasted meat inside. Zhang Jinjin replied, solid plan, but don't smear the tart red fruit too close. Too close and you'll draw in the big ones. They'll be showing up for dinner tomorrow. I stared at the words showing up for dinner and quietly cleared the doorway one more time. When an expert talks, you listen. Dinner was roasted gray-tooth rabbit, sprinkled with a little coarse salt. Not exactly delicious, but better than hard bread. I saved a small portion for trading. There was still demand for the small water collection buckets, but I was running low on gray vine, so I only hung 2 out tonight, with a slight price adjustment. They sold fast. The Tier 3 cabin inched a little closer. Wood, 108 120ths. Stone, 55 60ths. Dry grass, 31 30ths. Hide, 2/3. Hemp rope, 0 out of 5. Sticky wood resin, 1/2. Frost vein stone, 1/3. Basic materials were almost there. Special materials, still a long way off. To reach Tier 3, I'd have to make at least one more trip into the deep mist. 6 p.m. The safe window closed. The mist-free zone shrank, and the fog pressed back toward the cabin. I lit the fire. This time, I didn't waste fuel. I only let it light the doors and windows, keeping dry branches within reach to feed it as needed. The channel was tenser than last night, because everyone knew now, at night, there really was something out there. Lu Zihao got a bucket. Finally, water to drink. Right now I love this bucket more than my ex. Lin Xiuyuan, your ex would thank the bucket. Chen Lu, I found water too. Thanks to whoever's selling the buckets. Qin Lai, buying frost vein stone, iron scraps, hides. Price negotiable. My eyes narrowed. Qin Lai was starting to buy up frost vein stone. Faster than I'd expected. That meant the price of frost vein stone was about to jump. The channel exploded instantly. Gu Ming. 3 question marks. I stared at those 3 question marks and took a sip of hot water, expressionless. The deal was done. Regret is an after-sale emotion, cash and goods, all settled. Night fell completely. The survival manual flipped open on its own. Second night survival rating. Begin. Survivor, Jiang Mubai. Shelter, Tier 2 reinforced cabin. Overall survival rating, C. C rank. 1 level higher than last night. Second night C rank reward. Wood plus 20. Stone plus 10. Hemp rope plus 4. Low tier resource selection voucher plus 1. Note: rewards of the same rank will gradually increase as the disaster countdown decreases. I got it immediately. The further along you went, the better the rewards. The strong claimed the rewards, and the rewards only widened the gap. This was a snowball. The strong stay strong. That's never been just empty talk. I picked the resource voucher. Options: food, fuel, basic materials, special materials. I skipped food and basic materials. Chose special materials. You obtained Frostvein Stone plus 1. Second one. Just 1 piece away from a Tier 3 Frostwood cabin. The channel lit up with rankings again. Lu Zihao, rank D. Finally not E anymore. Chen Lu, rank D. Su Nanji, rank C. Qin Lai, rank B. Then the channel went quiet again. Rank B. On the second night, I tapped the table lightly with my fingers. Making it to rank C already counted as fast. But Qin Lai was faster. That kind of pressure was like fog, slowly seeping into your bones. Early on the third morning, I was woken up by the survival handbook. Not the leaderboard, a new alert. Starting day 3, beast activity in the mist zone increases. Daytime remains the safe exploration window, but no area is ever truly safe. The deeper into the mist, the higher the chance of encountering high-level creatures. I sat up and was silent for a few seconds. This system really knew how to pick its timing. The moment you thought you could catch your breath, it told you, "Get up, the things outside are clocking in." The fire was down to a faint red glow of embers. The cabin was warmer than the first day, but only in the sense of less drafty. The corner walls were damp, and the floor was still cold underfoot. Last night's rewards had all gone into storage. The Tier 3 cabin progress now read: wood, 128 120ths. Stone, 65 60ths. Dry grass, 31 30ths. Beast hide, 2 of 3. Hemp rope, April 5th. Sticky resin, 1/2. Frostvein stone, 2 of 3. The basic materials were covered. All I needed now were the rare ones. 1 beast hide, 1 length of hemp rope, 1 portion of sticky resin, 1 frostvein stone. With a little luck, I could gather it all today. I boiled the filtered water 1 more time. No pot, so I had to heat it straight in the water bottle. The bottle walls were charred black, the mouth warped out of shape, and the water came out with a burnt taste, like someone had stirred a bit of plastic into it. It tasted awful, and it came out yellow. I gulped down a couple of mouthfuls and gnawed off a small piece of rabbit meat. Hardly a meal, just the bare minimum to keep my body going. I opened the channel. It was already buzzing. Lu Zihao, day 3, and now I want to hug every log I see and take it home. Chen Lu, the alerts are getting dangerous. Is everyone still going out? Qin Lai, not going out means resources won't walk into your cabin on their own. Sun Qinghai, Qin Lai, don't be so cold-blooded. The strong should help the weak. Ever heard of respecting your elders? Qin Lai, you're welcome to wait for someone to share theirs. Lin Shuyuan, translation, keep dreaming. I said nothing. Qin Lai hadn't changed one bit. Aggressive, blunt, arrogant. But I had to admit, he was strong, and he was right. This world never left a way out for people waiting on someone else's charity. Su Nanji didn't post any analysis today. Just 1 line. Su Nanji, buying the names and uses of all kinds of special materials. Payment in lumber, clean water, food, or intel. 1 glance and I got it. She wanted to collect information, then turn around and make money off it. She never ran a losing deal. I closed my handbook and started mapping out a route. Cold vein stone probably showed up where the fog was thick, the temperature low, and the rocks plentiful. 2 suspects: the upstream section of the creek and the rockslide slope to the right. Upstream had water, but it also had beast tracks, high risk. I'd seen the rockslide from a distance on day 1. Lots of rock, heavy fog, more likely. To round out that last piece, I'd probably have to hit the rock slide. I checked my gear. Stone axe, 2 sharpened wooden stakes, water collection bucket, snare loop, matchbox, bitter red berry juice, half a portion of roasted rabbit, water bottle. Last, I set the tripwire at my door. 8 o'clock sharp. Safe time began, and the fog-free zone pushed outward. I opened the door, and cold air hit me in the face. The rock slide lay beyond the fog-free zone, past a layer of grayish-white haze. I could just make out the rolling outlines of the rocks. I didn't head straight for it. First, I patched up my shelter with some dry grass and branches, then made for the mist. This time, I went even slower than yesterday. Every 20 steps, I left a marker, a stone, a snapped branch, a wisp of gray vine tied to grass. I didn't trust my own sense of direction. The rock slide wasn't far, but by the time I reached its edge, a light sweat had broken out on my back. Not from exhaustion, from nerves. The fog here was noticeably thicker than by the creek, even though the distance was about the same. I remembered the tip from this morning. The thicker the fog, the more high-level beasts. I was already here. Nothing to do but grit my teeth and go in. Plenty of bare rock on the slope. Gray, black, occasionally streaked with a bit of blue-white. I crouched and tapped a blue-veined one with my stone axe. Common gray rocked. Not it. Keep going. 10 odd minutes later, in a crack between 2 rocks, I spotted a faint gray-blue tint. If you didn't look closely, you'd write it off as ordinary stone veining. I brushed the gravel aside. Cold veined stone, or trace. Contains a small amount of cold veined stone dot. Found it. I almost jumped up. No need to rush. First, check the area for fresh claw marks. Only after confirming there was no danger did I swing the axe and start chipping, bit by bit. A stone axe wasn't a mining pick. Chipping was hard work. Clang, clang. The dull sound carried far across the rock pile. No good. Too loud. I stopped. The rock slide was quiet. Unnaturally quiet. Just a faint whisper of wind. As if every living thing had shrunk back into its den, afraid to make a sound. Crackle, crackle. In the distance, something crushed. The stone rolled loose. Huff, huff. A few seconds later, panting drifted up from deep in the slope, like something snuffling along the ground. I held my breath and eased behind the big rock. Through the fog, a gray-black shape crept closer. Huge, bigger than a spineback boar. Its tail hung low, its limbs crunching over gravel with a faint sound. The fog was too thick to make out the whole thing, but I could see the tusks jutting from its mouth. Not something I could take on right now. I didn't dare move. It paused for a few seconds beside the mining marks, as if it had caught an unfamiliar scent. My palms started to sweat. If it spotted me, with nothing but a stone axe, I was dead. Luck was on my side. In the end, it turned and lumbered off deeper into the slope. The sound faded. I waited a long while before slowly coming out from behind the rock. My palms were soaked. In that moment, it hit me. I hadn't been careful enough these past 2 days. This wilderness held more than weak things like ashtooth rabbits. In the fog, there were higher-tier creatures too. They didn't roar. They didn't give chase. Just passing by was enough to make you afraid to breathe too loud. The dark shape finally vanished into deeper fog. I waited 2 more minutes, made sure the footsteps weren't coming back, then stood up. I reached for the mining marks. Just break it open, and I might get the last piece. But that thing might still be nearby. The smart move was to retreat. Come back in a few days, or head upstream, and try my luck there. But looking at that streak of gray-blue, my feet wouldn't move. Just 1 more piece. The Tier 3 Frostrime cabin was 1 piece away. Retreat today, and there might not be another chance tomorrow. Come back later, and I might not even keep my life. Chin Lai was already B rank. He'd probably hit Tier 3 today. If I played it so safe I never dared take anything, the gap would only widen. In that moment, I suddenly understood gamblers. It's not that they don't know the danger. It's precisely because they understand exactly how big the payoff is if they win. I took a deep breath. 5 swings. I set myself a rule. Only 5 swings. If it comes loose, I take it. If not, I leave. First swing. Clang. Sharp and piercing. My heart jumped with it. Second swing. The crack in the stone split wider. Third swing. The ear loosened. Fourth swing. My wrist went numb from the shock, and a small chunk finally broke free. Frost-veined stone +1. Got it. I didn't hesitate for a second. I turned and left. No greed for a second piece. Only after I'd retreated to where the fog was thinner did I realize my back was already drenched. The frost-veined stone was cold in my pack, but my palms were burning. It wasn't the thrill of victory. It was the lingering fear of a life snatched back from the edge of a cliff. I glanced back once. The thin fog had swallowed the stone slope again, as if that thing had never been there. But I knew it was still. The world was starting to bare its true fangs. I didn't head back to the cabin right away. Reason told me I'd gotten the frost-veined stone, I should leave. But that's just how people are. You barely claw your way back from the edge of a cliff, and your brain immediately serves up an even more dangerous idea. Since I was already here, since I hadn't been spotted, since there was frost-veined stone nearby, maybe there'd be a resource crate too? The moment the thought surfaced, I knew I'd lost it. Like a gambler who wins a hand and can't stop chasing the next one. No end to it. The difference was, here the stakes were my life. Current time, 10:46. Still early. Stamina was holding. I had water in my pack and half a portion of grilled meat. If that unknown creature had wandered far off, it probably wouldn't be back anytime soon. Just a loop around the edge, I told myself. One loop. I didn't dare venture deep into the rock slide. I crept along the outer edge instead, stopping every dozen steps to listen. Loose gravel occasionally slid on its own, making me jump. Wind knifed through the crevices with a low howl, like something growling right in my ear. You never know whether rounding the next bend brings resources or a gaping maw. Circling around to the northeast side, a flash of wood brown appeared between two large boulders. Not the ashen gray of dead branches. The color was even. The corner of a crate, wedged in a crack. A standard supply crate. The rush of joy nearly knocked me dizzy. I'd won the bet. The crate was jammed in deep, but this spot was too close to the interior, and the mist was thicker here. That thing, it had come from somewhere deeper in. First, I picked up a small stone and tossed it to the far side of the crate. Tack. The stone hit the ground. Nothing. I threw another. Still nothing. I waited a full 2 minutes, each second dragging like a year, before slowly moving closer. Standard supply crate. Note, can be forced open. Warning, the opening process may produce noise. Yeah, no kidding, I answered it in my head. I slid the stone axe into the seam of the lid and pried gently. Nothing. I added force. Creak. Not loud, but in this dead silence it was piercing. I froze instantly. Nothing stirred in the distance. I kept going. Creak. Creak. Just then, a heavy breath came from deep within. My whole body locked up. That thing hadn't gone far. Or, there was another one. The breathing came again. Cold sweat slid down my neck and along my spine. I could actually feel that chill. Just a little more. Just a little. Sometimes those 4 words are exactly what get a person killed. And sometimes they're exactly what push a person forward. I gritted my teeth. All in. One last heave, with everything I had. Crack. The lid popped open, louder than any sound before it. Deep in the mist, that heavy breathing stopped dead. I didn't care whether it dropped anything gold or not. I just swept everything inside straight into my pack. Hemp rope +1, resin +1, animal hide +1, coarse salt +1, common water purifying orb +1, wood +8. The instant I saw a water purifying orb, my fingers froze. Then I snapped the pack shut, spun around, and bolted. Behind me, gravel tumbled. Clack, clack, clack. Something moved. Heavy, slow, bearing down on the spot where I'd opened the chest. I retreated along the markers I'd left on the way in. The thin mist clung to my face like a wet rag. I didn't look back. Looking back only slows you down and feeds the fear. Pointless. The pressure behind me kept building, like an eye locked onto me from within the fog. My foot slipped as I stepped onto a low rock. I caught myself with the stone axe, the shock jolting up through my hand until it went numb. And in that single moment, a low growl rolled out behind me, like a stone pressing down on my chest. My face went pale. I hadn't even gotten a clear look at the thing. But that one sound was enough. I knew I shouldn't push my luck any further. I broke through the outer ring into the thinning mist, and only then did the pressure slowly ease. I ran onto the mist-free zone before I finally stopped, leaning against a tree, gasping. My lungs burned. My arms and legs went weak. As the adrenaline drained away, I could barely stay on my feet. I opened the pack and took stock. Hemp rope, resin, animal hide, frost-veined stone, water purifying orb. Every key material for the Tier 3 frostbound cabin, all of it. Judging by the haul alone, this run had paid off ridiculously well. But I couldn't bring myself to smile. Because I knew, one step slower, and I never would have made it back. I pressed a hand to my chest and steadied my breathing. I'd won the gamble. But winning once doesn't mean you can keep gambling forever. Can't take a risk like that again, I said under my breath. Then, after a pause, I added, at least not with stakes that high. I understood the logic. Whether I'd actually follow it next time was another matter. That's just human nature. I gripped the stone axe and headed for the shelter. This time, I didn't spare a second glance at the herb-like plants along the path. Don't touch. Don't dig. Don't get greedy. The little cabin came into view. Run down, cramped, ugly wall panels. But right now, nothing had ever looked better to me. Just making it back, that was the biggest victory of all. I shut the door and collapsed straight onto the floor. It took a good while before I could pull the items out one by one. Frost-veined stone, hemp rope, resin, animal hide, all as expected. What really held my attention was that last one, the orb. Egg-sized, hovering just above my palm, faintly glowing. Not white, but more of a pale blue, like clear water catching sunlight. Up close, there was even a faint, clean scent of water vapor. Common water purifying orb. Quality, fine. Description, a single-use bound item. Can be infused into a water collector, filtration device, or water storage container to grant it basic water purification. Ability. Effect. Slowly purifies up to 2 liters of murky water daily. Purified water is safe to drink directly. Note, cannot be transferred once bound. My breathing grew a little heavier. 2 liters a day. Clean water that didn't need boiling. Most of the water being traded now was heated. It carried a burnt smell and a murky tint. But this? Drinkable straight up. I had a makeshift filtration setup and a small collection bucket. Add a purification orb, and my water advantage would multiply beyond measure. The question was where to bind it. The small collection bucket had low capacity and poor durability, not worth it. My original collection bucket was just a DIY hemp rope container. If it broke, I'd have nowhere to cry about it. The filtration device was the best fit. It had been optimized, and though its structure was crude, the system recognized it. I opened my messages. Jiangmu Bai. If an item could let a container purify 2 liters of water a day, where would you bind it? Zhang Jinjin replied fast. Zhang Jinjin, you got a water purification item? Jiangmu Bai, yeah. Zhang Jinjin, don't bind it to the collection bucket. Bind it to the filtration device, as long as it's the kind the system recognizes. Jiangmu Bai, that's what I was thinking. Zhang Jinjin, then do it. Clean water's going to be worth a fortune later. Once people start getting sick, or the weather turns cold, the value doubles. Jiangmu Bai, adding this tip to the tab. Zhang Jinjin, your tab's getting pretty thick. I let out a small laugh. I walked over to the filtration device and pressed the orb into the inner wall of the wooden bucket. There was no physical resistance. The moment it touched the wall, it spread out like water, wrapping around the filter layer. The charcoal bits, fine sand, pebbles, and moss all took on a faint blue glow. Binding successful. Current facility, basic water purification bucket. Effect, purifies up to 2 liters of ordinary murky water daily. Note, it's crude, but at least it counts as a proper water purification setup now. Looking at the words, basic water purification bucket, I finally smiled for real. That trip to the rockslide slope had nearly scarred me for life. High risk, high reward. The materials for the level 3 frost-sealed cabin were now all accounted for. Wood 136 120th, stone 65 60th, dry grass 31 30th, animal hide March 3rd, hemp rope May 5th, sticky resin 2 halves, frost-veined stone 3/3. I could upgrade, but I didn't. Current time 1742. 3 reasons. First, I'd just gotten back from the rockslide slope. My focus was shot, and if something went wrong mid-upgrade, it'd be a mess. Second, the level 3 upgrade involved insulated layers, moisture-proofing, and cold-resistant structures. It wouldn't be quick. There were only 18 minutes left until the exploration phase ended. If the upgrade ran over, I'd be left exposed outside the shelter. Third, and also the most important one, Qinlai. I opened the channel. Qinlai, level 3 frost weave cabin complete. The channel exploded instantly. Luzaheo, level 3 already. Chenlu, I haven't even hit level 2 yet. Qinlai, I'm buying frostvane stone, hemp rope, animal hides, and resin. Can trade weapons, cooked meat, clean water. Want to live longer? Bring me resources. Lin Shuyuan, that sounds like an apocalypse edition capitalist. Qinlai, only those who survive get to talk about anything else. Qinlai was smart. This wasn't showing off. He was using the fact of level 3 to build credibility and pressure, telling everyone that trading with him wouldn't be a loss, that they could even become dependent on him. I stayed quiet. I could hit level 3 too. I could speak up too. But there was no point for me. I had no weapon blueprints, so I couldn't take the route of aggressive consolidation. My cards were clean water, trade, and a more stable structure. The smartest move right now wasn't shouting the loudest in the channel. It was hiding the clean water barrel. I half covered it with wooden boards and dry grass, then paused my water collection barrel business. I couldn't be too obvious. If I kept selling a lot of water today, people would easily guess I had clean water and then jack up their prices. The clean water card had to be played slowly. I made another trip to the nearby woods, restocking on lumber and fuel, and picked up some gray vine along the way. On the trail, I spotted a gray-toothed rabbit, but I'd gathered enough today, and time was short. 2 chunks of meat weren't worth the risk. At dusk, Zhang Jinjin sent me a message. Zhang Jinjin, I found a really valuable herb. Bitterroot grass. Description: the root tastes bitter and can be dried and steeped in water. Consumed in small amounts, it wards off cold and eases the stiffness that comes after exposure. Too much causes nausea. Wards off cold. The extreme freeze was only 7 days away. Its value would skyrocket. Jiang Mubai, are you planning to sell it? Zhang Jinjin, not publicly. Selling now would just put a target on my back. My opinion of her went up another notch. She knew what to do and when to do it. Jiang Mubai, what do you need? Zhang Jinjin, clean water. And if you've got a spare hide, I'll take one. I didn't have many rabbit hides, couldn't spare one. But water I could do. Jiang Mubai, 500 milliliters of clean water for 1 bitterroot. Zhang Jinjin, deal. Bitterroot grass, +1. I put it away. No rush to use it. The closer to the extreme freeze, the more it'd be worth. Today's haul, materials complete, clean water barrel done, bitterroot in hand. Qinlai had beaten me to level 3. The gap was still there, but both sides had cards to play. It came down to who used them better. Only 10 minutes left. Not sure it was enough to level up. Leveling up tomorrow would be safer. The closer you are to just one step away, the more you. I could stay chaotic. On the 3rd night, I didn't hear any strange sounds again. Maybe the fire was steady enough. Maybe the level 2 reinforced cabin made those small mist beasts think twice about taking a bite. Or maybe I just got lucky. But I didn't let my guard down. Firewood within reach. Stone axe right beside me. Conserve what needs conserving. Guard against what needs guarding. The regional channel, on the other hand, was buzzing. News of Qinlai hitting level 3 stirred up the whole region. Plenty of people started listing frostvane stone, animal hides, hemp rope, none of it cheap. The interesting part? Qinlai didn't buy just anything. He only took what he wanted, and he haggled the price down. Yet people were still willing to sell, because he was, on the surface, the fastest growing person around. Sometimes, strength itself is credit. I didn't jump in to buy along with them. My clean water reserves still weren't enough. Sunanji didn't say much either, just posted a few listings. Sunanji, buying, explanations of frostvane stone uses, feedback on level 3 cabin upgrades, notes on special plants. Resource exchange available. No reminders to others, just collecting information. That was her style. A little after 8, Lin Shuyuan suddenly spoke up. Lin Shuyuan, help. I got chased by a chicken today. The channel went silent for a beat. Lu Ziheo, a chicken. Chen Lu, there are chickens here. Lin Shuyuan, that's what I thought at first. I was wrong. That wasn't a chicken. That was a disaster with teeth. My tense nerves loosened a little. This guy could turn any horror scene into a comedy routine. Lu Ziheo, chickens with teeth? Don't scare me. Lin Shuyuan, not only does it have teeth, it specializes in going for the lower regions. Chen Lu. Lin Shuyuan, serious warning, everyone. If you see a half-height, yellowish-brown, clucking chicken with teeth in its mouth during the day, do not think you can catch it for soup. Lu Zihao, where'd it bite you? A few seconds later. Lin Shuyuan. That concerns my dignity. Lu Zihao, got it. Sunanji. Noted. Suspected new creature. Fang chicken. Attack methods include pecking and low-level ambushed. Lin Shuyuan. Sunanji. Could you not document my suffering in such a professional tone? Sunanji, no? I couldn't help laughing. And with that laugh, even the shadow of the rocky slope from earlier faded a bit. Funny as it was, I still had to take it seriously. Half height, teeth, attacks the lower regions. It meant the creatures in the mist zone were growing in number and getting more active. Some wild animals look like food. In reality, they're food that pecks back. Lin Shuyuan sent a few more messages. Lin Shuyuan, but it's afraid of rocks hitting its wings. Once the wings are affected, it slows down. Lin Shuyuan, it calls out loud. Might attract others of its kind. Lin Shuyuan, I didn't kill it. I just ran back. Lu Zihao, how'd you make it back? Lin Shuyuan, willpower. Lu Zihao, and your butt's survival instinct. The channel filled with laughter. Sun Qinghai popped up. Sun Qinghai, come on, guys, don't laugh at him. When someone's in trouble, we should help each other out. Lin Shuyuan, if you need meds, everyone here will hook you up for free. Lin Shuyuan, thanks, Sunday. But my pride's what got hurt, and there's no med for that. I shook my head. This clown actually served up a lot of useful info. I jotted down in my handbook. Fang chicken, suspected E-class. Fast, has teeth, attacks the lower body, call may summon others of its kind. Countermeasure, throw rocks at the wings from a distance. Don't grab it up close. Then I wrote today's summary. 1. The rocky slope on the right has traces of frost vein ore. 2. There's an unknown D-class, suspected, creature deeper in. Extremely dangerous. 3. Resource crates get stuck in complex terrain, and opening them may make noise. 4. Obtained a basic water purification barrel. Needs to be hidden. 5. Tier 3 materials are all gathered. Upgrading tomorrow during the day. 6. Qin Lai already hit Tier 3 first and is using his level advantage to hoard resources. 7. Zhang Jinjin found bitterroot grass, which has cold-repelling value. I paused there, then added one more line. If a leaderboard appears, Qin Lai is most likely number 1. I have to close the gap tomorrow. The system hadn't opened a rankings board yet, but the daily ratings, the upgrade rewards, the resource crate quality, every rule pointed in one direction. The strong would be filtered out. In the coming days, a new comparison mechanism would very likely show up. Even if it didn't now, it would eventually. I don't want to be the most famous person in the zone, but one of the top spots, that's got to be mine. At midnight, the survival handbook opened on its own. Third night survival rating begins. Survivor, Jiang Mubai. Shelter, Tier 2 reinforced cabin. Food reserves, medium. Water reserves, medium high. Fuel reserves, medium high. Exploration progress. Right side rocky slope, shallow creek water source, sticky wood resin harvesting point. Resource crate, common supply crate. Special facility, basic water purification barrel. Rare resources, frost vein stone, bitterroot grass. Trade performance, active, risk control, excellent. Overall survival rating, C+. Note, you are extremely close to the B-class threshold. My eyes flickered. C+. Extremely close to B-class. Just short. What I was missing was, most likely, shelter level. Qin Lai was already at Tier 3. I was still at Tier 2. Third night reward. Wood plus 25, stone plus 15, hemp rope plus 1, fuel pack plus 1. Noticeably better than the second night. I opened the fuel pack. Dry firewood plus 12, low-grade charcoal plus 3. The fuel shortage was covered just in time. In the channel, the ratings were out. Lu Zihao D+. I got a +2, though I have no idea where it's from. Lin Shuyuan D+ here too. Probably added to my butt's damage resistance. Chen Lu, still D for me. Qin Lai, B. Qin Lai was still a B. I kept my expression calm. There was still a gap between us, but it was closing fast. The next day, he was B, I was C. The day after, he was still B, and I'd hit C+. Tomorrow I'd upgrade to the Tier 3 Frostwood cabin, and then B would be within reach. Just then, Qin Lai posted again. Qin Lai, starting tomorrow, I'll be buying frost vein stone, animal hides, hemp rope, and combat materials in bulk. DM me if you want a long-term deal. This wasn't ordinary buying. He was building a faction with himself at the center. I slowly closed the manual. Qin Lai was taking the aggressive route, hoarding resources. Me, I was still holding the purified water card close to my chest. Two paths. Sooner or later, they'd collide. The fire flickered softly. Outside, the fog hung heavy. And just like that, the third day came to an end. Day 4. I had to upgrade to Tier 3 and make a play for the Tier 4 first upgrade reward. When I woke on the morning of Day 4, the fog outside still hadn't lifted. I didn't rush to get up. I lay there, running through yesterday's events again. The rocky slope on the right. The frost-veined stone deposits. That D-class-looking monster in the fog. The supply crate wedged in the crevice. And the purified water orb. Thinking back on it still sent a chill down my spine. I sat up and rubbed my temples. Gotta be more careful from now on. That's what I told myself. But deep down I knew. If I ran into another one of those bet it all, turn your life around situations, I probably wouldn't be able to resist. It wasn't courage. It wasn't pure greed, either. It was just that this world never left you a way out. Don't gamble, and all you get is a life of grinding misery. I opened the survival manual and checked the upgrade materials for the Tier 3 Frostwood cabin. Wood, 136 120ths. Stone, 65 60ths. Dry grass, 31 30ths. Animal hide, 3/3. Hemp rope, May 5th. Sticky wood resin, 2/2. Frost-veined stone, 3/3. All set. I didn't rush the upgrade. The safe exploration window hadn't started yet, and if the cabin got exposed to the fog mid-upgrade, I'd be finished. Check resources first. The basic purified water barrel leaned in the corner, half hidden behind boards and dry grass. Once bound to the purified water orb, it reliably purified 2 liters of water a day. And with the luck of opening 3 resource crates in 3 days, hardly anyone in the whole region had one of these. I cleared the clutter around the barrel and made space to set it down securely. If the walls shifted during the upgrade and crushed it, I might as well walk out and beg some beast to eat me. Food. There was still some leftover roasted rabbit, a portion of bitterroot grass, and a pinch of coarse salt. Thanks to the third night reward, I had more fuel to spare than before. After checking everything, I waited until 8 in the morning before opening the upgrade panel. Upgrade. Level 2 Reinforced Cabin, Level 3 Frost Cabin. Qin Lai had already beaten me to Level 3 yesterday. That weighed on me more than a little. But I wasn't about to rush and tap blindly just to save a day, not when my mind wasn't steady. Now things were different. I'd slept through the night, felt sharp, and had plenty of time. If not now, then when? Confirm. The moment the word left my mouth, the materials dissolved into faint light. The wood merged into the walls first, rearranging layer by layer. The outer planks grew tighter, and a new layer formed inside. Dry grass and animal hide packed into it, like dressing the cabin in thermal underwear. The wood resin turned into a yellow-brown gel, seeping into the cracks and sealing them shut bit by bit. A resinous smell spread through the room. Last came the frost-veined stones. 3 of them floated into the air, their gray-blue patterns flickering like frozen cracks. They dissolved into cold white light and melted into the corners, floor, and doorframe. I felt it right away. The room wasn't as cold anymore. It wasn't that the temperature had risen. It was that the damp chill creeping up from the cracks in the ground had faded. The whole cabin was finally starting to look like an actual shelter. The upgrade took nearly half an hour, far slower than Level 2. Good thing I hadn't rushed it. Otherwise, I'd have been exposed to the night for a solid 10+ minutes. I didn't even want to imagine how that would have gone. The light dissipated, and a prompt appeared. Upgrade complete to current shelter, Level 3 Frost Cabin. Durability, 190/190. Defense, Normal Plus. Insulation, Good. Moisture resistance, Normal Plus. Special effect, Faint frost layer. I reached out and ran my hand over the doorframe. There were extremely faint gray-blue lines on it, invisible unless you looked closely. Only when my fingertips touched it did I feel a hint of cold. It wasn't ordinary cold, more like an invisible barrier holding the chill outside at bay. Finally, something decent. From a Level 1 broken shack to a Level 3 frost cabin, it had taken me a little over 3 days. I'd finally turned that coffin box, the kind that fell apart at the first gust of wind, into a place I could actually live. In the channel, Chin Lai was already collecting goods first thing in the morning. Chin Lai, still buying frostvein stones, rope, animal hide, iron scraps, and animal tendons. Steady long-term suppliers get priority for weapons and cooked meat. Lu Ziheo, bro Chin, how do I trade for a short blade? Chin Lai, bring enough materials and it's yours. Cut the chattered. Lin Shuyuan, with service like this, bro Chin, you'd have to pay us 200 extra just to clock out. Chin Lai, survive first, then file your complaint. I watched it all, keeping my own upgrade to myself. Go. I'd hit level 3 too. But there was no need for everyone to know that. Chin Lai was playing the game of aggressively hoarding resources. The more people knew how strong he was, the more resources flowed his way. I was different. Water filters, clean water, the small bucket trade, Zhang Jinjin's herbs. None of that belonged out in the open. Better to keep quiet and let the snowball grow. Look at what he was collecting. Iron scraps, beast tendons, combat materials. Chin Lai wasn't satisfied with just upgrading his shelter anymore. He was building up firepower. I glanced down at my worn stone axe, then at my sharpened wooden stick. Suddenly, I felt like an idiot who'd fought his way to the capital city while still clutching the stone tools from the newbie village. No good. Hold the advantage today. Tomorrow, build up combat strength. I kept scanning the panel. Now that I'd reached level 3, the level 4 preview had unlocked. Current default path, level 4 small outpost cabin. Note, a level 4 shelter is no longer a single structure. It gains preliminary outpost properties and can house more functional facilities. Upgrade requirements: wood 500, stone 300, hay 150, beast hide 20, hemp rope 20, sticky resin 10, frostvein stone 20, iron scraps 12, beast bone 20, waterproof clay 8, any D-rank beast core times 1. I stared at that last item for a long time. Any D-rank beast core 1. The materials before it were already absurd. 500 wood, 20 frostvein stone, double what the previous 2 levels required combined. But the real barrier was that beast core. Yesterday, I'd only spotted a suspected D-rank monster from a distance on the rockslide slope, and just passing by nearly scared me to death. Now the system was telling me that leveling to 4 required its core. The message was clear. For a level 4 cabin, stockpiling resources alone wasn't enough anymore. You needed combat power, or luck, or, when the time came that people could actually meet face to face, influence. I sat in silence for a while, then wrote in my notebook. Level 4 difficulties. 1. Massive material quantities. 2. Extremely high frostvein stone demand. 3. Iron scraps and waterproof clay, source unknown. 4. D-rank beast cord. At the end, I paused, then added one more line. 8 D-rank creature. Just me alone. Can I really pull this off? I closed the notebook. The goal was clear. Hold the advantage. Stockpile resources as best I could. And fight Chin Lai, along with those lurking in the shadows, for the first to upgrade reward at level 4. I just didn't know where they planned to find that beast core. After leveling up, the first thing my eyes went to was the basic water filter in the corner. Still there. I let out a breath. The thing looked pathetic. Bark on the outside, stones underneath, packed inside with charcoal bits, fine sand, small pebbles, and moss. By any measure, it looked like a failing grade from arts and crafts class. But it was the most important ace in my hand. Without it, 1. 2 liters a day, clean water you can drink straight. Not that plastic-tasting water with a burn aftertaste, and not filthy creek water either. The colder it gets, the farther you have to travel, and the more sick and injured people there are, the more valuable clean water becomes. The moment I got close, the handbook popped up a notification. Shelter environment improvement detected. The basic water purification barrel can be installed as a shelter fixture. Confirm installation? Something clicked in my mind. Can I still move it after installing it? Once installed, you'll gain a more stable working environment. It can be removed, but removal causes some durability loss. While installed, purification efficiency is slightly increased. I could live with that. I confirmed. The wooden boards in the corner adjusted themselves, stones embedded into the ground, forming a simple base. The purification barrel was locked into place, with an extra dust shield board appearing above it. Installation complete. Daily purification limit, 2L 2.5L. Purification stability increased. Seeing that 2.5 liters instantly lifted my mood. Don't underestimate that half a liter. In times like these, it was enough to trade for plenty of good stuff. Sipped carefully, it was also just about enough to last a day. I poured in the creek water I'd brought back. Faint blue patterns flickered along the barrel's walls. The water slowly seeped through the filter layers, and drop by drop it fell from the spout into the collection barrel. Crystal clear. No weird smell. I took a sip. Sweet, clean. In that moment, my attachment to this barrel had already surpassed how I felt about that stone axe. An axe I could replace. This barrel I couldn't. I opened the trading channel. The price of water had gone up again. Not everyone had a water source. Maybe only 1 in 10 people had water nearby. Those who had water didn't necessarily have a container. Those with a container didn't necessarily have a stable fire source. And even if you could boil it, you still had to know how to filter it. People in the channel had already started suffering. Chinjin, drank some creek water yesterday, and my stomach's been a mess all day. Zhang Jinjin, you can't drink raw water straight. Even after filtering, it's best to boil it. Lu Zihao, these days I have to stare at my water for 3 seconds before drinking it, like I'm sizing up a suspicious stranger. Lin Shuyuan, pretty accurate comparison. Any mouthful of water could stab you in the back now. I didn't say anything on the public board. I just quietly let Zhang Jinjin know I had clean water. Then I posted 2 trades. Treated water, 250 milliliters. Wanted 1 hemp rope, or 2 charcoal, or 2 animal bones. I didn't write clean water. I wrote treated water. And I only posted 2 at a time. The first was snapped up quickly. The second didn't last 30 seconds. I didn't post anymore. What I was really guarding against wasn't someone coming to steal my water. Nobody could meet face to face right now. What I was guarding against was someone figuring out my output. If I sold too frequently, people would immediately realize this water didn't come out of a resource crate. It came from a facility that could produce water continuously. And at that point, the people holding hemp rope, frost-veined stone, and animal hides could jack up prices on me alone, or even hoard the materials I needed to force me into trading away more water. Posting just 1 or 2 listings occasionally made people think I'd only stumbled onto a little surplus. I could profit without tipping my hand. That was the safest play. But you can't fool too many sharp people. Take Su Nanji, the kind who watches the trade channel like a hawk. She'd figure out who had a steady water source soon enough. Sure enough, a few minutes later, her private message came in. Su Nanji, that treated water today, was that your listing? I smiled. Smart people don't ask, do you have a water purification setup? They only ask about the trade itself. Leaves room to maneuver. Jiang Mubai looking to buy. Su Nanji, not buying. I want to trade for long-term intel. Jiang Mubai, what kind of intel? Su Nanji, price swings on key materials. What Qin lies buying up? Records of unusual items showing up in the channel. I didn't answer right away. She sent another message. Su Nanji, you've got a stable water source, so your shelter can't be low tier. You've definitely got your eye on being the first to hit level 4. I've got a stable information source. I won't ask where yours comes from. You don't ask about mine. We settle up daily. My estimation of her went up another notch. No questions about sources. That's exactly the kind of boundary long-term cooperation needs. Zhang Jinjin and I worked together on plants and herbs, survival tech. Su Nanji's line was the market and information, where resources flowed. Both mattered. Jiang Mubai, 300 milliliters of clean water a day. The intel has to be worth something. Su Nanji, deal. I set up an exclusive trade for her. The moment she accepted, the first batch of intel came through. 1. Qin Lai is buying up iron scraps, animal sinew, animal bone, and combat-type blueprints. 2. Hemp rope prices are up, gray vine is down. Everyone's confirmed gray vine can't substitute for the hemp rope needed for upgrades. 3. Frost vein stone is still climbing, but sales are thin. Holders are starting to sit on it. 4. A handful of people are collecting zeolite, fire oil grass, and hardwood. My guess is combat and fuel blueprints are starting to appear. I noted every word, especially the second point. A couple days ago, a lot of people thought gray vine could stand in for hemp rope, and prices briefly spiked. Now that it's confirmed only good for the most basic blueprints, the price naturally dropped back down. Good news for me. My small water collection barrel, is made from gray vine. With everyone else backing off, my costs actually went down. Information is a resource. That's no exaggeration. I asked another question. Has Qinlai announced any changes to the upgraded shelter? Sunanji, no. He's not stupid. He announced hitting level 3 yesterday to build credibility, but he won't reveal the specific functions. Just as I'd figured. Qinlai was aggressive, but shrewd. Show your strength, never your cards. I shut off my DMs and started building today's water collectors. The small bucket business had potential, but I couldn't overdo it. I made just 4, 2 to list, 2 to keep. With my purifier bucket, I had clean water every day. And the buckets weren't just for selling solo, they were leverage. Anyone without a container who wanted to buy water would have to buy a bucket first. But I couldn't be flashy about it. Too obvious. And I might as well slap, "I've got water," on my forehead in the middle of the street and wait for people to lowball me. I spent the rest of the morning close to home, chopping deadwood nearby to restock my fuel. The level 3 cabin handled moisture better, and drying things was easier too. That was the hidden upside of upgrading. Not every improvement showed up on the stat screen. A warmer, drier place with smoother storage meant I burned less energy just getting by. In a place like this, every bit of energy saved was pure profit. Food and pelts were running low. Time to hunt again. Around noon, Sunanji messaged me again. Sunanji, my guess is the system's going to single out the people who are doing well. I raised an eyebrow. Jiang Mubai, based on what? Sunanji, the daily rankings are already creating gaps. Qinlai's building influence on the public board, and you're running quiet trades in the shadows. The divide between the strong and the ordinary is already showing. The system won't waste a chance to stir the pot. Sunanji, it's definitely going to make everyone see that gap. I didn't reply, because I was thinking the same thing. Today, tomorrow, or the day after, the system would sooner or later drag the strong out into the open. And when it did, no matter how deep you buried yourself, you'd get pushed into the light. That afternoon, Zhang Jinjin messaged me. The bitterroot's ready. She'd attached the system description. Dried bitterroot, sun-dried roots, steeped in water. Wards off cold in small amounts. Eases stiffness from exposure. Causes nausea in excess. Wards off cold. Those words couldn't have shown up at a better time. 6 days out from the deep freeze. But the temperature was already dropping on the sly. The third night was colder than the second, and today was colder than yesterday. If I hadn't upgraded to the level 3 frost-proof cabin, I'd have had to burn extra wood tonight. What are you asking for it? I typed. Not selling openly. Only to people with real strength. Worried about getting targeted? Yeah. Selling bitterroot in the open is the same as telling everyone it's tied to the deep freeze. I nodded to myself. Zhang Jinjin didn't just know her plants. She'd already caught on to how trade worked in this world. The earlier you expose value, the earlier you become prey. What do you want? Clean water, 1 small water collector, some gray-tooth rabbit meat. Extra bones would work too. I took stock of my supplies and set up a private trade. Purified water, 500 milliliters. Hashtag translation. User, small water bucket times 1. Small amount of gray-toothed rabbit meat. Animal bone times 1. Trade. Dried bitterroot grass times 2. Bloodwort leaf times 1. She accepted quickly, then added a note. Don't brew the bitterroot water too strong. Someone like you, don't go chugging it just because you think it works. I stared at the screen for a couple seconds. Do I look like that kind of person? Yeah. How so? You just got back from Rockslide Slope yesterday, and today you're already selling water. I couldn't argue with that. I won't drink too much at once. Good. This stuff isn't stronger the more you drink it. I grabbed a pinch of dried root and dropped it into some clean water. The water quickly turned pale yellow, giving off the smell of grass roots and sun-dried earth. I took a sip. The next second, my whole face scrunched up. Bitter. So bitter. Not the bitterness of Chinese medicine, but the most blunt, most direct kind of bitter, like someone had boiled tree bark, grass roots, dirt, and all of life's hardships into one cup. I closed my eyes, gritted my teeth, and forced it down. A wave of warmth spread out from my stomach. You have consumed bitterroot grass watered. Mild cold status relieved. Cold resistance slightly increased. Note: excessive consumption may cause nausea. I quietly pushed the remaining half cup away. You really can't drink much of this. It wasn't that the system warned me in time. My tongue surrendered first. It works. I replied. And the taste? Very effective. Got it. Tastes awful. I laughed. Zhang Jinjin didn't say much, but every line hit the mark. I hung the dried roots in a ventilated spot to keep drying. Level 3 log cabins are great against moisture. The inside stays much drier, so herbs keep longer. The perks of upgrading the shelter aren't just on the stat panel, they show up in daily life too. In the afternoon, I didn't venture deep into the misty zone. I just restocked on wood, dry grass, and gray vines along the edges, hunting for game while I was at it. On the way, I stumbled onto a patch of grass that had been pecked apart, with a few yellowish-brown feathers scattered around. I crouched down and looked, but didn't pick anything up, just noted the location in my handbook. Half a person tall, teeth in its mouth, targeting the lower regions. This kind of chicken can never be treated like an ordinary chicken. Whose chicken grows teeth, anyway? Lin Shuyuan had also mentioned that its call would summon others of its kind. So if you actually run into one, you have to end it fast. First strike to the legs, don't let it run. Second strike to the mouth, don't let it call. Third strike to the head. Sir, I'm a good chicken. At 3 in the afternoon, Lin Shuyuan popped up again. Sure enough, I saw the fanged chicken again today. You two have a connection? Lu Zihao. A cursed one. Did it chase you this time? Chen Lu. No. I hid behind a tree, and it walked by from a distance. Then what were you nervous about? It looked at me once as it passed. Just once. You don't get it, in that one look. There's a story there. Addendum. Fanged chickens appear to be social animals. There are feathers and peck marks around their territory. Scout for others of their kind before approaching. Su Nanji cut in. Su Nanji, you're pulling intel out of my fear now. Thanks for the compliment. I laughed again. Lin Shuyuan was a real piece of work. Always ended up a mess, but he brought back something useful every single time. That counted as a talent too, even if it was hard on his backside. I noted the fanged chicken feathers in my handbook. Possible insulation value. Collect later. Back at the cabin by dusk. Not a thrilling day, but a solid one. Restocked on timber, hay, and ash vine. Got animal bone and charcoal, bitterroot grass and storage. The only problem was food. Almost gone. Tomorrow, I'd have to go hunting for food. On the 4th night, I didn't build up the fire. A Tier 3 cabin held heat way better than a Tier 2. Same firewood, but the room stayed warmer. The corners weren't damp anymore, and no more cold air seeping through the door cracks. It was the most comfortable night since I'd been thrown into this world. Spend enough time in the wilderness and your standards for comfortable plummet fast. That rental apartment I used to complain about, too small, too noisy, the AC smelled weird. Looked like a mansion now. At least there was no fog there, no wild animals, no fanged chickens fixated on your lower half. I split the clean water I'd purified today into portions. One for myself. Once you've tasted clean water, you can't stomach the processed stuff anymore. One set aside for trade, one to exchange for Su Nanji's intel, and the last for Zhang Jinjin. This wasn't generosity. It was investment. Her bitterroot grass, her knowledge of plants, her skill at treating wounds. All of it would only get more valuable. A stable, long-term partnership beat scrambling at the last minute any day. Same went for Su Nanji. She sent over her evening report. Qin Lai had a big day. At least 3 people have started supplying him materials on a regular basis. He's trading finished weapons for resources. The blueprints gave him a massive edge. Also, 2 more people might have hit C+ today. The gap up front is closing. The gap up front is closing. That meant the system was accelerating its screening. The further along we got, the deeper the chasm between ordinary people and the strong, and the more brutal the fights among the strong became. What do you figure your own rating is right now? I asked. It took her a moment to reply. Not settled yet. But it won't be low. Very cautious. I didn't press. Everyone had their hidden cards. At 10 p.m., the channel was even more restless than usual. Some people were still fighting to reach a Tier 2 cabin. Some were starting to collect Tier 3 materials, and Qin Lai was already stockpiling what he'd need for Tier 4. Buying iron sheets, moisture-proof clay, animal bone, frost-veined stone, and D-class creature intel. Paying top prices. The channel went quiet for a beat. D-class creature intel. That hit even harder than the frost-veined stone. D-class. Qin, are you going to hunt AD? Tier-level beast. Lu Zihao. We'll have to fight it sooner or later. I show respect to fanged chickens now. and you're already respecting D tier? Lin Shuyuan. If you're scared, you can wait in the back forever. Harsh, but true. A tier 4 shelter requires any D tier beast core. If you want to move up, there's no way around this hurdle. Rushing in blind means death. Being underprepared also means death. I wrote in my handbook, Tier 4 prerequisite, combat power upgrade. Day 5 focus, weapons, traps, combat experience. Once I finished writing, the evaluation began. Night 4 survival evaluation. Survivor, Jiangmu Bai. Shelter, Tier 3 Frostwood Cabin. Special facility, basic water purification barrel. Water, high food, medium fuel, medium. Trade performance, active. Special resource, bitterroot grass. Primary weakness, combat ability, weapons and equipment. Overall rating, B. Finally reached B. Finally caught up to Qin Lai. The next prompt surfaced. Detected. You reached B rank for the first time before day 6. Reward, shelter function module selection voucher ×1. Note, this choice will determine the future development direction of your shelter. My breathing slowed for half a beat. Not materials, not facilities, the path forward. Available modules will activate after the Tier 4 upgrade. Preview directions. Living, workshop, storage, defense, cultivation. I didn't rush to choose. I couldn't choose yet anyway, not until Tier 4. Others just upgrade, but I could carve out a specialized route. Living and workshop fit my current resources best. Water purification, trade, crafting. All my strengths. The channel filled with ratings. D+, steady performance. Luzaheo. D+, I suspect the system gave me a sympathy score for getting chased by a chicken. Lin Shuyuan. B-, Zhangzhenjin. B-, Su Nanji. The channel went quiet for a moment. They relied on plants and intel. They were never ordinary survivors, just not as flashy as Qin Lai. B+, Qin Lai. He was still a notch above. But this time, the channel's reaction was different. A B rank rating no longer belonged to him alone. More and more people were realizing that there wasn't just one strong player up front. The system would soon single them out to fight each other to the death. I closed my handbook. Day 4 was over. I'd caught up to the frontrunner everyone could see, and I'd also gotten a clear look at the next threshold. Tier 4 shelter. D-tier beast core. Combat power. On day 5, I couldn't rely on just a water barrel and a wooden cabin. I had to make myself capable of fighting and of defending my rare facilities. On day 5, I woke up very early. After reaching Tier 3, the pressure only grew heavier. The Night 4 evaluation had spelled out my weakness. Clear and simple. Key weaknesses, combat ability and equipment. A Tier 3 cabin, a basic water purifying bucket, steady water trades. Zhang Jinjin's bitterroot grass, Su Nanji's intel, all good. But stand in front of a D-rank beast, and not one of them counts for anything. And right there in the Tier 4 upgrade requirements, plain as day, any D-rank beast core ×1. The system doesn't play fair. It only wants to single out whoever's developing the fastest. I glanced at the purifying bucket in the corner, faint blue veins flickering along its side. I poured a small cup and drank it down. The edge came off my nerves a little. After all, how many people out there couldn't even get clean water? I gnawed off another piece of gray-tooth rabbit. Food was running low. I had to restock today, and if I could grab some hide, feathers, and bone while I was at it, all the better. The Fangfao Lin Shuyuan kept going on about would do nicely. Half a person tall, teeth in its beak, and it liked to go for the low blows. Sounds ridiculous, but it was meat, feathers, and maybe an XP package too. As long as it didn't peck me into a lifelong trauma. 8 o'clock sharp. The handbook should have popped up with exploration time begins, but today it buzzed first. A notice, more eye-catching than the daily ratings, appeared before every survivor. Regional notice, starting day 5, the survivor leaderboard is officially live. Refreshes daily at 8 a.m., displaying the top 10 by overall strength. Ranked survivors receive bonus rewards based on positioned criteria, shelter tier, personal combat power, resource reserves, special facilities, trade performance, exploration progress, risk controlled. Only names and ratings shown. Specific details remain private. Here it was. Su Nanji had called it, and so had I. Daily ratings weren't stimulating enough. Sooner or later, the system was going to pull the strong ones out and make everyone see exactly how far behind they were. Now it had. Day 5 Regional Survivor Leaderboard. First, Qinlai B+. Second, Jiang Mubai B. Third, Su Nanji B. Fourth, Zhang Zhenjin B. Fifth, Zhou Mingchuan C+. Sixth, Luo Yuan C+. Seventh, Chen Xinghe C+. Eighth, Gu Ming C+. Ninth, Song He C+. 10th, Tang Ying C+. Second. That's high. But first place wasn't me. Qinlai hit tier 3 a day before I did. He had knife blueprints, thicker materials, and most importantly, he could fight better than me. My edge was clean water. His was more direct, combat, weapons, and muscling resources into his hands. The moment the leaderboard dropped, the channel blew up. There really is a leaderboard. I knew the system would pull something eventually. Lu Zihao. I read it 3 times. I'm not on it. Lin Xiuyuan. You read E+, where do you think you'd land? At least I'm a pioneer in the field of Fang chicken research. You could apply for a comedy leaderboard. Su Nanji. Then I'd definitely be number 1. Jiang Mubai is second? Who's that? The guy who sold buckets before. Chen Lu. Jiang Mubai? The guy who swindled me out of my frost-veined stone. Gu Ming. You still remember that? Kind of hard to forget. My mouth twitched. This Gu Ming guy really held a grudge. Qinlai spoke up. The first place reward is excellent. Anyone willing to supply materials long-term can register starting today. The moment the leaderboard opened, he immediately leveraged his number 1 status to boost his influence. He didn't explain how he took the top spot, didn't announce the reward. He just told everyone, I'm the strongest, so come to me. Dominant, simple, intimidating. That was Qinlai. Su Nanji messaged me privately. How's it feel to be second? Not as good as first. Makes sense. The leaderboard just opened, so combat is weighted heavily right now. What about your reward? A moment later, a tech tree hint. I'll keep the details to myself. I didn't press her. I opened my own reward. You ranked second. Rewards. Quality weapon supply crate ×1. Combat experience orb ×1. Hardwood ×3. Beast sinew ×1. My eyes lit up. Weapon supplies. Combat experience. The system saw it clearly. I wasn't short on food or materials. What I lacked was fighting power. I used the combat experience orb first. Combat experience orb, common, grants a small boost to combat understanding. Won't turn you into a master overnight, but at least you'll seem a little less like an NPC. This system really loved handing out gifts and insults in the same breath. I chose to use it. The instant the orb merged into my body, a series of quick images flashed through my mind. Grip. Dodge. Drive the force. Keep your distance. Don't put everything into the first strike. A weapon isn't an extension of your arm. It's an extension of your reach. It wasn't a skill so much as someone shoving the basics of generating power straight into my brain. I clenched my fist. My body hadn't visibly changed, but my head felt a lot clearer. Next, I opened the quality weapon supply crate. Obtained. Hardwood shaft ×1. Grindstone ×1. Sharp stone shard ×4. Blueprint. Simple spear. Coarse hemp handguard ×1. A spear blueprint. Perfect timing. My biggest weakness was my short attack range. Getting up close was too dangerous, and a sharpened stick just didn't cut it. A spear might not let me beat a wild beast, but against something like a fanged chicken, it would at least buy me some life-saving distance. I learned it right away. Learned. Simple spear, common. Requirements. Hardwood shaft ×1. Sharp stone shard ×2. Hemp rope ×1. Beast sinew ×1. I had exactly enough materials. I got to work without hesitation. The hardwood shaft floated in midair, the sharp stone shard fixed in place. I secured the front end, wrapping animal sinew and hemp cord layer by layer until it held tight, then ground the edge sharp. Simple spear crafted, common, far more reliable than a sharpened stick. At least it looks like a real weapon. I gripped it. Lighter than the stone axe, heavier than a bear's stick, about 5 feet long. Enough reach to keep distance and kite a beast. I jabbed forward a few times. My movements were still clumsy, but way better than swinging a stone axe wildly. Zhang Zhenjin messaged me privately. I made the list too. 4th place. I saw it. My reward was an herb tip. She sent over a description. Detected. Long-term gathering, identification, and processing of medicinal herbs. Hidden path. Herb cultivation, now unlocked. Obtained. Herb seedbed fragment ×1. Collect the full set to build a low-tier herb seedbed. A hidden path. Herb cultivation. Similar in nature to my function module selection voucher. The system was pointing towards specific development directions. If this path worked out, we could have a steady supply of styptic herb, bitterroot, and cold-resistant herbs. Enormous value. Don't tell anyone. I know. I'm not stupid. I smiled. Of course she wasn't. Sunanji sent another message. The leaderboard isn't the end. It's the beginning. I can tell. From today on, the top 10 will all have targets on their backs. You're second. That's especially conspicuous. A lot of people wouldn't even know you existed if not for this list. I looked out the door at the thinning fog and didn't reply. Conspicuous, then. The leaderboard had already pushed me into the open. There was no hiding all of it anymore. There was only one thing to do now: shore up my weaknesses. I tightened my grip on the freshly made spear. Today, I'd go pay that Fong chicken a visit. Before heading out, I prepared thoroughly. Not because the Fong chicken was so strong, but because Lin Shuyuan had described it so vividly. It went straight for the lower body. A creature like that, even if only E-rank, couldn't be taken lightly. Spear slung across my back, stone axe hanging at my waist, a few fist-sized rocks stuffed in my pockets. Lin Shuyuan had said the Fong chicken was afraid of getting its wings pelted with stones. I also brought a grapevine snare loop and a small portion of astringent red juice. In case I ran into something else, I could throw it to create a distraction. 8 o'clock. Safe exploration hours began. The objective was clear: find the Fong chicken, restock on food, get some practice. I started tracking from the grassy patch where I'd found the yellow-brown feathers yesterday. The ground was pecked to a mess, grass roots turned up, half-eaten bugs still in the dirt. Three-toed claw prints. Much bigger than a normal bird's, varying in depth, with scratch marks on the rocks. Fast, sharp claws. I followed the prints forward. The deeper I went, the more disturbed the grass became, like something had walked and pecked and cursed, all the way along. After 100-some meters, a faint cry came from up ahead. Cluck! I froze instantly, gripping my spear. Through the mist, a yellowish-brown creature poked its head out from behind a bush. At first glance, it looked like a chicken. At second glance, not so much. It stood almost as tall as my waist, with a thick neck, long legs, and short but powerful wings. The strangest part was its mouth, not a beak, but more like an actual mouth lined with tiny teeth. Like an ostrich with a shortened neck that had grown fangs. It lowered its head, pecked at the ground, then looked up at me. A system prompt appeared. Fangfowl. Rank E. Description: a common aggressive bird found in misty regions. Fast, prone to pecking and biting. Its call summons others of its kind. Meat is edible. Feathers can be used as insulation. Rank E. Not a top-tier threat. I could probably test its limits. Man and fowl stared at each other through the fog, an eerie silence hanging between us. The next second, it opened its mouth. Cluck cluck, it charged, faster than the gray-toothed rabbit. Not in a straight line, but weaving left and right, wings half spread, legs pumping. I stepped back and hurled my first stone. Its body swerved, dodged. My stomach tightened. It was more agile than I'd expected. The second stone followed immediately, clipping the edge of its wing. Its movement faltered, and its cry turned shrill. Effective. That seemed to enrage it. It lowered its head and charged straight in, its target crystal clear, my lower half. I finally understood why Lin Shuyuan called it a disaster. It didn't go for the face. It aimed for wherever you least wanted to be hit, your most vulnerable spots. I swung the spear in a horizontal sweep, the shaft cracking hard against the side of its neck with a dull thud. It veered off, but didn't retreat. Instead, it circled halfway around me, itching for another go. This thing had a brain. It could circle, feint, and knew to target your lower body. I began backing up. I couldn't fight standing still. Turning in place was too slow, and it could easily get behind me. I lured it toward a patch of low brush, where a fallen tree lay. That could limit which direction it charged from. Sure enough, it came after me. Fast, but its brain probably wasn't as sharp as Lin Shuyuan's. The moment I stepped over the fallen branch, it leaped too. Just as it hung in midair, I spun around hard and thrust the spear forward. The tip grazed its chest. It went in, but not deep, just tearing open a gash. Cluck! A sharp, drawn-out scream. My expression shifted. That call was too loud. It was trying to summon backup. No time to drag this out. The moment it landed, its ferocity spiked. Its jaws snapped open and shut as it lunged again. I flung my third stone at the side of its face. It jerked its head aside to dodge. And in that instant, something caught my foot. A dead vine half buried in the grass. My body pitched violently off balance, tumbling backward. Not good. It seized the opening, its sharp beak stabbing straight for my crotch. If that landed, I'd be changing my name today. Almost on pure instinct, I brought the spear horizontal across. In front of me. Crack. Its beak struck the shaft of the spear, teeth scraping out an ear-splitting screech. My arm went numb from the impact. I didn't let go. Using the momentum of my fall, I kicked hard at its chest. Not much force behind it, but enough to knock it back half a step. I rolled and scrambled to my feet, my shoulder slamming into something hard beside me. The pain made me suck in a sharp breath. No time to look. I could only feel the texture of wood along its edge, hidden under the grass. It charged again, its cries more frantic. In the distance, something seemed to answer. Couldn't stall any longer. I flung the snare onto the grass ahead of me, kicked up some dead leaves to cover half of it, then deliberately backed away. It came after me fast, and one foot stepped right in. The snare snapped tight, didn't catch the leg, but tripped it into a nosedive. That's exactly what I'd been waiting for. Both hands gripping the spear, I dropped my center of gravity and drove it hard into the side of its neck. Squelch. The tip sank into flesh. It thrashed violently, wings flapping wildly, its sharp beak nearly stabbing the back of my hand. I gritted my teeth and pressed down, pinning it to the ground with the spear. Stop screaming. A dozen seconds later, the struggling finally stopped. You have killed a Fong chicken. Gained a small amount of combat experience. Combat proficiency slightly increased. I let go of the spear and dropped onto the ground, gasping for air. My arms were shaking. My legs were weak too. This was only an E rank. Not an elite, and definitely not a D rank. But the fight had been anything but easy. If Lin Shiyuan hadn't given me intel ahead of time, if I hadn't prepared the stones and snare, if I hadn't switched weapons, I'd probably be a new name on the Fong chicken's list of victims today. And the injured area would have been pretty humiliating. It took me a good while to recover before I started dealing with the carcass. Fong chicken meat +5. Fong chicken feathers +4. Fong chicken beak +1. Fong chicken talons +2. Beast bone +2. Not a bad haul. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly remembered the thing I'd hit when I fell. I brushed the dead grass aside. I froze. Beneath the grass, the corner of a chest was showing. I crouched in front of the grass, staring at that corner, half wanting to laugh, but not quite able to. Almost got neutered by a chicken, and it turned out to be because I'd crashed into a resource chest. What was this supposed to be? A lucky break earned by getting chased by a chicken? I didn't open it right away. Yesterday's lesson on the rockslide slope was still fresh. The area around a resource chest wasn't necessarily safe. Not to mention this was Fong chicken territory. The one I'd just killed had called out to its companions, and something in the distance had answered. There might be more nearby. First, I packed away the carcass and covered the blood-stained grass with dirt. The smell of blood was too strong. It would attract wild beasts. Then I grabbed a stone and threw it at the other side of the chest. Thud. Nothing. Threw another. A small bug darted out of the grass. It burrowed out of sight. I waited a full minute. Only after confirming there were no footsteps, no cries, no rustling of grass did I slowly approach. The box was mostly covered by dead grass and dirt, half buried in a shallow pit. It was a bit more intact than yesterday's, metal reinforcing the corners, the lid giving off a faint white glow. Common supply box. Quality, common. I pried it open with my stone axe. Small iron pot, +1. Coarse salt, +1. Dried mushrooms, +3. Hemp rope, +2. Hardwood, +2. Common blueprint. Simple meat drying rack. Dry firewood, +8. My eyes locked onto the small iron pot. A pot. Finally, a pot. Back in my old life, this thing wasn't worth much. But here, it was as valuable as a piece of legendary gear. With a pot, I could boil water, stew meat, turn rations hard as wood into something a person could actually eat. I picked up the iron pot. Not big, dinted along the edges. Small iron pot. Description: can boil water, stew meat, and handle basic cooking. In the wild, a single sip of hot soup is what keeps a person from fully turning into a savage. That was true. The drying rack blueprint would come in handy too. Paired with the moisture resistance of the level 3 cabin, food would keep much longer. This box had nothing rare like a water purification orb, but every item was practical. The pot especially, second only to the purification orb in value. Often the thin mist, another cluck, rang out. I stood up immediately. Not the one from before. Another one, and it wasn't far off. One was enough. Today was for practice, not for taking on a whole flock of birds. I shouldered my gear and retreated quickly along my markers. I didn't gather anything on the way back. That fight had taught me one thing. E rank didn't mean easy to handle. Even at a low level, if the attack pattern was nasty enough and the terrain complicated enough, things could go wrong fast. Only when I reached the edge of the fog-free zone did I let out a breath. The level 3 frostbound cabin came into view, its walls threaded with faint gray-blue veining, far more solid now, no longer the flimsy little shack that had seemed ready to collapse at any moment. Back inside, door shut, I laid out my haul one item at a time. Learned the blueprint first. You have learned. Simple meat drying rack. Requirements: wood X10, hemp rope X1, dry grass X5. I had enough materials. Crafted it right away. Before long, a rough wooden rack stood against the wall, crossbars up top, ventilation left underneath. I cut part of the chicken meat into strips, rubbed on a little coarse salt, and hung them up. Cutting the meat, I realized something else. I still didn't have a knife. The spear could stab, the stone axe could chop, but neither was any good for prepping food. I wrote it down in my notebook. Upcoming needs: short knife, cookware maintenance, more salt, steady fuel source. Done with that, I looked at the leftover chicken meat and the iron. The pot. I fell silent for a moment. Chicken, mushrooms, coarse salt, clean water, a pot, fire. Put all these together, and it meant one important thing. I could finally make a real pot of hot soup. Not grilled meat. Not jerky. Not hot water with a plastic aftertaste. Real chicken soup. I opened my messages. Zhang Mubai. I've got a pot now. Zhang Jinjin. Congrats. You can finally drink hot water. She really knows how to talk. I sent Su Nanji a message too. Zhang Mubai. I've got a small serving of hot soup tonight. Trade for intel. Su Nanji. Hot soup. Zhang Mubai. Chicken soup. Su Nanji. You killed a fanged chicken? Quick on the uptake. Zhang Mubai. Just one. Su Nanji. I'll trade today's leaderboard changes for it. Zhang Mubai. Deal. Finally, I hesitated for a second, then shot a message to Lin Shuyuan. Zhang Mubai. I killed a fanged chicken today. Instant reply. Lin Shuyuan. Did you avenge me? Zhang Mubai. Something like that. Lin Shuyuan. Did it go for your lower half too? I stayed quiet for a long while. Zhang Mubai. Almost. A barrage of exclamation points came crashing in. Lin Shuyuan. Bro, from this day on, you're my brother in arms. I cracked a small smile and looked at the clear water heating up in the pot. Tonight, I could finally eat a decent meal. I was never much of a cook before. After I started working, it was mostly takeout, convenience stores, or throwing together some instant noodles. But I had the basics down. Stewing chicken soup. Clean the meat well, don't skimp on the water, salt makes it better, and mushrooms make it best. Of course, this chicken was no ordinary farm-raised bird. It had teeth in its mouth, and it nearly scarred me for life. So I handled it with extra care. Like dealing with an enemy worthy of respect. I split the meat into 2 portions. One I rubbed with salt and hung on a rack. The other I cut into chunks for the soup. No kitchen knife, so I had to make do with a sharp stone flake and a stone axe. The cuts weren't pretty, uneven, with bits of bone still attached. But out here, just getting it cut was good enough. I set the iron pot over the fire. The fire pit in the level 3 cabin was far more stable, dry ground, and the flames were easy to control. I poured in a liter or so of clean water, and it crackled softly. In went the chicken. Scum floated to the surface, and I skimmed it off bit by bit with a wooden spoon I'd whittled. The spoon was ugly but had character, as long as it worked. After one blanch, I dumped out some of the water and refilled it. This step was pure luxury. all thanks to the water purifier bucket. A couple of days ago, I had to ration every single sip. No way I could have splurged like this. Once the water was topped off, I added the dried mushrooms. The smell changed instantly. The plain gaminess of the meat faded, and a rich, earthy mushroom aroma slowly rose up. Then I sprinkled in a little coarse salt. Didn't dare. Salt was precious too, so I didn't add much. The soup started to bubble. Firelight danced along the rim of the pot, and a thin film of oil floated across the surface. The chicken slowly turned white, a faint marrow scent seeping out from the bones, while the rehydrated mushrooms soaked up the broth. I sat by the fire, watching the pot, suddenly feeling a little dazed. 5 days ago, I was on my way home from work, agonizing over what to order for dinner. 5 days later, I was in a fog-shrouded wilderness, using an iron pot I'd pulled from a supply crate to stew a chicken I'd killed with my own hands. The soup simmered for over half an hour, and the aroma filled the entire cabin. It was the first time since I'd been transported here that I'd smelled anything so much like real food. Not the char of roasted meat, not the salt of jerky, the warm fragrance of hot soup. Meat, mushrooms, salt, fire. As simple as it could possibly be, yet it filled me with a sense of accomplishment. I ladled out a small bowl. The broth was faintly milky, with fine droplets of oil floating on top. A little hot. The chicken was firmer than the ash-toothed rabbit, still chewy even after stewing. When I bit into a mushroom, it burst with a mouthful of hot juice. I blew on it and took a sip of the broth. Warmth slid from the tip of my tongue all the way down to my stomach. Savory. Genuinely savory. After days of gnawing on hard bread, roasted rabbit, and strange-tasting hot water, this single mouthful was almost absurdly delicious. Like someone had pulled me back, if only for a moment, from just staying alive to a person still deserves a proper meal. You have consumed Fong chicken mushroom soup. Hunger status relieved. Stamina restored. Mental fatigue slightly relieved. First complete hot meal prepared. Cooking proficiency unlocked. Cooking proficiency? That counts as a skill? Come to think of it, it made sense. In this world, the ability to reliably produce actual human food was itself a kind of power. Hot meals restored stamina, eased fatigue, and made a person feel a little less feral. I divided the soup into portions. The first, I kept for myself. The second, I poured into the water bucket and traded to Zhang Jinjin. Just a small serving. Of course, the trade channel could store food, but only in limited quantities. She accepted it right away. Zhang Jinjin, you added mushrooms. Jiang Mubai, yeah. Zhang Jinjin, not bad. Jiang Mubai, that's your whole review. Zhang Jinjin, I'm afraid if I praise it too much, you'll raise the price. I laughed. Then she added another line. Zhang Jinjin, Fong chicken meat runs a little mild. Works okay with mushrooms. Once you find some herbs to cut the gaminess, the soup will taste even better. I made a mental note immediately. That was her value. Other people would just say the soup tasted good. She'd finish it and analyze the ingredients. The third portion went to Su Nanji. After she accepted it, she went quiet for almost a full minute. Su Nanji, this soup of yours, it's even easier to trade for favors than clean-watered. Jiang Mubai, how's the taste? Su Nanji, it makes you think of the old days. Life. This message was rare, not like her usual all-business tone. I paused for a moment. She quickly went back to normal. Su Nanji, today's intel. Qin Lai is expanding his resource supply, but he's short on stable water and herbs. Of the top 10 on the leaderboard, at least 3 have started gravitating toward him. Su Nanji. Also, feathers might go up in price. Someone started buying insulation materials. Jiang Mubai got it. The fourth serving went to Lin Shuyuan. He took the longest to respond, a full 2 minutes. I started to wonder if something had gone wrong with the trade. Lin Shuyuan, I almost cried just now. Jiang Mubai, come on, it's not that serious. Lin Shuyuan, it is. You have no idea what I've been eating these past few days. Jiang Mubai, what? Lin Shuyuan, half-raw grilled rat meat. I decided not to ask about the taste for now. Lin Shuyuan, from today on, you've avenged half of my grudge against that fanged chicken. Jiang Mubai, what about the other half? Lin Shuyuan, the dignity part. I'll handle that myself, later. I smiled. He talked too much, but that key intel about the fanged chicken saved my life. This bowl of soup was payback. Zhang Jinjin, Su Nanji, Lin Shuyuan. By now, all three had some level of stable trade going with me. You couldn't call it a team yet, let alone an inner circle. And in the early days, meeting up in person was off the table. But relationships don't necessarily need a face-to-face to begin. Sometimes, they start with a cup of water, a handful of herbs, a piece of intel, a bowl of soup. The night deepened. There was still some soup left in the pot, so I stored it carefully, planning to reheat it tomorrow. Having a pot changed the whole meaning of a food supply. It wasn't just about being edible anymore. It was about turning things into something more valuable. I opened my survival manual and wrote down a summary. Day 5 summary. 1. Leaderboard activated. Qin Lion first, me in second. 2. Obtained a weapon crate, crafted a basic spear. 3. Killed an E-rank fanged chicken, combat proficiency increased. 4. Obtained a supply crate, got a small iron pot and blueprints for a meat drying rack. 5. Made chicken and mushroom soup, cooking path unlocked. 6. Zhang Jinjin's herb cultivation path unlocked. 7. Su Nanji providing steady intel. 8. Lin Shuyuan talks too much, but useful. At the very end, I paused, then added one more line. Day 6 goal. Keep building combat strength. Prepare for the Tier 4 resource line. Right then, the survival manual flipped open on its own. The 5th night evaluation had begun. When the 5th night evaluation started, I was sitting by the fire, drinking chicken soup. The soup hadn't. The first bite was just as stunning, but the flavor had deepened even more. The mushrooms had soaked up all that meaty richness, and the fangfowl meat had gone tender after all that stewing. By the last few sips, only tiny bits of shredded meat remained at the bottom of the bowl. I picked up the bowl and drained every last drop, meat scraps and all. I have profound respect for food now. Back when I still had an office job, I'd waste it without a second thought. Now, I wouldn't dare waste a crumb. This pot of meat nearly cost me the rest of my life's happiness. The survival manual lit up. Night 5 survival assessment initiating. Survivor, Jiangmu Bai. Shelter, Tier 3 Frostwood Cabin. Leaderboard rank, number 2. Water reserves, high. Food reserves, medium high. Combat performance, E rank, fangfowl slain. Life skills, cooking proficiency unlocked. Primary weaknesses, high intensity combat power, Tier 4 core materials, D rank beast core. Overall survival rating, B. Still a B. But this B wasn't like yesterday's. Yesterday's B was built on the cabin, the water filter, and trading. Today's B had an extra line, combat performance. I'd only killed a single E-rank fangfowl. But to me, the meaning was completely different. It meant I was no longer just some guy clinging to a water source to survive. I could take the offensive now. Night 5 B-rank rewards. Weapon Enhancement Material Pack, +1. Proficiency Orb, +1. Basic Combat Supplies, +1. The rewards still leaned toward combat. The system was shoring up my weak points. I opened the material pack. Hardwood +2 beast sinew +1 iron plate, +1 whetstone, +1 coarse linen handguards +1. An iron plate. The first one I'd reliably obtained. Just a single piece, but a Tier 4 shelter required 12. A long way to go. Still, from today on, iron plates were going on my purchase list. Next, the proficiency orb. Current options, basic combat, cooking. Cooking was valuable in the late game. It might even outweigh raw combat power. But the threshold for reaching Tier 4 was a D-rank beast core. Survive first, worry about the rest later. I chose basic combat. The orb melted into my body, and the fight with the fangfowl from yesterday replayed in my mind. The sweep, the retreat, judging the distance, the rope snare, striking the vocal organ. All that experience was quietly gathered up, so I could do better next time. Basic combat proficiency slightly increased. Not much of a boost. But one step at a time, quantity would eventually tip over into quality. The channel started blowing up. Lu Zihao, D+, still got the plus sign, still improving. Lin Shuyuan, C-. I made it to C. Lu Zihao, by getting chased in by a chicken. Lin Shuyuan, by my tenacious will to live. Su Nanji, or maybe the system thinks you're worth keeping alive for research value. Zhang Jinjin, Class B. My eyes flickered. She'd moved up. The moment she opened up her herb strategy, her value in the system shot up. You could practically watch it climb. Su Nanji, B. The channel went quiet for a beat. Now it wasn't just Qin Lai and me at Class B anymore. Zhang Jinjin and Su Nanji had caught up too. Qin Lai B+. He was still out front. But this time, the mood in the channel had shifted. A few days ago, everyone looked up to Qin Lai like he was untouchable. Now, more and more people were realizing he wasn't alone at the top anymore. Qin Lai was still strong. He just wasn't lapping everyone else. Su Nanji messaged me privately. The rankings will shuffle again tomorrow morning, duh. You think he'll drop? Maybe not. But Zhang Jinjin's going up, and I might too. Qin Lai stays number 1 for now, though, duh. You don't hold back, duh. No point beating around the bush, duh. A moment later, she sent another line. That soup of yours today, it was really good, duh. I smiled. She rarely said anything without a transactional edge to it. Seemed a single pot of soup did more than I'd expected. It didn't just replenish the body, it mended relationships too. Zhang Jinjin messaged as well. My herb strategy's starting to pay off. If I can build a nursery bed, the value goes even higher. I'm short on the missing map fragments, and I need a stable water source. I've got watered. I know, duh. That was the boundary of the partnership. Each of us knew exactly what the other was holding and exactly where to stop. Lin Shuyuan, on the other hand, was a completely different kind of energy. I hit C-. You know what that means? That you're still alive and kicking? No. It means I'm one step closer to revenge. Sooner or later I'll make that chicken understand. My butt is not its personal pecking post. I sat there for a long moment, then typed 2 words. Go get him, duh. This guy would probably come in handy down the line. And even if he didn't, he was good for morale. In this world, sanity was a resource too. Anyone who could make people laugh had real skill. Late into the night, I packed away my materials. Spear by the bed, stone axe leaning on the other side. I banked the fire low. The water filter dripped steadily into the bucket. On the drying rack, strips of meat slowly cured in the air. My little iron pot sat upside down, a faint trace of soup still lingering at the bottom. This shelter had finally become something more than just a safe house. Water, fire, food, tools, and now a little bit of life to it. But the requirements for the level 4 cabin were still bearing down on me. 500 timber, 300 stone blocks, 20 frost-veined stones, 12 iron plates, and 1 Class D beast core. And Qin Lai was already gathering intel on Class D. I opened my handbook and wrote down my Day 6 goals. Boost combat strength, collect level 4 materials, watch the rankings, find a lead on a Class D beast core. I closed the book. Outside the window, the fog hung heavy. Day 5 was over. Starting tomorrow, the rankings. I need to translate this Chinese text into natural American English. Here's my translation. The people up front are about to fight to the death. On the morning of the 6th day, I was woken up by hunger. Not the kind of hunger where you haven't eaten for days and would shove anything into your mouth. It was the kind where your body's running normally and just telling you it's time to eat. Since crossing over, this feeling had actually become rare. The past few days, I'd wake up either freezing or anxious, my mind full of material shortages, shelter upgrades, whether there were monsters outside the door. Just plain hunger. It almost felt like being back in the old days. Well, only almost. The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was a wooden roof, not the ceiling of my rented apartment. I sat up and moved my arms and legs. Yesterday's fight had left my back and hands sore, but my body was recovering faster than I'd expected. Just as I was about to check the weather, a few lines suddenly popped up in the handbook. Detected. Survivor has repeatedly consumed grated creature meat. Detected. Basic combat proficiency continuously improving. Detected. Independently killed an E-class creature. Comprehensive evaluation in progress. Survivor Zhang Mubai, level up. Current level, E-class upper tiered. I froze. Leveled up? I stared at it for several seconds, confirming I hadn't misread. From E-class on the first day of crossing over to E-class upper tier now. All that rabbit and chicken over the past few days, plus yesterday's bloody battle, had finally paid off. I pulled up the panel. Name, Zhang Mubai. Level, E-class upper tier. Strength, 9 constitution, 9 agility, 8 spirit, 9. Skills, basic combat proficiency, cooking proficiency. All 4 went up. I clenched my fist. The change wasn't huge, but my hands were clearly stronger, and yesterday's soreness was fading faster too. So it turned out that eating grated meat combined with combat as a catalyst, really could push the human body to evolve. It's just that in the early stages it was too subtle. No bleeding, no injuries, you'd never even notice. At 8 o'clock sharp, the regional announcement sounded. Day 6 leaderboard refreshed. Notice, for days remaining until the first extreme cold cataclysm. Ranking rewards will gradually increase as the disaster approaches. I flipped to the leaderboard page. First place, Qinlai B+. Second place, Jiang Mubai B. Third place, Su Nanji B. Fourth place, Zhang Jinjin B. Fifth place, Zhou Mingchuan C+. The top 4 had changed the most. Both Su Nanji and Zhang Jinjin had risen to B, locking down third and fourth. The ones behind were still C+, just minor adjustments. Normal. The leaderboard doesn't care who's loudest. It looks at overall strength, shelter, reserves, combat power, facilities, trading. Every last thing. The channel blew up. Lu Zihao. Yesterday, I was still dreaming I could make the leaderboard. Now the system's telling me. You're overthinking it. Lin Shuyuan. I didn't make it either. Lu Zihao. You're AC-. What makes you think you'd rank? Lin Shuyuan. My outstanding contributions to the field of Fang chicken research. Su Nanji. The rankings measure strength, not victim experienced. Lin Shuyuan. Low damage, but the insult game is strong. Lu Zihao. What about me? Lin Shuyuan. Hold your horses. Your main advantage right now is being alive. Lu Zihao. That counts as an advantage. Lin Shuyuan. Absolutely. Look at the regional head count. Surviving to day 5 already puts you ahead of a huge crowd. The channel broke into laughter. But jokes aside, everyone knew the truth. The top 10 wasn't something you could just squeeze into anymore. When the rankings first opened on day 5, some people figured they could grind for a day and push their way up. But when day 6 refreshed, everyone realized the people ahead hadn't slowed down at all. If anything, they were pulling away faster. The real first tier was starting to take shape. Everyone behind was getting left in the dust. The rankings had a brutal rule. The higher up you went, the more stable your position became. Breaking in only got harder and harder. Rewards came quickly. Second place reward. Fine Combat Supply Crate X1. Hardwood X5 Animal Sinew X2 Iron Scraps X2. Basic Physical Enhancement Orb X1. My eyes lit up. The rewards had improved. Yesterday, it was just combat experience. Today they were handing out supply crates and a physical enhancement orb. The system was pushing the front runners to accelerate and separate from the pack. The closer the disaster loomed, the richer the rewards. The strong got stronger, the weak got weaker. Anyone left behind, without some stroke of luck, would soon lose sight of the backs ahead of them. I used the physical enhancement orb first. A warm current surged from my chest to my limbs, like I'd caught up on several nights of good sleep. A layer of fatigue was stripped away. Strength slightly increased. Constitution slightly increased. The feeling of steadily growing stronger, it felt good. Then I opened the supply crate. Simple leather plating X1 iron bracers X1 sharpening stone X2 hemostatic bandages X2 light slingshot blueprint X1. A slingshot? I tapped it open. Light slingshot blueprint. Description: long-range projectile attack. Ideal for harassing, driving off, and interrupting creature actions. Requirements: animal hide X1, hemp rope X1, thin wooden rod X1. I immediately understood its value. Yesterday, fighting the Fang chickens, I'd relied entirely on throwing rocks by hand. Poor accuracy, weak force. With a slingshot, dealing with creatures that were vulnerable to getting hit in the wings would be a whole lot easier. I might not be able to kill them outright, but I could interrupt, disrupt, and control the distance. That fit my playstyle perfectly. I crafted it on the spot. A few minutes later, a crude slingshot sat in my hand. Animal hide for the pouch, hemp rope for the band. Ugly, but it works. I strapped on the iron bracer and heated up last night's leftover mushroom-in chicken soup for breakfast. Now that I had a pot, breakfast was finally something other than rock-hard jerky. The hot soup went down, warming my stomach. Stamina recovering. Minor fatigue relieved. I stood up, hefted the spear, then tested the slingshot. This morning's goal was clear: hunt another Fang chicken. Restock food, restock feathers, rack up experience. Yesterday's fight had been a mess. Today I wanted to see what I'd look like facing the same enemy after ranking up to high tier E. Before heading out, Zhang Jinjin sent a message. Don't go chugging bitterroot water again today. Da. I never said I would. Da. You went out yesterday, so you're definitely going out today. Just a friendly reminder. Da. I ranked up to high tier E. Quiet for a moment on the other end. Then all the more reason to play it safe and dirty. Dot. I laughed. Got it. Da. Su Nanji sent one too. Qin Lai's still buying up D-rank intel. The price is double what it was yesterday. Dot. He's getting anxious? Not exactly. He's racing the clock. Da. Racing the clock. 3 words. Right on the mark. The first clear reward for a tier 4 shelter would be anything but simple. Qin Lai was already on the move. I had to move fast too. I pushed open the wooden door. The air outside was colder than yesterday. Day 5, I'd used the Fong chicken to warm up. Day 6, I'd make it understand who the real nightmare in this grassland was. Off in the distant grass, that familiar clucking had already started up. I followed yesterday's route toward the patch of grass where the Fong chickens roamed. Much more at ease than yesterday. The jump to high tier E wasn't dramatic. My footing was steadier, and my arms didn't ache after gripping the spear for a while. But the most important thing was that today, I knew how to deal with it. Yesterday's chicken had taught me 4 things. Don't let it screech too long. Don't let it circle to your flank. Never underestimate its obsession with going for the family jewels. Stones to the wings work. So today, on top of stones, I brought the slingshot. The grass was messier than yesterday. Fresh peck marks on the ground, 10 feathers caught on the blades. I crouched, 3-toed claw prints in the mud, deeper than the last ones. I gripped the spear and moved forward slowly. Cluck! Behind the bushes ahead. I froze. The slingshot was already in my left hand, a round stone in the pouch. A few seconds later, a Fong chicken stepped out. 10 feathers, dark red crest, a size bigger than yesterday's, its mouth packed with teeth. It lifted its head to look at me, that familiar ferocity in its eyes. Fong chicken, high tier E, a stronger specimen. Fast, highly aggressive. I let out a breath. Perfect. Strike first. I drew the slingshot back full. Whoosh. Thwack. Right in the left wing. It lurched sideways, its cry cut off and warped mid-screech. SQUA, awk. I froze for a split second, but my hands never stopped. The second stone was already loaded. The hit made it furious. It lowered its head, spread its wings, and charged. Fast. But I didn't panic this time. Half a step back, I swept the spear shaft across to cut off its charging lane. Head-on wouldn't work, so, as expected, it veered to the side. I pivoted ahead of it, feet keeping pace, and let the second shot fly, right into its shoulder blade. It stuttered again, half a beat slow. Effective. The slingshot didn't hit hard, but for the wings and joints of something this size, it was perfect. Shrieking, it lunged into peck. I thrust the spear forward. Steady. No flailing. The tip drove into the side of its chest, stopping it cold. It cocked its head to peck at the shaft, and I used the moment to yank the spear back and retreat. It bit nothing but air. Yesterday's me would have fumbled at a moment like this, getting locked into a losing tug-of-war with the thing. Not today. Muscle memory, a stronger body, the slingshot, the spear, all of it together, and for the first time I realized I wasn't just fighting to survive. I was hunting. It circled me, and I kept my front squared to it the whole time. It closed in, I pressed with the shaft. It backed off, I fired a stone. A few minutes in, it had picked up several wounds and was getting frantic, its cries rising sharper and sharper. I couldn't drag this out. If it called in others of its kind, I was finished. I deliberately backed toward a low shrub. There was a fallen dead branch lying across the ground there. I'd had my eye on it. If it chased me, it'd have to leap over it. It rushed in, and the instant it jumped the branch, I didn't aim for its body. I lowered the spear and read where it would land. It came down off balance. The wounded left wing left it half a beat slow to steady itself. That flicker was exactly what I'd been waiting for. One step forward, and I drove the tip up into the base of its throat. Squelch. It went in. It thrashed wildly, wings beating, still trying to peck. I clamped down with an iron grip and blocked its last strike. Clack. Its sharp beak cracked against my bracer, a jarring sound. I bore down harder and drove the spear all the way in. A few seconds later, the struggling slowly stopped. Longtooth foul slain. Combat proficiency increased. This time, I didn't collapse on the ground and lie there forever. I only staggered back 2 steps, catching my breath. My arms ached, but I felt good. This one was stronger than yesterday's, and yet I'd handled it with room to spare. No falls, no getting pinned to the dirt. That's progress. I looked down at the corpse, and for the first time a thought surfaced in my mind. Upper tier E rank. I could handle those now. What about D rank? Not head-on, of course. I wasn't crazy yet. But what if I set the traps in advance? What if it was already badly wounded? The moment the idea formed, even I thought it was dangerous. But it surfaced anyway, because upgrading the shelter to Tier 4 required a D-rank beast core. Chinlai, we're already gathering D-rank intel. There's no way around it. The fight for the first Tier 4 shelter runs straight through a D-rank. I put away my loot. Fang chicken meat plus 7 feathers plus 9 sharp beak plus 1 talons plus 2 beast bone plus 3 E-rank beast core fragment plus 1. Better than yesterday. Feeling good. The morning's goals are done. Food, feathers, proficiency, got it all. I didn't hunt a second one. It kept squawking, and that might draw more of them. No point sticking around. On the way back to the cabin, I picked some gray vine and dry grass along the way. Got home a little after 11. I dressed the meat, hung some on the drying rack, saved the rest for stew. Iron pot on the fire, water to a boil, tossed in a piece of dried mushroom, and sliced some chicken. The smell came out fast. Consumed fang chicken mushroom soup. Stamina restored, fatigue relieved. I sat by the fire and slowly finished a bowl, looking down at my spear and slingshot. That fight this morning gave me a lot of confidence. I opened the manual. The line listing the Tier 4 shelter requirement was nailed there like a spike. Any D-rank beast, core, ×1. No way around it. No escape. I'd have to face it sooner or later. I flipped back to yesterday's notes on the rocky slope. Deep in the rocky slope, suspected unknown D-rank creature. There's D-rank activity there, cold vein stone, a resource crate. High risk. But if I want to lead on a D-rank beast core, that's the most likely place. I drank the last of the soup and set down the bowl. Just going to take a look. I know that line well. A few days ago at the rocky slope, that's exactly how I fooled myself. But this time's different. I'm not going for the crate, just to confirm whether that thing's still there. Bloodroot herb, bitterroot water, fresh water, spear, slingshot, stone axe. This afternoon, I'm heading to the rocky slope to take a look. Just a look. A lot of things go wrong right after just a look. At 1 in the afternoon, I entered the misty zone again and went to the rocky slope first. The pressure was as heavy as ever. Loose rock crunched underfoot. Thick fog wrapped around me. Wind whistled through the cracks in the stone, raising the hair on my skin. I didn't go deep. I searched the outer edge for tracks. Near the cold vein stone vein, the crack was still there. But the suspected D-rank creature's traces were gone. No fresh claw marks on the ground, just the loose rock knocked down during my last mining session. I crouched and looked for a while, a little disappointed, a little relieved. Disappointed it wasn't there, relieved it wasn't there. Right now I'm completely unprepared, and there's no way I could win. The two feelings twisted together, deeply contradictory. I didn't go any deeper. Checked the time, still early. Going back, just like that, felt unsatisfying. I changed course to the shallow creek. There were plenty of signs of creature activity there. Heading upstream, the closer I got to the depths of the fog, the more likely higher-ranked creatures would appear. Now, the danger climbs higher too. I didn't walk along the stream. Waterways are where you're most likely to run into wild animals. I kept to the shadows and brush a dozen meters off, marking my trail while watching the ground. There were plenty of tracks near the stream. Gray-toothed rabbits, long-toothed fowl, and a few deeper claw marks, scattered in every direction. The farther upstream I went, the thicker the fog got. What used to be visibility of a few dozen meters had shrunk to just over 10. The air turned colder, and even the sound of the stream grew muffled. My nerves started to prickle. I was already a long way from the cabin. I had to be getting close to the heart of the mist zone. Any farther, and I'd hit the edge of the deep fog. That was not somewhere I belonged right now. I stopped, ready to turn back. That was when, up ahead, from within the fog, came a low growl. Not the snorting of a backstab boar. Not the ridiculous clucking of a long-toothed fowl. This was a predator's roar. I dropped into a crouch instantly, ducking behind a tree. Another roar. Then, bam! The sound of impact. Trees shook violently. Something was fighting. and it was two big ones. My heart slammed into overdrive. Reason said, move. Leave. Now. But my feet didn't budge. Because beyond the beastly roars, I'd caught a faint blue-green glow. Not the white light of a resource crate. Not the gray-blue of frost-veined stone. More like some kind of plant, glowing. I narrowed my eyes and, using the tree trunks and brush for cover, inched closer bit by bit. The fog swirled. On the gentle slope ahead, two wolves were tearing into each other. Much bigger than ordinary wolves. Their shoulders came almost to my chest. One was gray-white, dusted with fine frost, breath steaming from its jaws. The other was dark red, its spine marked like scorched flame, its claws raking the dirt and leaving faint black gouges. Unknown wolf species, a lower D rank. Insufficient data. Full identification unavailable. Two of them, both lower D rank. My whole body went stiff. This was not a fight I could get involved in. Even as an upper E rank, even with a spear and a slingshot, to a pair of D rank wolves, I'd just be an extra course. At least they hadn't noticed me. Their target was a single plant in the center of the slope. Half a foot tall, with long slender leaves and roots that looked steeped in ice and fire at once. The left leaves tinged icy blue, the right faintly red, and at the center a two-toned berry the size of a grain of rice. Frost flame dewgrass, D rank. A rare herb that grows where cold and heat converge. Used for breakthroughs, healing, and resistance to both cold and heat. Extremely high risk if consumed directly. I made my breathing even quieter. A D rank herb. Two D rank wolves fighting over it. And worse still, there was a crate beside the grass too. A size larger than an ordinary one, thick wood wrapped in iron plating, a pale yellow light leaking through the seams. Superior supply crate. My throat bobbed. A D rank herb. A superior supply crate. Two lower D rank wolves. Three things. Sitting there together, like the system had bundled up opportunity and death and dropped them right in front of me. I didn't dare move. I really didn't. This wasn't that ordinary supply crate on the rocky slope. This wasn't Fong Chicken territory. This was a D rank killing ground. If I got spotted, I wouldn't stand a chance. The two wolves fought harder and harder. The gray-white one was fast, cold mist trailing every lunge. The dark red one was strong. One swipe against the rock sent shards flying. I crouched behind the tree, breathing as shallow as I could. I should have left, but my eyes stayed locked on the fight. Because the tide was turning. A huge chunk of flesh had been torn from the dark red wolf's shoulder. The gray-white wolf's belly was split open too, blood dripping steadily. They were both fighting for their lives, which meant there might be scraps to grab. That dangerous thought crept back up. What if they wounded each other beyond recovery? What if one died and the other was left crippled? Would I still have a shot? The moment the thought surfaced, even I found it absurd. But I didn't leave. People are like that sometimes. You know there's a cliff ahead, but there's gold sitting right at the edge, so you tell yourself, I'll just take one look. And before you know it, you're already standing on the brink. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back into you. The fight dragged on, long enough that my legs nearly went numb from crouching. Finally, the gray-white wolf caught the dark red one off balance and lunged, clamping down on its throat. The dark red wolf thrashed wildly, its claws carving deep gashes into the other's back. The gray-white wolf didn't let go. 10-odd seconds later, the dark red wolf went still. The gray-white wolf had won, but it was a brutal victory. Its belly was still bleeding, the flesh on its back peeled open, one hind leg clearly limping. It dragged itself, step by step, toward the frost-fire dewgrass. I gripped my spear tight. My heart was pounding hard enough to scare me. There was only one chance. Retreat now, and it might not chase. Charge now, and I might walk away with a D-rank beast core, D-rank herbs, a premium supply crate. Or I might die right here. The gray-white wolf lowered its head to bite into that fruit. I couldn't wait any longer. I pulled out my slingshot and loaded the biggest stone I had. Wind up. Release. The stone shot out and slammed hard into its wounded hind leg. Crack. The gray-white wolf staggered, let out a low growl, and whipped its head around. Those cold eyes cut through the mist, landing right on my hiding spot. Spotted. A chill ran through my whole body, like some great terror had locked onto me. But there was no time to think. I roared and charged. Spear in hand, my target wasn't the wolf's head, wasn't its chest. It was that already split wound on its belly. If you're going to scavenge, do it completely. I hadn't come for a fair fight. I'd come to fight for my life. The gray-white wolf was faster than me, faster than I imagined. It was gravely wounded, one hind leg crippled, blood still dripping from its belly. Yet the moment it turned to face me, a scalp-prickling wave of pressure slammed into me. D-rank. Even at the low end of it, even half dead, it was nothing like an E-rank longtooth fowl. The instant I charged, I understood there was no way out. Either I pinned it down in one strike, or I became its dinner. Both hands locked around the spear, I drove the tip hard into the wound on its belly. Thunk. The resistance was terrifyingly solid. It sank in barely an inch before the muscle instinctively clenched around it, like stabbing into a mass of cold, wet, unyielding leather. The ash-gray wolf howled in pain. I let go and jumped back immediately. It whipped the spear sideways, nearly dragging me along with it. Matching strength against a D-rank was suicide. The next second, a claw was already at my face. Bam! I barely got my bracer up in time before I was sent flying, crashing into a tree root. My chest felt like it had taken a sledgehammer. My breath cut off. My vision went dark. Gritting my teeth, I rolled. The second claw came down where I'd just been, tearing straight through the trunk, splinters flying. Half a second slower, and that would have been my chest splitting open. The spear was still lodged in its belly. Normally a fatal mistake, but right now, stuck in the wound, it was a hook feeding it toward death. Every time it moved, the blood ran faster. I grabbed my slingshot, hands shaking. It hurt too much. My chest, my left arm, my back. But stopping meant dying. The stone flew. Off target, it grazed past its shoulder. The wolf snarled and lunged. I scrambled and rolled into the underbrush. Rip! My pant leg tore open. A cold sting shot through my calf, blood gushing out. I cried out from the pain, but grabbed an astringent red fruit and hurled it at its face. Splat! The juice burst, smearing across half its face. The poison meant nothing to a D-rank, but the sharp, pungent stench made it jerk to a halt, shaking its head to wipe it off. That was the opening. I threw myself at the spear, gripping it with both hands, not to pull it out, but to twist, wrenching it deeper with everything I had. A shrill, agonized scream tore through the misty forest. Too loud. My heart sank. What if it drew others of its kind? But I couldn't worry about that now. A claw came swinging. I couldn't dodge, could only twist aside. The claw raked across my shoulder, tearing flesh open. Severe injury sustained. My vision blacked out. I could barely stand. But I kept my death grip on the spear. I knew this was my only chance. It was on its last legs, the belly wound severe, bleeding out faster than me. Just a few more seconds. That's all. Suddenly, its jaws snapped toward me. I let go of the spear and threw myself backward. Its bite closed on empty air. At the same time, I snatched up the stone axe and swung it with everything I had at its crippled leg. Crack! The blade bit in, and it staggered. With a low roar, I lunged, pressing both hands onto the butt of the spear, driving it down with the full weight of my body. Squelch! The spear tipped finally, all the way through. It gave a violent shudder, still trying to struggle, still trying to bite, still trying to get back up. Finally, its front legs buckled, and it crashed to the ground. You have killed a Frostfang wolf. Rank, low D-classed. Warning, you are currently severely injured. I didn't even have the strength to feel happy. I collapsed to the ground right after it. All I could hear was my heartbeat. Thud, 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 heavy and erratic. My shoulder was bleeding, my calf was bleeding, my chest felt like a rib had cracked, and I couldn't lift my left arm. This body was about to give out. But I couldn't rest now. That death howl had been too loud. I had to move, grab everything and go immediately. I pushed myself up and harvested the Frostfang wolf first. Frostfang wolf beast core, +1 attribute. Ice. Frostfang wolf hide, +1 bone, +3 blood, +1 claw, +2. The wolf meat was too heavy. I could only take the most valuable parts. I staggered over to the crimson wolf corpse. Reedridge wolf beast core, +1 attribute. Fire. Reedridge wolf hide, +1 bone, +3 blood, +1 claw, +2. 2 D-class beast cores. 1 ice, 1 fire. My heart was pounding. This was the hardest threshold for a tier, for shelter, and I'd just gotten 2 in one go. There was more. I looked at that frostfire dewgrass. Frostfire Dewgrass, +1. The instant I picked it, a stinging pain shot through my fingertips, alternating burning cold and heat. I nearly couldn't hold on. Last was that fine supply crate. Dragging my badly wounded body, I threw open the lid. The light inside was far brighter than ordinary supplies. Iron plate +5 frostvane stone +6 sticky resin +4 damp-proof clay +3 hemp rope +5 beast hide +4. Fine material. Frostvane furnace core +1. Upgrade blueprint. Frostvane heat storage hearth. When I saw that last item, my head buzzed. I was just about to take a closer look. From deep within the fog came a wolf's howl. A chill ran through my whole body. That wasn't the dead Frostfang wolf. It was one of its kind. I'd been marked. Warning: Frostfang wolf scent marker has spread. Nearby packmates are approaching. Please leave as soon as possible. Gritting my teeth, I stuffed everything from the crate into my pack. My body swayed, and I nearly toppled over. I couldn't fall. Falling here meant waiting to die. I opened my messages and sent one to Zhang Jinjin. Jiang Mubai, I'm badly hurt. Shoulder and calf bleeding, chest hurts, might have internal injuries. Heading back. Leaning on my spear, I inched toward the shelter, one step at a time. Every step felt like walking on knives. Behind me, the wolf howls grew closer. Zhang Jinjin's reply came almost instantly. Zhang Jinjin, where are you? I leaned against a tree, my vision going black. The sound of the stream was on my right. The fog was thick, and I was far from the shelter. Jiang Mubai, upstream of Shallow Creek, at the edge of the heavy fog. Over there, less than a moment's pause. Second, Zhang Jinjin, are you insane? For words, but I could picture the look on her face. I wanted to reply struck gold, but my hands were shaking too badly. All I managed was, it's complicated. She didn't chew me out. She snapped straight into serious mode. Stop the bleeding. Rinse the lacerations with a little clean water. If you don't have enough, forget it. Crush some styptic herb and press it in. If your leg's bleeding, tie a cloth above the wound. Not too tight. Loosen it every so often. Chest hurts. Don't run. Don't gasp for air. Walk slow. You can't go down right now. I looked at that last line and let out a small laugh. Of course I knew that. The problem was my body had already stopped listening. The cold water hit the wound, and the pain nearly made me smash my head into a tree. I packed in the styptic herb, and the bleeding slowed a little. I bound my calf with strips of burlap, hands trembling so hard it took several tries. Basic wound care complete. Bleeding slightly reduced. Current status: severe injury, internal trauma, ongoing blood loss, dropping body temperature. The system didn't sugarcoat a thing. It practically came out and said, you're about to flatline. A wolf howl echoed in the distance again. Closer now. I braced myself on the spear and kept moving. The fog clung to my face, cold as a wet wipe. Good thing I was always in the habit of leaving trail markers, snapped branches, grass tied with gray vine, stones arranged into arrows. These thin little threads pulled me home through the fog. Stay conscious. If you feel cold, take a sip of bitterroot water. Not much. Don't sit down. If you sit, you won't get back up. I took a small sip of bitterroot water. The bitterness exploded in my mouth, sharper than the pain in my wounds. This stuff's greatest use isn't warding off the cold. It's that it tastes so awful it snaps you awake. When I reached the shallow stream, I heard the faintest footsteps behind me. Something was tracking me by scent. I turned, and deep in the thin fog, a gray-white shape flashed past. Warning: a frostfang wolf of the same species is tracking your scent. My heart sank. It had caught up. I couldn't run, no strength left. I couldn't turn and fight, no chance of winning. All I could do was rely on my markers, on sheer will, and drag myself back to the cabin. Suddenly Zhang Jinjin sent a trade request. Item: life-restoring herb salve, +1 requirement. None. Life-restoring herb salve quality, fine. Temporarily suppresses bleeding and body temperature collapse during severe injury. Side effect: prolonged unconsciousness after use. My breath caught. This was her ace in the hole. I didn't accept right away. Zhang Jinjin, you die, and I lose a clean water source. I lose someone who can charge in front. I lose someone who might carry me to a better shot at surviving. Zhang Jinjin, don't get sappy on me. I'm investing. My eyes didn't sting. They really didn't. It was just the fog, too cold, making my eyes ache a little. Jiang Mubai. This is a high-risk investment. Zhang Zhenjin, I know. That's why. You'd better not let me down. I accepted, but it was pointless. The life grass salve would knock me out cold, and if I collapsed halfway there, I'd be finished. Zhang Zhenjin. Wait until you reach the shelter to use it. Jiang Mahai got it. I kept moving. The edge of the fog-free zone finally came into view. The outline of a Tier 3 Frostrime cabin emerged from the mist, its gray-blue wall patterns faintly visible. In that moment, I almost dropped to my knees. The wolf's howl rang out behind me again. Closer. Way too close. A grayish-white shape appeared at the edge of the thin mist. It didn't enter the fog-free zone. It just stood there, staring at me. Those eyes, cold as ice. I inched toward the door, my hands shaking too hard to grip the latch. Finally, I shoved the door open and stumbled inside. Slam. The door shut behind me. Outside, the shape let out a low growl. You have entered a shelter. Tier 3 Frostrime cabin protection is now active. Your scent is temporarily masked. I slid down against the door. Blood had soaked through half my clothes. Gritting my teeth, I swallowed the life grass salve. Bitter, astringent, metallic, like grass and blood churned together. A second later, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness crashed over me. Bleeding forcibly suppressed. Life status temporarily stabilized. The last thing I saw was Su Nanji's private message blinking. Su Nanji. Qin Li's making fast progress on his tier 4 materials, at least 2/3 done. He's short on D-rank beast cores. Why haven't you been answering all day? I wanted to reply, but I couldn't lift my fingers. Darkness surged in from the edges of my vision. My last thought was, this time, I really got myself in deep. Before I blacked out, the survival manual was still glowing. I didn't have the strength to look, but I dimly felt the pages turning on their own. Outside, the fog hung heavy. The Frostfang wolf's kin didn't come any closer. It stopped at the edge of the fog-free zone, sniffing over and over, its grayish-white shape flickering in and out of the thin mist. It had memorized this place, and it had memorized my scent. But the Frostrime layer, the firelight inside, and the shelter's rules kept it at bay, at least for now. The survival manual began compiling today's gains. Long-tooth fowl slain, upper E rank. Frostfang wolf slain, lower D rank. Reedridge wolf carcass harvested, lower D rank. Obtained D rank herb, frostfire dewgrass. Superior supply crate opened. Detected. You possess both an ice attribute and a fire attribute D rank beast core. Modification blueprint obtained. Frost pattern heat storage hearth. Special route projection in progress. The pages stopped on the hearth entry. Frost pattern heat storage hearth quality, rare. Function, increases fuel efficiency, enhances insulation, reduces the risk of nighttime fire flare-ups. Right after that, a new prompt surfaced. Ice-fire dual cores detected. Shelter tendency, living/workshop. Hidden advanced row. Line recorded. After level 4, the fireplace can be upgraded to Arctic core heating system. Requirements. 1 ice attribute D-rank beast core, 1 fire attribute D-rank beast core. System has saved this route. That prompt lingered on the screen for a long time. If I were awake, I'd be agonizing over this to no end. The level 4 upgrade only requires any single D-rank beast core. I had 2, 1 ice, 1 fire. Use 1, and I could cross a threshold no one else could even reach. But the moment I used it, my ice-fire dual core would be broken. The route would still be saved, sure, but filling that missing core meant facing a D-rank beast all over again, and not just once, and it had to be exactly the right attribute. That lucky scavenge on day 6 had nearly gotten me killed. Next time, who could promise that kind of luck would hold? And Qin Li was hoarding materials like a madman. Preserve the special route, or race for the first level 4 upgrade. Real choices are always like this. The more you want, the more you have to trade your life for just one of them. And right now, I knew none of it. I was just sound asleep. The survival manual kept flipping pages, tallying my level 4 material progress. Level 4 cabin upgrade requirements. Wood 6 500 stone 5 300s dry grass 10 150ths. Beast hide June 20th hemp rope June 20th sticky wood resin April 10th. Frost vein stone 6 20ths iron plate 8 12ths beast bone 11 20ths. Damp proof clay 3 of 8 any D rank beast core 2-1. Looking at just the beast cores, I was already ahead of everyone. But wood, stone, dry grass, the most ordinary resources, were exactly where I fell shortest. I'd trampled over the hardest threshold, yet had no strength left to step through the door. Night fell completely. The regional channel was as noisy as ever. Qinlai, buying intel on D-rank creatures. Double the price. Qinlai, long-term suppliers get priority for weapon trades. Lu Zihao, bro Qin, you're going straight for level 4? Qinlai, yeah. Gu Ming, D-rank beast cores, can anyone actually get those? The channel went quiet for a moment. No one answered. Even though Qinlai topped the leaderboard, D-rank and E-rank were worlds apart. Nobody believed anyone could kill a D-rank right now. Su Nanji's private message lit up. Su Nanji, Qinlai needs D-rank beast cores. Why haven't you replied all day? No response. On Zhang Jinjin's end, just one line came through. Don't die. No response either. The day 6 ranking began. The survival manual flipped automatically. Survivor, Jiang Mubai Shelter. Tier 3, Frost Condensed Cabin. Leaderboard rank, 2nd. Combat performance, cross-tire kill of a lower D-rank creature. Special materials, ice, fire attribute. Level D beast core, frost fire condensation grass. Special feature, frost vein heat-retaining hearth. Negative status, critical injury, comatose. Overall survival rating, A. The rating stopped at A, not A-. 2 level D beast cores were simply too valuable. Had it not been for the critical injury and coma, it could have been even higher. Night 6 A rank reward. Tier 4 material supply pack, +1. Wood +200 stone +150 hay +80. Hemp rope +8 frost vein stone +5 iron plate +2 waterproof clay +2. Advanced hemostatic bandage +1. The materials were automatically stored, but I had no way of knowing. At that same moment, ratings kept popping up in the channel. Zhang Jinjin, B Su Nanji, B+ Lin Shuyuan, C Lu Zihao, C. Lin Shuyuan, I got a C. Lu Zihao, made progress studying those fanged chickens, huh? Lin Shuyuan, let it come. I'll collect the prize myself. Before the laughter died down, Qinlai posted his own rating. Qinlai, A. The regional channel instantly exploded. Qinlu A-. Lu Zihao, I couldn't even touch A-B. Just as everyone was staring at Qinlai, the leaderboard refreshed again. Qinlai, A. Jiang Mubai, A. The channel went dead silent. This time, longer than before. A few seconds later, messages flooded the screen like an explosion. Lu Zihao. Qinlu, Jiang Mubai got an A. Gu Ming, hasn't he been quiet all day? Lin Shuyuan, doesn't show up for a whole day, and the rating jumped straight to A. That's scarier than if he'd actually shown up. Qinlai said nothing. Neither did Jiang Mubai. Only the reasons differed. One didn't want to speak, the other simply couldn't. No one knew what I'd been through today. They only knew one thing. Number 2 on the leaderboard had, for the first time, edged out number 1 in the ratings. A versus A-. Su Nanji stared at the leaderboard for a long time, then sent a private message. Su Nanji, did you get a level D beast core? Su Nanji, if you did, don't make it public. That's exactly what Qinlai lacks most. No reply. Her brow slowly furrowed. She wasn't afraid of me getting stronger. She was afraid I simply couldn't reply right now. And that would mean something had gone wrong. Inside the Tier 3 frost cabin, the water purification bucket dripped steadily. The glow of the survival manual gradually dimmed. I leaned against the door, sunk deep in a coma. Outside, the mist grew heavier. In the distance, a faint wolf howl sounded again, soft, as if drifting from somewhere deeper in the fog. That Frostfang wolf's kin hadn't given up. It would come, and I hadn't woken. From the night of the 6th day, I slept all the way to the noon of the 7th. Day 7. 8 in the morning. Tier 3 frost. In the cabin, the fire was almost out. The charcoal lay buried in ash, throwing off a faint red glow now and then. The water filter was still dripping. Drip, drip. I was slumped against the door, still out cold. My color was a little better than yesterday. The blood on my arms and shins had clotted, my clothes stiff and glued to the wounds. Every breath was shallow, like I was bracing against pain. The life bloom salve was the only thing keeping me alive. Outside, the fog had lifted. In the mud in front of the door, a few deep claw marks, left by another frostfang wolf, one of last night's kind. It hadn't attacked the cabin, but those claw marks were like a mark left behind. It had been here, and it remembered me. At 8 o'clock sharp, the survival manual lit up on its own. Day 7 Regional Survivor Rankings updated. 3 days remaining until the deep freeze cataclysm. First, Jiang Mubai, overall rating, A. Second, Qin Lai, overall rating, A. Third, Su Nanji, overall rating, B+. The regional channel went quiet for a beat, then blew up. Gu Ming, Jiang Mubai's #1 after all. Lin Shuyuan, a normal person goes offline after not talking for a day. Jiang goes silent for a day and shoots straight to the top. Su Nanji didn't chime in. She stared at the rankings for a long time. Last night, she'd already guessed I might have gotten a D-rank beast core. The moment she saw who was in first, she knew for sure. Whatever I'd picked up, it was way more than ordinary supplies. Qin Lai stayed quiet too. From day 1, he'd been out in front. First place on the day 5 rankings, A, on day 6. He was the strongest force in the region. But on the morning of day 7, I'd knocked him down a peg, even if it was only temporary. After a while, he posted one line. Qin Lai, still buying D-rank beast cores. Price negotiable. The channel went quiet again. Lu Zihao, does anyone actually have a D-rank beast core? Su Nanji's brow furrowed slightly. Qin Lai wasn't just throwing out a random offer. He was fishing, testing whether anyone had gotten a D-rank beast core. More specifically, he was testing me. I didn't respond, because I was still passed out. The rewards had gone straight into my inventory. I'd missed my first ever run at #1 in the region, and I'd missed the whole thing in the channel, from shock to everyone probing around. Noon. I woke up. Not naturally. The pain woke me. My shoulder felt like a red-hot, dull blade scraping back and forth, and my shin throbbed in waves. My chest was the worst. The second I tried to breathe deep, something inside felt like it was being yanked. I opened my eyes, vision still blurry. Cabin. Fire. Water filter. Door. It took me a few seconds to realize I wasn't dead yet. The moment I tried to move, my shoulder shot through with a tearing pain. SSSS. You have emerged from deep unconsciousness. Current status: recovering from severe injuries. Internal injuries unhealed. User: there's a risk of wound infection. Notice: please treat the wound as soon as possible. High-intensity activity is not recommended. High-intensity activity is not recommended. I almost laughed. Right now, just standing up was pushing my limits. The spear lay beside me, its tip still stained with dark red blood. Only after confirming my weapon was still there did I finally relax. In the manual, unread messages had piled up across several pages. The one at the top was from Zhang Xinjin. Zhang Xinjin, did you use the medicine? Zhang Xinjin, reply the second you wake up. Zhang Xinjin, don't die. I stared at those two words, silent for a moment, then forced my hand up. Jiang Mubai, not dead. The reply came instantly. Zhang Xinjin, you're finally awaked. Jiang Mubai, you don't sound too thrilled. Zhang Xinjin, I've been on edge this whole time. Do you have any idea what those injuries meant yesterday? Jiang Mubai, they meant I got lucky. Zhang Xinjin, they meant if you'd waited any longer, my life-restoring herb salve wouldn't have been medicine. It would have been a funeral offering. For once, I had no comeback. Zhang Xinjin, drink water first, eat something, then change the dressing. Check the leaderboard rewards to see if there's anything for healing. Leaderboard rewards? That's when it hit me. It was already day 7. I opened the rankings. First place, Jiang Mubai, overall rating, A. Second place, Qin Lai, overall rating, A. First, I'd overtaken Qin Lai. Not by some technicality. This was the system leaderboard. #1 in the region. I should have been ecstatic. But my first reaction wasn't joy. It was dread. This first place spot had cost me nearly my entire life. If I'd walked any slower yesterday, bled just a little more, if that wolf had gotten any closer, the one sitting here now wouldn't be the region's #1, but a corpse with no one to claim it. I opened the rewards. Premium Healing Supply Crate +1, Nourishing Salve +1, Recovery Orb +1. It was like the system knew I was barely hanging on. It had handed me healing supplies straight up. I opened the supply crate. High-grade hemostatic bandage +2, Internal injury recovery elixir +1, anti-inflammatory herb powder +2, clean gauze +3, low-grade stamina recovery elixir +1. At the critical moment, it saved my life. First I drank some water, then heated up the leftover long fong chicken soup. My movements were slow, like an old man's. The hot soup slid into my stomach, and only then did I feel a little more alive. Next I used the recovery orb. A pale white light melted into my body, like warm water slowly wrapping around the wound. The pain was still there, but that feeling of my body being on the verge of collapse was gradually pushed down. Following Zhang Jinjin's instructions, I cleaned the wound, sprinkled on the anti-inflammatory herb powder, and rebandaged it. When the salve touched my shoulder, the pain made my fingers twitch. Zhang Jinjin, internal chest injuries are the worst. Only drink half the recovery potion, don't finish the whole thing. Zhang Mubai, why? Zhang Jinjin, the effects are too intense. You're too weak right now. Drink too much and it'll backfire. Don't go outside today. I glanced at the claw marks on my door. Zhang Mubai, yeah, not really feeling like going out today. Zhang Jinjin, finally, you're acting like a normal person. I laughed, but it cut off halfway when the pain in my chest flared up again. A message from Su Nanji popped up. Su Nanji, you got a D-rank beast core yesterday, right? I stayed silent. Didn't answer. Su Nanji, if you did, whatever you do, don't make it public. Qin Lai needs one badly right now. I looked at the 2 beast cores in my bag. 1 ice, 1 fire. Zhang Mubai, I know. Su Nanji, then I'll take that as a yes. I didn't explain further. Between smart people, spelling some things out only invites trouble. Su Nanji, you're number 1 now. Qin Lai's definitely watching you. Don't go putting up big orders for Tier 4 materials. I pulled up the shelter upgrade panel. Being ranked first was just surface level. Whether I could turn that lead into the region's first Tier 4 shelter, that was what really mattered. And I had an even harder choice to make. 2 D-rank beast cores. Which one to use? I checked the upgrade requirements. Tier 4 small outpost shelter upgrade requirements. Wood, 286 to 500 stone, 205 300ths dry grass, 90 150ths. Hide, August 20th hemp rope, 17/20 sticky resin, April 10th. Frost vein stone, 11/20ths iron plate, 10/12ths beast bone, 11/20ths waterproof clay, 5/8ths. Any D-rank beast core, 2 to 1. That already factored in the Knight 6A rank reward and the full progress from being first on the leaderboard. I stared at the string of numbers, my brow slowly furrowing. Looked like a lot, but the gaps were terrifying. Wood short by 214, stone short by 95, dry grass short by 60. Everything was lacking except the beast cores, which I had in excess. That was the difficulty of a Tier 4 shelter. The first 2 upgrades just needed a few basic materials thrown together. This one demanded huge amounts of basics, plus a whole pile of rare goods. Worse yet, I was half dead right now. Chop trees. The axe wouldn't even come down before I collapsed. Mine stone. Just walking out the door was rough enough. The only path left to me was trading. I looked at that last line again. Any D-rank beast core, 2 to 1. Right now, this was something whose value couldn't be measured. I opened my bag. The 2 beast cores sat there quietly. Frostfang Wolf Beast Core Attribute. Ice rank, lower D. Reedridge Wolf Beast Core Attribute. Fire rank, lower D. 4. Tier upgrade. Just needs any single beast core. Attributes don't matter. But when I flipped to the Frostvein Heat Storage Hearth blueprint, my heart skipped a beat. Special prerequisite detected. Ice attribute D-rank beast core. Fire attribute D-rank beast core. Hidden advancement path recorded. After Tier 4 shelter, the Frostvein Heat Storage Hearth can advance to Extreme Cold Core Heating System. Quality, unique, exceptional. Requirements: 1 Ice Attribute D-Rank Beast Core, 1 Fire Attribute D-Rank Beast Core. Unique, exceptional. I stared at those words, unable to speak for a long time. That meant it wasn't just some ordinary exceptional facility. It was the only one among all exceptionals. A path that was rare across the entire region, maybe even beyond. And now, it was sitting right in front of me. The problem was, the Tier 4 upgrade needed 1 beast core. The extreme cold heating system needed both ice and fire. Use the ice core, and I'd be short an ice core for the heating. Use the fire core, and I'd be short a fire core. If I didn't use one for the upgrade, I'd have to go find a third. I slowly leaned back against the wall. A dull ache spread through my shoulder. The pain reminded me that yesterday, I'd nearly died out in the wild for these 2 cores. Finding another one, easier said than done. And it had to be the right attribute. Ice core, fire core, which one should I use? I stayed silent for a long time. Finally, my gaze landed on those claw marks outside the door. A Frostfang wolfskin. Whatever was tracking me was most likely ice attribute too. If I was definitely going to need one more later, then a chance to get an ice core had already come knocking at my door. Of course, this door of life could just as easily be a door of death. I tugged at the corner of my mouth. Survive the extreme cold first. Then we can talk about the perfect path. Decision made. Use the Frostfang Wolf's Ice Core for the upgrade. Keep the Ridge Wolf's Fire Core. As for the Ice Core, I'd take it back later from that wolf hunting me. That was the best option for now. I put the beast cores away and messaged Sunanji. Jiangmu Bai, I've got a huge shortfall on materials. You said I can't buy them openly? Sunanji, right. You're number 1 now. Buying Tier 4 materials openly is basically announcing to everyone that you're pushing for Tier 4. Prices will get jacked up, and Qinlai might come after you. Jiangmu Bai, so how do I get them? Sunanji, buy them piecemealed. A string of suggestions came through quickly. Sunanji, trade clean water for hemp rope and dry grass. Don't write Tier 4 materials. Trade long-toothed chicken feathers for animal hides. Everyone's trying to stay warm, so feathers are pricey. Trade small amounts of chicken meat for wood and stone. Frostvane stone and stickwood resin are the most sensitive. Trade those privately. Don't post listings. Jiangmu Bai, did you not sleep last night? Watching the trade channel this whole time. Sunanji, I slept. While you were unconscious, Qinlai posted buy orders 7 times in a row. I just happened to jot down the prices. The translation. This counts as easy. Sunanji, Qinlai has way more base materials than you. What he lacks is beast cores. You two are exact opposites. Jiangmu Bai, I've got beast cores, just no materials. Sunanji, which is exactly why you can't rush this. Can't rush it. I glanced down at this body of mine. Even if I wanted to rush, I physically couldn't. I messaged Zhang Jinjin again and sent her the description of the ice-fire dew grass. She went quiet for a long time. So long that I figured she'd walked away. Zhang Jinjin, don't eat it. Jiangmu Bai, do I look like the type to just swallow it? Zhang Jinjin, you went scavenging for D-rank leftovers yesterday. I'm not betting on the day your brain short-circuits. I had nothing to say to that. Zhang Jinjin, the medicinal properties are too intense. Ice and fire mixed together. Eating it straight isn't a breakthrough. It's your organs going to war. Sit on it. Wait until I've advanced my herbalism route, or we find something to neutralize it. The ice-fire dew grass was off limits. The 2 beast cores couldn't be sold. All I had left to trade were things like water, meat, feathers. The stuff I'd bled for was too precious to touch, and the stuff I could sell, I'd only scrape together bit by bit. Just as I was about to list my first batch, a message from Qinlai flashed across the channel. Qinlai, buying D-rank beast cores. 1 core for a weapon blueprint, rare materials, a Tier 4 material bundle, plus my full support twice in the future. The channel went dead silent. Lu Zihao, I don't even know what a D-rank beast core looks like. Lin Shuyuan, I do. Definitely expensive. I stared at Qinlai's message and didn't reply. Sunanji, he's testing you. Jiangmu Bai, I know. I closed the channel and started listing my trades. The first batch was tiny, too small to be what the number 1 ranked player should be posting. Clean water 200 milliliters, trade for 1 hemp rope, limit 1. Fong chicken feather x2, trade for 1 beast hide. Fong chicken meat x1, trade for 25 wood or 15 stone. No frostvane stone. No sticky wood resin. Not even the words, urgent buy. It looked like ordinary trading. But anyone who knew the game understood. The material war had begun. The afternoon of the 7th day, I didn't go out. To be exact, I didn't even go near the door. Those Frostfang wolf claw marks were still outside, carved in like a warning etched with a blade. It was daytime. It was a fog-free zone. But with the body I had now, 1 scratch and I'd be handing over my life. Zhang Jinjin was clear about it. Don't go out today. Sunanji put it more harshly. Sunanji, if you die now, Qinlai loses one rival to Jiang Mubai. Is that supposed to be comforting? Su Nanji, a reminder. I sat by the fire, changing my bandages while watching the trade channel. For the first time, I understood it clearly. Surviving out here was never just about going out to chop wood and kill monsters. People who knew how to trade didn't have to risk their necks. The first batch of trades got snapped up fast. Clean water was the hard currency. With only 3 days left before the deep freeze cataclysm, plenty of people were getting sick, and the worst off had already returned to the wild for good. Water was life. Trade complete. 200 milliliters clean water for 1 hemp rope. Trade complete. 1 portion of fang chicken meat for 25 wood. I didn't rush to post the second batch. Listing too many of the same trade in a row was too conspicuous. I was number 1 on the leaderboard now. Any unusual buying would get magnified. So I switched tactics and broke the trades up. 1 portion of fang chicken meat for 15 stone. 150 milliliters clean water for 1 iron plate. Made it look like I was just patching up whatever I was short on, random enough not to stand out. That's when Lin Shuyuan messaged me. Lin Shuyuan, Jiang, you awake? Heard you shot up to number 1 overnight. Jiang Mubai, almost graduated. Lin Shuyuan, the kind of graduation with a 99% death rate. Jiang Mubai, picked up a couple souvenirs. I glanced at the 2 D-grade beast cores in my pack. He knew better than to press further. Lin Shuyuan, found a chicken nest on the edge of the Fang chicken zone. Grabbed 5 feathers and 2 bones. Selling them to you for some chicken soup. Jiang Mubai, your obsession with chicken soup runs way too deep. Lin Shuyuan, once you've had chicken soup out in the wild, there's no going back. I traded him a portion of hot soup and a piece of chicken meat for his feathers and bones. Trade complete. You received Fang chicken feather +5, beast bone +2. Feathers could be swapped for hides. The bones were low quality, but leveling up only cared about quantity. Lin Shuyuan, heads up, there's more than 1 chicken near that nest. 2 of them nearly ran me down. Jiang Mubai, you get hurt. Lin Shuyuan, lucky my legs are fast. I cracked a smile. But halfway through, my chest gave a sharp ache, and I cut it short. The afternoon ticked by. I never made a single big trade, just small swaps one after another. Water for rope, meat for wood, feathers for hide. Qinlai was making a lot more noise. Qinlai, buying frost-veined stone, price raised. Qinlai, buying sticky wood resin. Buying moisture-proof clay. Qinlai, still buying D-grade beast cores. The moment those posts went up, the price of frost-veined stone shot up. Only then did people catch on. All of these things had to do with the Tier 4 shelter. Guming, I knew frost-veined stone was useful. Lu Zihao, so now everyone's speculating on rocks. Su Nanji, not everyone. The front line fights over it, the back rows watch, and the people in the middle rake it in. For a moment, no one in the channel said a word. Not pleasant to hear, but true. The atmosphere on day 7 was completely different from the first few days. On day 1, everyone was just figuring out how to survive. On day 5, the leaderboard appeared, and the strong got noticed. But today, everyone could smell it. The first Tier 4 shelter was about to appear. The first real stronghold. Nobody knew what the reward would be, but nobody doubted it would be worth it. Before dusk, I stopped trading and opened my materials panel. Wood, 400 2500 stone, 260 300 dry grass, 130 150ths. Hide, 14 20ths sticky resin, 7 out of 10 frost-veined stone, 14/20. Beast bone, 15 20 waterproof clay, 6 8 D-grade beast core, 2 1. I let out a long breath. Good progress, but not enough. Sticky resin, frost-veined stone, waterproof clay, these weren't things you got just by chopping trees. And Qinlai was buying them up too, driving prices up across the entire region. Qinlai was like someone who'd already framed his house, just missing the final keystone. I was like someone holding the key, still frantically laying bricks. One was short a beast core, the other short on materials. Whoever filled the gap first got the first upgrade. As night deepened, the 7th night ratings began. Survivor, Jiang Mubai leaderboard rank, number 1. Today's actions, stabilized injuries, multiple trades, advanced tier, 4 materials. Overall survival rating, A. I looked at the A and wasn't surprised. Yesterday's A had been earned with my life. Today I didn't keep courting death, Holding steady was already good enough. Rewards deposited. I immediately took inventory. Wood, 485 hundredths stone, 293 hundredths hide, 17/20. Sticky resin, 9 out of 10 frost vein stone, 17/20 beast bone, 18/20 waterproof clay, 7 out of 8. Just a few final pushes away. 20 short on wood, 3 short on frost vein stone, 1 short on waterproof clay. My breathing eased. On day 8, as long as the leaderboard and trades filled in a little more, I could upgrade to tier 4. Not long after, Qin Lai's rating appeared in the channel. Qin Lai, A. Lin Shuyuan. These two aren't in the first tier anymore. They're the first battlefield. Qin Lai didn't say much. He just posted a single line. Qin Lai, still buying D-grade beast cores. More concise than during the day, and more direct too. I stared at those words and didn't reply. Su Nanji's private message popped up. Su Nanji, the leaderboard refreshes at 8 tomorrow morning. The first place reward will very likely decide who reaches tier 4 first. Jiang Mubai. Qin Lai's short a beast cord. Su Nanji, you're short a few final materials. So tomorrow morning, day 8, is going to be critical. I looked at the 2 D-grade beast cores in my pack. Frostfang Wolves. Redridge Wolves. If I gather the materials by tomorrow, I'll have to make a choice. Burn 1 core and push for level 4. Outside, the fog crept low along the ground. At some point, a fresh layer of frost had settled over the claw marks by my door. That Frostfang Wolf's pack hadn't given up. And tomorrow at 8 a.m., the leaderboard refreshes. The first level 4 shelter would very likely appear that day. Day 8, 8 a.m. I didn't get up. Actually, when the sky lightened around 6 or 7, I'd woken up once. My shoulder and chest ached together. Bleary-eyed, I glanced at the fire, then couldn't fight the exhaustion and closed my eyes again. The side effects of the reviving grass salve hadn't worn off. The recovery light was slowly patching up my wounds. But no matter how fast a medicine works, it can't turn a dying man into someone bouncing around in an instant. At exactly 8 o'clock, the survival manual lit up right on schedule. Day 8 leaderboard refreshed. 2 days remaining until the deep freeze cataclysm. First place, Jiang Mubai A. Second place, Qin Lai A. Third place, Su Nanji B+. The channel didn't blow up quite as much this time. A lot of people had already guessed it. Qin Lai and I had long since moved to a different level. Yes, I was ahead of him. The system figured my potential, and key resources edged him out by a hair. Lu Zihao. Right now, I just want to know when someone's going to carry me and give me a little peace of mind. Lin Shuyuan. Peace of mind? That stuff's rarer than a D-tier beast core these days. Rewards distributed. First place reward. Wood +10, stone +5, beast hide +1, beast bone +1, ice fire blend herb pack +1. The upgrade materials were pathetically few. The system clearly didn't want the first level 4 shelter to come too easy. I still hadn't woken up. Meanwhile, on the other end, Su Nanji stared at Qin Lai's name and frowned. From the moment the leaderboard refreshed until now, Qin Lai hadn't said a single word. That wasn't normal. Yesterday, he'd spent the whole day collecting materials in the channel, but today he'd gone silent. Silence is sometimes scarier, because it means one of two things. Either he'd already gotten what he wanted, or he'd already headed out to find it. A little after 10 a.m., I finally woke up. First thing I felt when I opened my eyes, a tightness in my chest. Second, the fire had shrunk. Third, I needed to gather materials, fast. I fumbled for the manual, a huge stack of unread messages. At the very top was Su Nanji. Su Nanji, Qin Lai's not in the channel. He probably went out. I snapped fully awake. Qin Lai was out. No need to ask where. Last night he was still short a D-tier beast core, and this morning he suddenly went quiet. The answer was written all over it. I slowly sat up. My shoulders screamed the moment I moved. First, check the material progress. Wood, for 9,500 stone, 295 of 300 beast hide. 18/20. Adhesive wood resin, 9/10 frost vein stone, 17/20 beast bone, 19/20 waterproof clay, 7/8. Still short. 10 wood, 5 stone, 2 beast hides, 1 adhesive wood resin, 3 frost vein stone, 1 beast bone, 1 waterproof clay. Not much. Really not much. But with Qin Lai already out hunting D-rank beasts, that little gap felt like a bundle of thin needles jabbing at my spine until it went cold. I can't go out to chop trees. Can't mine stone. Can't head into the fog zone to hunt for resource crates. All I can do is trade. But by day 8, the trade channel was nothing like a normal market anymore. Everyone knew the first ascension was about to appear. Everyone knew Qin Lai and I were fighting for it. The price of every single frostvein stone had been jacked up to something ridiculous. I messaged Sunanji back. Jiang Mubai, I'm up. Almost the next second. Sunanji, Qin Lai's probably gone to hunt D-rank. He hasn't shown up since the leaderboard refreshed. If I were him, I wouldn't keep buying in the channel either. I'd go straight out to find it myself. I said nothing. Of course I knew he'd go out. Qin Lai wasn't the type to sit around waiting for someone to hand him a beast core. The difference was, on day 6, I was scavenging leftovers and nearly died. Today, he was going in to hunt, prepared, armed with intel. Zhang Jinjin's message popped up too. Zhang Jinjin, I know you're anxious. Don't be. What are you still short on? I sent her the gap. She took a few seconds to reply. Zhang Jinjin, frostvein stone, I've got 2. I froze. Jiang Mubai, you have 2. Zhang Jinjin, one I'd stockpiled earlier, one I just traded for. Swapped bitterroot grass, styptic leaves, and 2 beast hides for it. My fingers paused. Zhang Jinjin, this isn't a gift. It goes on the books. I already invested in you before. That was my last ace. If you don't land first ascension, I lose even bigger. I sat silent for a long time, then sent back a single word. Dealda. Sunanji messaged too. Sunanji, I've got 1 frostvein stone here. Wood, stone, waterproof clay, beast bone. I can cover all of it. Jiang Mubai, when did you 2 start collecting this stuff? Sunanji, while you were still out. I told you. Qin Lai going quiet isn't a good sign. I leaned against the wall. That dull ache in my chest got sharper. It wasn't the wound. It was the pressure. Day 8's first ascension. I wasn't the only one fighting Qin Lai for it. Sunanji and Zhang Jinjin had already thrown their own resources on the line. Win, and we win together. Lose, and they go down with me. And Qin Lai was out there, hunting for the last piece of the puzzle. I didn't know his situation right now. Maybe he was already leveling up. Maybe he wasn't back yet. I stared. Gripping the survival manual, I slowly tightened my fingers. The first Tier 4 shelter was about to appear. Sunanji's trade request came first. Sunanji has sent you a trade request. Items: wood +10, stone +5, frostvein stone +1, beast bone +1, moisture-proof clay +1. Demand: none. Note: priority partnership for your next 2 collaborations. I stared at that line, demand, in silence. Priority partnership. It sounded vague, but she wasn't asking for water. She wasn't asking for resources. She was asking for my future. Jiang Mubai, what's the scope? The reply came fast, like she'd prepared it in advance. Sunanji, no risking your life. No giving away your water for free. Just priority collaboration with me twice, under equal conditions. I smiled. Sunanji was still Sunanji. Rational as a ruler, never dressing up favors as feelings. And that was exactly why I was more willing to accept. Jiang Mubai, deal. The materials came in. Frostvein stone, 18/20. Still short, 2 beast hides, 1 resin, 2 frostvein stones. Before I could say anything, Zhang Jinjin's request popped up. Items: beast hide +2, resin +1, frostvein stone +2. Demand: none. Note: stable water supply before and after the disaster. Also logging this as an investment debt. I stared at it for a few seconds. So very Zhang Jinjin. She didn't play generous, but she didn't say forget it. No need to pay me back, either. The more moments like this, the more you had to keep things clear. That way the relationship wouldn't go sour. Jiang Mubai, these resources matter a lot to you. Zhang Jinjin, I know. So you'd better win. I stopped being polite. Jiang Mubai, accepted. The upgrade panel filled up instantly. Any D-rank beast core, 2-to-1. Tier 4 small outpost cabin upgrade materials met. The survival manual displayed a prompt. Upgrade to Tier 4 small outpost cabin. Please select the D-rank beast core to consume. 2 beast cores appeared. Frostfang Wolf Beast Core Ice. Reedridge Wolf Beast Core Fire. My finger froze in midair. I decided last night. Use the Frostfang Wolf's ice core, keep the Redridge Wolf's fire core, then recover another ice core later from that Frostfang Wolf tracking me. But now that I was actually here, it still stung. A single D-rank ice core was half of the extreme cold core heating system, and that was my only path to excellence. Sunanji's message came in. Sunanji, Qinlai still hasn't said anything. Judging by the timing, he's probably near the shelter by now. My gaze darkened. There was even less time. I hesitated no longer and tapped the Frostfang Wolf Beast core. This selection will result in the extreme cold core heating system missing the ice attribute. Grade D Beast core. Route data preserved. Can be completed later. My chest ached badly. Upgrade confirmed. The survival handbook buzzed. Survivor Zhang Mubai has begun upgrading to a tier 4 sheltered. Done. It was really done. From that drafty little cabin on day 1 to now, it had only taken 8 days. But these 8 days felt like having a layer of skin peeled off me alive. Hunger, cold, thin fog, mist beasts, backstab boars, long-toothed chickens, frostfang wolves. Every plank of wood, every piece of frost-veined stone, none of it came free. Especially that grade D beast core. That one had cost me my life to earn. The next moment, the entire frost-condensed cabin seemed to be lifted up. The frost veins inside the walls lit up. A dull tremor came from beneath the floor, and outside, the wooden pile foundation began extending on its own. The upgrade had begun, and at that exact moment, a message popped up in the regional channel. Survivor Qinlai has begun upgrading to a tier 4 sheltered. The channel went dead silent. My heart sank right along with it. Qinlai was back. 2 messages, like 2 stones dropped into water. Survivor Zhang Mubai has begun upgrading to a tier 4 sheltered. Survivor Qinlai has begun upgrading to a tier 4 sheltered. The announcement was only a few words, but everyone got it. After a brief hush, the regional channel exploded. Lu Zihao. Chenlu, you both got grade D beast cores already. Guming. Qinlai actually went and killed a grade D. Sun Qinghai. Strong players hunting dangerous creatures on their own will drag everyone into a far more dangerous situation. Lin Shuyuan. Sun, let me translate that. You don't have a core, but you sure have opinions. Qinlai didn't explain himself. But before long, someone spotted the items he'd listed on the trade channel. Damaged badger armor plate, small amount of grade D beast, blood ironback badger claw. The ironback badger, a lower tier grade D. Not fast, but incredibly tough on defense. Taking it down head-on meant Qinlai had come extremely well prepared. Weapons, traps, materials, combat power, all hammered into shape. More people in the channel fell silent. I leaned against the wall, my face growing tighter. Qinlai was back, and he'd come back alive, with a grade D beast core. This wasn't about who was worthy anymore. It was about who finished first. I looked down at the panel. Structural reassembly, 31%. Wall reinforcement, 42%. Foundation expansion, 28%. Special facilities detecting. Special facilities? My chest tightened. A new prompt surfaced. Auxiliary facility detected. Basic water filter barrel. Rare modification plan detected. Frostvein heat storing hearth. Function module selection voucher detected. Hidden route detected. Extreme cold core. Heart heating system. Compatibility integration in progress. Integration time increasing. I almost cursed it out loud. Of course. Right now, of all times. These were my trump cards. The things that made my tier 4 more than just an ordinary tier 4. But right now, everyone was racing for the first ascension. One step slow, and it could be gone. A message from Sunanji popped up. Sunanji, Qin lies a little behind you. Zhang Mubai, I'm integrating special facilities on my end. The system says it'll take longer. This time, she didn't reply. I stared at the progress bar ticking up, bit by bit. Structural reconstruction, 49%. Wall reinforcement, 57%. Special facility compatibility, 22%. Outside, the sound of timber assembling itself drifted in. Click, 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 like a countdown. On the other side, Qinlai hadn't said a word. That was more nerve-wracking than if he'd spoken. I could almost see him sitting in his own shelter, staring at the same panel. Who was faster? I didn't know. I honestly didn't know. A message from Zhang Jinjin popped up. Zhang Jinjin, bet your face looks pretty grim right now, huh? Jiang Mubai, how do you know? Zhang Zhinshan. You go quiet whenever you're nervous. Jiang Mubai, I'm talking right now. Zhang Zhinshan, which means you're even more nervous. I wanted to laugh, but couldn't. Structural reconstruction, 72%. Wall reinforcement, 81%. Special facility compatibility, 44%. The special facilities were crawling along at a maddening pace. For a second, I even thought, if I hadn't taken these modification routes, would I have finished already? The moment the thought surfaced, I crushed it. I couldn't think like that. These weren't dead weight. They were the roots that kept me alive. The first ascension mattered, sure, but throwing away my entire development path just to get it would be putting the cart before the horse. Now all I could do was wait. Structural reconstruction, 91%. Wall reinforcement, 94%. Special facility compatibility, 73%. Slow. Way too slow. Su Nanji. Qinlai hasn't finished either. He must have special facilities too. You still have a shot. I didn't reply. I just kept my eyes locked on that last line. Special facility compatibility, 86%. Special facility compatibility, 91%. A roar erupted outside. The cabin suddenly expanded outward by a full ring. The fire pit slid toward the wall, the water barrel lifted by an invisible force and locked into a corner. Frost veins wove through the wooden beams inside the walls, like the blood vessels of a human body, stretching outward. Special facility compatibility, 97%. I held my breath. The survival manual buzzed again. Rare modification blueprint detected. Frost vein heat retention hearth. Reserved modification slot generating. Again, I stared hard at the panel. Current upgrade progress, 9%. All sounds in the cabin slowed down. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3. The survival manual suddenly lit up. Upgrade complete. Your shelter has been upgraded to Tier 4 small outpost cabin. Before I could even read the next line, a regional announcement blasted across the entire channel. Regional announcement. Congratulations to survivor Jiang Mubai, the first to complete a Tier 4 small outpost cabin upgrade. Almost the same instant, a second one followed right behind. Regional announcement. Survivor Qinlai has completed a Tier 4 small outpost cabin upgrade. 2 announcements, nearly overlapping. The gap was so short that a lot of people thought their eyes were playing tricks. But the order was crystal clear. Jiang Mubai first, Qinlai second. A single breath apart. Just 1 breath. I couldn't hold on any longer. I slumped against the wall, completely drained. That was even more nerve-wracking than facing the D-class beast on day 6. Fighting a beast for your life. At least you know which way to dodge when it lunges. But just now, there was nothing I could do. All I could do was watch the numbers tick up, bit by bit. During the integration phase, I actually thought Qinlai had it in the bag. But in the end, I was 1 step faster. Just 1 step. And that was enough. The shelter panel unfolded. Tier 4 small outpost cabin. Durability, 420/420. Defense, fine insulation, excellent moisture resistance, good. Expansion slots, 3. Attached zone, small fence foundation. Special effect, outpost prototype. Retained, basic water purification barrel. Upgradable, frost vein heat storage hearth. Optional function modules, living/workshop/storage/defense/cultivation. I looked up and glanced around. The cabin was no longer what it used to be. The walls were much thicker now, with an inner layer added inside. Gray-blue frost veins spread along the wooden beams, like ice-frozen threads running through them. The floor had widened, the fire pit had shifted to a corner, and a stone-paved section was set aside beside it, the spot for the frost vein heat storage hearth. Beneath the water purification barrel, there was now a stone trough that could hold water for a short time, no cup needed. The door had been reinforced with a horizontal support beam too. Outside, wooden stakes and stones marked out a shallow foundation ringing the cabin. Not a real wall yet, but the beginnings of one. The nerve I'd kept taut for 2 solid days finally went slack. Tier 4. But then I looked at my backpack again. The Frostfang Wolf Beast Core was gone. All that was left. Riedridge Wolf Beast Core Fire. Extreme Cold Core Heating System. Missing 1 D-Class Isotribute Beast Core. Route record retained. Outside the door, those Frostfang Wolf tracks were still there, the white frost not yet melted. Still gotta go get you back. The channel had completely lost it. Luzaheo. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Lin Shuyuan. Jiang. First to hit tier 4. Class. Qin's second. Lost by a single breath. Gu Ming. This gap just keeps getting wider. Sun Qinghai. The first to advance should bear regional responsibility. I suggest Jiang Mubai open up his shelter to help the weak. Lin Shuyuan. Son, why don't you open your own door first? Let the beasts come in and warm up. Lu Zihao. I'm still patching my roof, and Zhang's already got a base. Lin Shuyuan. Relax, you were part of history. Lu Zihao. Part of what? Lin Shuyuan. The audience. Su Nanji's message popped up. Su Nanji won. 2 words. But I could tell. She'd finally let out a breath too. Zhang Zhenjin was more blunt. Zhang Zhenjin. Debtor survived and advanced successfully. Investment not currently at a loss. Jiang Mubai. Put it on the tab. Zhang Zhenjin. Naturally. Qin Lai stayed silent for a long time. Long enough that everyone thought he wouldn't say anything. Finally, he typed 2 words. Qin Lai, congratulations. Calm. I replied. Jiang Mubai. Got lucky. He came back fast. Qin Lai. Next time, it'll be me. The channel went dead silent. Nobody dared respond. I looked at those words and didn't reply again. This time, I won because I got the Beast Core early. I won on Su Nanji and Zhang Zhenjin's funding. I won on that one breath of momentum I'd scraped together when the leaderboard updated on day 8. And I won by that single breath of time. Next time, Qin Lai wouldn't give me a chance like this. The first advance rewards started rolling out. Elite Squad Alliance Scroll First Advance Edition ×1. Base Expansion Core ×1. Construction Acceleration Order ×1. Cold Wave Warning Atlas ×1. Tier 4 First Advance Resource Crate ×1. My eyes locked onto the first item. Elite Squad Alliance Scroll First Advance Edition. Quality Unique E-Rare. Effect 1. Create an Elite Squad Alliance of up to 5 members. Effect 2. Unlock a squad exclusive channel. Effect 3. Low-loss targeted trading between members. Effect 4. Unlock partial shelter teleportation privileges. Rules: squad members only. Requires mutual consent. Each person may teleport once per day, staying for up to 2 hours, with drop-off points restricted to fog-free zones. No attacking allies during teleportation. No seizing bound facilities. Partial shelter teleportation privileges. I stared at those words for a long time. The iron law of the early game, that no one could meet in person, had just been torn open by a single crack from this scroll. Not everyone could meet. You couldn't teleport freely. But at the very least, squad members could truly stand together under the same firelight. Zhang Zhenjin, Su Nanji, Lin Shuyuan, and whoever might join in the future. From this moment on, cooperation was no longer just words in a chat box, numbers in a trade window. It could become something real, standing shoulder to shoulder. One person can move fast, but a group can go far. I slowly rolled up the scroll. A level 4 shelter was only the beginning of gaining a real foothold in this world. What could truly reshape an entire region? That was this scroll. After reading through the Alliance scroll, I went over my first upgrade rewards one by one. Outpost Expansion Core Rare. Available for level 4 shelters and above. Expands adjacent zones and provides foundations for functional buildings. Options: fencing, workshop, storage shed, growing shed. Note: provides foundation only. Materials not included. My heart skipped a beat. This was the thing that could actually evolve my cabin into a real outpost. The workshop tied into crafting special items, storage tied into stockpiling before the disaster. Every single one was critical. Too bad. To hit level 4, I'd emptied out everything I had, and I was buried in debt on top of it. I'd set it aside for now. Second item. Construction Acceleration Order Fine. One-time use. Reduces construction time of adjacent buildings by 50% to 80%. Does not reduce materials. Cannot be used for upgrades. May trigger additional effects when used on special facilities. Time. The most expensive thing there was before the deep freeze. This one, I'd save it for the Frostvein heat storage hearth. Last item. Cold Snap Warning Atlas A Rare. Function 1. Displays the intensity of future cold snaps. Function 2. During disaster periods, senses the direction of nearby abnormal energy concentrations. Currently inactive. The gray-blue atlas looked like frozen hide paper, its surface marked only by a few slow-flowing frost veins. Senses the direction of nearby abnormal energy concentrations. That line sent a chill down my spine. It wasn't for checking the weather. It was for pointing the way toward the things that only showed themselves during a disaster. I wasn't in a rush to remodel the hearth. I'd just been through that fight, and my body hadn't recovered yet. I sat by the fire, slowly sipping hot water. Outside the window, the fence foundation stood thin and bare in the wilderness. It couldn't really be called a wall yet, but the feeling was completely different now. My shelter used to be a single lone tree in the wild. Now it finally looked like it was putting down roots. I told Zhang Jinjin and Su Nanji about the items. Two sharp women. The moment they heard Outpost Expansion Core, they understood its weight. As for the debt, they didn't push me. Nobody knew better than they did that this Jiang Mubai, riding high on his reputation, was actually flat broke. After topping off the water purification system, my head tipped to the side, and I drifted off to sleep. At 10 o'clock that night, the survival manual suddenly lit up. A level 4 shelter has been detected within the region. Disaster forecast access unlocked. No. I looked up the 3 previews. First place, 3 previews. Second place, 2. Third place, 1. A jolt of energy shot through me. I clicked it open immediately. Current ranking, first. You have received 3 extreme cold cataclysm previews. 1. The extreme cold cataclysm will last 96 hours. 2. Nighttime lows of -35 to -45 degrees. Going outside without protection means rapid frostbite and hypothermia. 3. During the cataclysm, special resources, disaster marvels, will appear near the top 3 players. They manifest only briefly during the cataclysm and can be used for disaster facilities, special equipment, resistance serums, and shelter upgrades. My eyes locked onto the 3rd preview. Disaster marvels. Opportunity. Except this opportunity was buried in a death hell of -40 degrees. Whoever could make it out, there was the only one who deserved to claim it. Cold wave warning charts, disaster marvels, the extreme cold core heating system. The 3 things connected into a single line in my mind. The marvel was very likely the key to upgrading my heating system, maybe even the missing isotribute core. But how was I supposed to get out there? -40 degrees. An ordinary person would freeze into a corpse the second they stepped out the door. I sent the first 2 previews to them. Su Nanji, I only got the first preview. Zhang Jinjin, I don't have any previews. I understood immediately. Su Nanji was 3rd, so she got 1. Qin Lai was 2nd, so he probably got 2. He knew the duration, knew the temperature, but he didn't know about the disaster marvels. That was my biggest intel advantage. Su Nanji, whatever you do, don't reveal the 3rd preview. Qin Lai definitely doesn't know about it right now. Zhang Jinjin, -45 degrees. An ordinary person is dead the moment they step outside. And with your injuries, even standing in the doorway with the wind blowing on you is pushing it. Jiang Mubai, I know. I really did know. No matter how good the marvel was, you had to survive to claim it. I didn't push myself any further that night. I was too exhausted. The level 4 cabin was much warmer than before, but I didn't sleep well. In my dreams, I heard the wolves howling again. And Qin Lai's words, next time, it'll definitely be me. On the morning of the 9th day, I woke up far earlier than the day before. My body felt a lot better. My arms and shoulders could move normally now. I'd spent all of yesterday lying down, with the extreme cold bearing down on us. That was a luxury that bordered on a sin. Today, no matter how wrecked my body was, I had to go out. It wasn't even 8 o'clock when another announcement popped up. 2 level 4 shelters have been detected in the region. Alliance-type items will be added to some rewards. The channel exploded instantly. Lu Zihao, we can form teams now. Lin Shiyuan, teaming up is fine, just don't meet in person. I'm afraid you'll all feel inferior once you see this face of mine. Sun Qinghai, Jiang Mubai, Qin Lai, Su Nanji. You got the disaster previews, so you should. Public. Lin Shiyuan. The second those words left Bro Sun's mouth, I knew you were planning to play the poor little victim waiting for a handout. I dropped the parts that had nothing to do with the artifacts into the channel. Jiang Mubai. The extreme cold cataclysm will last 96 hours. Nighttime lows between -35 and -45 degrees. Scent. Nothing more to add. I turned my gaze to the Tier 4 first clear resource crate sitting in my pack, the one I'd traded a full 7 days of harvest to get. Too worn out to open it yesterday. But now, I wanted to see exactly what it was hiding. The lid lifted. A pale blue light slowly glowed to life. Tattered Frostwalker cloak ×1. Dry firewood ×10/frost pattern grease ×2/frost vein stone ×3/ low-grade insulation repair kit ×1. My eyes locked onto the first item, unmoving. Tattered Frostwalker cloak fine. A cold-resistant cloak made from frost pattern fabric and insulating grease. Greatly slows frostbite and hypothermia in extreme cold environments. Lasts 30 minutes once activated. Consumes 1 frost pattern grease per used. Restrictions. Cannot grant immunity to extreme cold, only delay it. Effectiveness drops in blizzards. Requires 6 hours of rewarming after each use, or it will break down. I stared at it, almost unable to believe the timing. Just last night, I'd been racking my brain. How was I supposed to head out and hunt for artifacts in a -40-degree hell? I couldn't exactly tough it out with nothing but my own flesh. And today, the answer was lying right there in my palm. It wasn't some invincible relic. 30 minutes, 2 uses, useless in a blizzard, and needing to rewarm after every use. Enough restrictions to give anyone a headache. But it did the one thing that mattered most. It let me step outside, briefly, into the extreme cold. I looked at the last item. Low-grade insulation repair kit, common. Contains insulation pads, seam sealing paste, cold block wads, wooden wedges, and insulating grease. Conceal door gaps and wall corners, maintain insulation gear, and reduce the risk of damage. Common. But right now, even common had its own kind of worth. The extreme cold wasn't a passing gust, it was a full 96 hours. A thread of wind through a door gap, a wisp of heat escaping a corner. Drag it out long enough, and either could kill you. And on top of that, it could extend the cloak's life, making that 6-hour rewarming limit a lot less lethal. I stowed the repair kit and pulled up the cold wave warning atlas. A dull gray blur, like an ordinary hide. The disaster hadn't come yet, and the atlas was still asleep. But I'd already figured out how to use these 3 things. The artifacts would appear, the atlas would point the way, and the cloak would let me go out. Put the 3 together, and you had a path leading straight to the disaster's opportunities. A very dangerous path. Zhang Xinjin, how are your injuries today? I glanced at the cloak in my hand and typed back. Zhang Mubai, healing up nicely. Won't get in the way. Active now. Zhang Xinjin, every time you say that, I know it's bad news. I paused for a moment, then sent over the info on the draped cloth. She was quiet for a long time, then replied with just 3 words. Zhang Xinjin, don't do anything reckless. I smiled. She still knew me too well. Zhang Mubai, Roger that _. I looked out the door. The Frostfang wolf's claw prints in front of my cabin were more numerous than yesterday. Even after I'd hit level 4, this beast still wouldn't give up. My eyes went cold. I was just wondering where to find another Ice Attribute Beast Core to replace the one I'd burned through leveling up. And here you come, delivering yourself right to my door. Once my injuries heal, I'll come find you. I'll be borrowing that life of yours. In the distant mist, the cold pressed down in layer after layer. 2 days left until the deep freeze. For everyone else, that meant sealing the doors, praying, and grinding out 96 hours in a death trap. For me, it was an admission ticket reserved for the strong. I slowly put away the draped cloth. Day 9 had only just begun. At 8 o'clock sharp, the rankings refreshed. 1 day remaining until the first deep freeze catastrophe. First place, Jiang Mubai. Second place, Qin Lai A. Third place, Sunanji B+. Fourth place, Zhang Xinjin B+. 2 A's. No surprise there. Both Qin Lai and I had reached level 4. What really set us apart were the first level up rewards. And this time, the cards I was holding were thicker than his. The channel was as lively as ever. Lu Ziheo, 2 A's. I'm done. Lin Shiyuan, too soon to give up. There's worse coming. Sun Qinghai. People with level 4 shelters should be helping the weak and getting everyone through this together. Lin Shiyuan. Son, how about you go public with your food stockpile first? I checked the first place reward. Level 4 building materials supply pack times 1/wood plus 30/stone plus 20/frost vein stone plus 2/sticky resin plus 1/iron plate plus 1/moisture-proof clay plus 1. My eyes lit up. Less valuable than yesterday's, but the categories were terrifyingly precise. Accurate enough that it was like the system knew exactly what I was missing right now. A frost vein, heat-retaining fireplace. No matter how well insulated a level 4 cabin was, grinding out 96 hours at 40 below with nothing but burning wood was a gamble. The fireplace had to get built. I opened the supply pack and took inventory. Frost vein furnace core, 1:1. Frost vein stone, May 8th. Sticky resin, 1/3. Iron plate, 2:3. Stone, 30/50ths. Wood, 50/80ths. Moisture-proof clay, 1/2. I rubbed my temples. So close. But on day 9, this stuff was going for absurd prices on the market, especially frost vein stone and sticky resin, which had been. Sun Lai and I hyped it up together, and now the whole zone knows it's worth a fortune. Trade for it cheap? Dream on. Besides, I'm already buried in debt. Just then, a message popped up in the channel. Zhou Mingchuan, I unboxed something new. A standard alliance scroll. The channel went dead silent, then exploded. Chenlu, you can actually form a team? Lin Shuyuan, post it. Let us all take a look. Zhou Mingchuan quickly posted the details. Standard alliance scroll fine. Create a 3-person squad. Opens a squad channel. Members can trade directly with each other. Restriction, no sanctuary teleport accessed. The channel went quiet again, then filled with disappointment. Lu Zihao, no teleport? And here I was hoping to crash at Zhang's place. Lin Shuyuan, you wish. Sun Qinghai, alliance scrolls should prioritize protecting the weak. Lin Shuyuan, Sun, you sure claim that weak title awfully smoothly. I looked at the description, and one thing settled even harder in my mind. My first upgrade scroll could never go public. The standard version, 3 people, no teleport. And what I had, the Elite Squad Alliance Scroll First Upgrade Edition, 5-person squad, plus Sanctuary Teleport. The gap was too big. The moment it got out, I'd be drowning in messages. Su Nanji, don't breathe a word about your first upgrade version, especially the teleport access. It's way more valuable than materials. Zhang Mubai, I know. Zhang Jinjin's message came right after. Zhang Jinjin, how much are you short on fireplace materials? I sent her the shortfall. Zhang Jinjin, I'm out of frost vein stone. Those 2 pieces yesterday clean me out. I'll ask around about the sticky wood resin for you, but don't expect it cheap. Jiang Mubai, cheap or not, I've got to build it. I still want you to come warm up by the fire. Zhang Jinjin, fine, you've got a heart after all. Finally said something decent. I glanced at the reserved spot in the corner of the cabin. It sat empty. The fire was still just a fire pit, but I could already see it. The frost vein heat storage fireplace blazing to life, the whole room flooded with warmth. Day 9's goal was simple. First, build the fireplace. I didn't just post buying frost vein stone, high price. At the peak of the trading channel chaos, I was number 1 on the leaderboard, the first person to own a tier 4 sanctuary. The moment I showed any sign of urgency, the price would double instantly. Su Nanji spelled it out. Su Nanji, right now, your most valuable asset isn't water and it isn't food. Jiang Mubai, then what is it? Su Nanji, information. Everyone wants to know what changes with a tier 4 sanctuary. I got it. Most people were still stuck at tier 3, and the few ahead of them were desperate to know what tier 4 was really like. Style, how much defense, whether insulation had a real breakthrough, how many facility slots got added. None of this was classified. Qin Lai and I both knew it. But to people looking to upgrade, it was worth money. The price couldn't be too high, though. Too high, and buyers would just resell it, making me look like I was fleecing people. I posted a listing on the channel. Tier 4 small base cabin, basic changes feedback, insulation, defense, facility slots. Trade for 10 wood or 5 stone. Limited to 10 slots. The channel exploded instantly. Gu Ming, I'll buy. Chen Qinghe, me too. Sun Qinghai. This kind of info should be public. Lin Shuyuan, Sun, you spend every single day trying to turn other people's stuff into public property. I ignored them and organized what I could share into a summary. 1. Defense, insulation, and moisture resistance all noticeably improved. Durability 420. 2. Space expanded, can house more facilities. 3. Expandable facility slots increased to 3. 4. Small fence foundation appears on the exterior, requires further expansion. 5. Existing bound facilities can be retained and resecured. 6. Special facilities may integrate during upgrade, increasing build time. All basic stuff, nothing that touched my real trump cards. The 10 slots sold out fast. Wood plus 60, stone plus 20. Enough wood and stone now. Still short on fireplace materials. 3 cold vein stone, 2 sticky wood resin, 1 iron plate, 1 moisture-proof clay. I kept posting small orders. Clean water for iron plate, Fong chicken feathers for moisture-proof clay, both came in quick. Only cold vein stone and sticky wood resin left. My brow furrowed. These two again. Ever since the Tier 3 upgrade, there was no getting around them. Zhang Jinjin messaged me. Zhang Jinjin, I found a portion of sticky wood resin. 1 bloodwort leaf plus a small portion of water. I'll front it for you. Jiang Mu Bai. Adding that bloodwort to my tab again. Zhang Jinjin, you're a long-term customer now. I gave a wry smile. The road to paying off my debts stretched on forever. Sticky wood resin received. Still short, 3 cold vein stone, 1 sticky wood resin. Su Nanji hadn't been idle either. Su Nanji, cold vein stone is expensive. Qin Lai's buying it up too. Jiang Mu Bai, he's doing special facilities as well. Su Nanji, he doesn't have your blueprints, but he definitely has his own methods. Every special facility eats cold vein stone right now. No surprise there. Qin Lai may have lost the first upgrade race, but his Tier 4 shelter was finished too. On day 9, he had to be shoring up his cold resistance. Cold vein stone going up in price was completely normal. Su Nanji, I can grab 2 pieces for you. 500 clean water, 2 portions of Fong chicken meat, some feathers, plus that Tier 4 feedback of yours. What I lacked was time. Jiang Mu Bai deal. You obtained cold vein stone plus 2. Only 1 cold vein stone and 1 sticky wood resin left. The channel. The cold vein stone got bumped up again. Qin Lai posted. Qin Lai, buying cold vein stone. Prices raised. A whole crowd jumped on the bandwagon. My heart sank. I couldn't wait any longer. 2 portions of Fong chicken meat, 300 milliliters clean water for 1 cold vein stone. Not a low price. A few minutes later, deal done. The second I finished, Lin Shuyuan messaged me. Lin Shuyuan, Jiang, you still buying stickwood resin? Just scraped it off the tree. My hands are practically glued together. That perked me up. Jiang Mu Bai, what do you want for it? Lin Shuyuan, hot soup. Jiang Mu Bai, why is it always hot soup with you? Lin Shuyuan, because I'm a man of loyalty. Jiang Mu Bai, 1 hot soup plus a small piece of chicken. I'll make the soup tomorrow. Chicken first. Lin Shuyuan, deal. You obtained stickwood resin plus 1. Cold vein heat storage fireplace materials complete. I let out a long breath. Hadn't left the house all day, but somehow, it felt more exhausting than going out to scavenge. Sometimes, sitting in one spot and working the angles wears you down more than doing the legwork yourself. Materials were all set. I took a sip of water and adjusted the bandage on my shoulder. The wound was healing. Should be good by tomorrow. Just a faint, lingering ache left. 1 day of extreme cold remaining. The fireplace had to get built today. I opened the renovation panel. Blueprint detected. Cold vein heat storage fireplace. Tier 4 shelter has reserved renovation slot. Materials met. Cost. Cold vein furnace core X1, cold vein stone X8, stickwood resin X3, iron plate X3, stone X50, wood X80, waterproof clay X2. Confirm. Confirm. Construction acceleration order detected. Use it. Used. Renovation time greatly reduced. Rare quality facility. Renovation begun. The fire pit in the corner gave a sudden shudder. The scattered firewood and stones lifted off the ground, hoisted by some invisible force. The flames didn't go out. Instead, they compressed into a stable ball of orange-red. The renovation slot on the floor lit up with blue light, and gray-blue cold veins spread out from the corner, weaving into the cabin's own grain. The cold vein furnace core flew out of the crate, a fist-sized deep blue crystal, frost coating its surface, faint firelight flickering within. The instant it slotted into the core, the entire wall let out a low hum. The cold vein stones fitted into place one by one. Iron plates formed the lining. The stickwood resin melted from the heat, seeping into the cracks between stones. Waterproof clay sealed the base. Wood framed the outer structure. It wasn't construction, it was more like reshaping, taking a rough pile of firewood and molding it into a real fireplace. The temperature in the room began to shift. The fire didn't grow, but the heat steadied. The warmth was caught by that half-formed fireplace in the corner, slowly soaking into the walls, then bleeding back out little by little. Renovating. 47 minutes remaining to. Faster than. It's way faster than I expected. Without a speed token, this thing won't be done until late at night. I stepped back and sat down on the edge of the bed. The fireplace was taking shape. The shelter was warming up. Finally, a chance to catch my breath. That was when it hit me. Time to use that scroll I'd fought so hard to get my hands on. Elite Squad Alliance Scroll First Rise Edition. The standard version has no teleport privileges and caps out at 3 people. The First Rise Edition is different. 5 people, including me. That means 4 more invites. I had to choose carefully. First, a message to Sunanji. Jiangmu Bai. I'm about to set up a squad. Inviting you and Zhang Jinjin. Sunanji. What about Lin Shuyuan? Jiangmu Bai later. 3 people for now. Sunanji. Fair enough. Don't hand out slots too fast. Then, a message to Zhang Jinjin. Jiangmu Bai, want to join my squad? Zhang Jinjin. You finally remembered you had that scroll? Jiangmu Bai. The fireplace still needs another 40 minutes. Zhang Jinjin. So you're building a squad just to kill time? Jiangmu Bai. You could put it that way. Zhang Jinjin. Screw you. I laughed and tapped the scroll. Please name your squad. The name couldn't be too edgy, but it couldn't be too lazy either. I thought about it for a while, then typed 2 words. Wolf's Den. Elite Squad Wolf's Den has been created. Current members, January 5th. Captain, Jiangmu Bai. I sent the invites. Zhang Jinjin has joined. Sunanji has joined. Squad channel is now open. Zhang Jinjin, not a bad name. Sunanji, at least it's not the Fong-Toothed Chicken Fan Club. Jiangmu Bai, who came up with that gem? Zhang Jinjin, you really don't want to ask. I stared at the channel, and a strange feeling suddenly came over me. From day 1 until now, I'd been trading, private messaging, and cooperating with people. But all of it happened behind cold, distant text. The moment that squad channel lit up, the system had truly acknowledged this bond. It was no longer a temporary partnership. These were teammates I could show my hand to. True allies aren't the ones who share the profits. They're the ones who share the risks. Just then, Zhang Jinjin spoke up. Zhang Jinjin, I want to come over and take a look. Check on your injuries, and get a look at that Ice Fire Balance herb pack. Sunanji, I'll hold off on teleporting for now. Want to observe the rules first. Jinjin going over makes more sense. I read through the teleport instructions. Once per person per day, 2 hours max. Landing point in a fog-free zone. Requires both parties' consent. A few seconds of silence. Then I tapped consent. The moment I confirmed, a ring of pale white light patterns lit up in the fog-free zone outside the cabin. It wasn't harsh, more like space being gently parted, drawing a circular boundary across the ground. I gripped my spear tight. First teleport. What if the system sent? The one who came out wasn't Zhang Jinjin? The rules were clear. Allies can't attack, can't dismantle facilities. But caution never hurts. The light pattern glowed for a few seconds. A figure stepped out. A woman, just over 5 feet, not exactly stunning, but a mole between her brows gave her a certain charm. Woven grass coat, a cloth pouch at her waist, a wrought tin basket on her back, a sharpened wooden stick clutched in her hand. Not intimidating at all, more like a puffed-up alley cat. She steadied herself, scanned the area first, confirmed there was no danger, then looked at me leaning against the wall. One glance up and down, and her brow furrowed. You look even more like a walking wound than I imagined. Weirdly, that put me at ease. That line alone confirmed it. This was Zhang Jinjin. Calm, blunt, no pleasantries. Exactly like her DMs. I figured your first words would be long time no see. We've never actually met. I had nothing to say to that. Fair point, honestly. She stepped inside and looked around. Huge difference between the outside and inside, huh? And here's a total pigsty. I felt embarrassed. I'd been holed up at home lately. No energy to clean, no spare materials for furniture. At least she didn't keep piling on. Two people meeting face to face for the first time, and yet not a shred of that emotional, heartfelt atmosphere. The fireplace in the corner was still under renovation, its blue-gray frost patterns flickering. She glanced at the level 4 cabin, then at the fence foundation outside. No wonder Chin Lai couldn't accept losing. That's a huge upgrade. I only beat him by a breath. A breath is still a win. She set down her medicine basket. Sit. Checking the wound. What else? Admiring your pigsty? I obediently sat down. She lifted the bandage, took one look, and her expression immediately darkened. You reopened the wound again today. I couldn't meet her eyes. I knew it. I moved some materials. You call that some? Relative to a level 4 shelter? Yeah, some. She looked up. I shut my mouth right away. She redressed the wound, her hands steady. Rinsed it with clean water, applied anti-inflammatory herb powder, pressed down a fresh gauze. She hadn't brought many herbs, but every one was something I could use right now. Practical. It didn't fully tear open. Lucky you. What about your chest? Still feels a little tight. Internal and external injuries, neither healed. Rest up and behave. I looked out the door. Those Frostfang wolf claw marks were messier than before. She followed my gaze. It came back. More than once. She fell silent for a moment. Then all the more reason not to go out and get yourself killed. I didn't answer. It wasn't about whether I wanted to go out. It was that when the extreme cold hit, disaster tier rare items would appear. And I happened to have exactly the tool needed to venture out. Sometimes, opportunity itself is the hardest temptation to resist. The squad. The channel lit up. Su Nanji, teleport successful? How's your body feeling? Zhang Jinjin, slight dizziness, nothing serious. Landed at the edge of the fog-free zone. 1 hour 52 minutes left. Su Nanji, the premium scroll is way better than the regular ones. Zhang Jinjin, what's Jiang Mubai like? Jiang Mubai? Zhang Jinjin, looks half dead. I stopped paying attention to the channel. She finished treating her wounds, then picked up the ice fire balancing herb pack, gave it a sniff first, and raised an eyebrow. System issued. Definitely more stable than what I mix myself. Can it handle ice fire dew grass? It can suppress the conflict. She separated the herbs one by one. Warm vein grass, dew moss, buffer leaf, and one I've never seen before, probably for isolating the ice and fire properties. So then we can eat the ice fire dew grass? No, you can't eat it. I went quiet. You got a problem with the words can't eat? No. Even if you do, hold it in. She wrapped it back up. Ice fire dew grass is too potent. This pack can only lower the conflict. It can't stabilize the properties. What else do we need? A main ingredient that can stabilize the cold property. Ideally something with cold as its primary attribute, and the grade can't be too low either. My eyes flickered. Disaster relics. The kind of thing mentioned in the Night 8 preview. Night 9. Maybe there'd be a new preview. A low sound came from the corner. The fireplace was mostly taking shape now, the stone hearth flush against the wall, the core glowing a faint blue. The flames were pinned to the center of the firebox, no longer flickering wildly. Renovating. 12 minutes remaining. She stared at the fireplace, silent for a moment. If this gets done before the deep freeze, you'll save a lot of fuel. That's why it has to be finished today. This matters more than you going out to arm wrestle Frostfang wolves. I know. You'd better really know. For 12 minutes, the only sounds in the room were the clicking of the fireplace forming and the drip of the water filter. This was the first time since I'd come to this world that I stood under the same firelight as another survivor. Not a chat window. Not a trade menu. Really, the same firelight. Cooperation through a screen is called trading. Standing before the same hearth. That's called standing side by side. 12 minutes later, the core suddenly flared bright. The flames drew inward and settled into a steady burn. Frostvein heat storage fireplace renovation complete. Construction acceleration order applied. Bonus stability effect triggered. Frostvein heat storage fireplace quality. Rare bound to tier 4 cabin. Effect 1. Indoor insulation greatly improved. Effect 2. Fuel efficiency greatly improved. Effect 3. Nighttime fire loss of control risk greatly reduced. Effect 4. Can slowly store heat in the deep freeze. Delay the temperature drop indoors. Limitation. Requires continuous fuel to sustain heat storage. Otherwise cannot fully offset extreme cold. Note: can serve as a preliminary facility for a core heating system in extreme cold. The first flame flickered steadily to life. Zhenzhen stood before the hearth, testing the warmth for a moment before giving her honest verdict. Now it actually feels like a place someone could live. It didn't before. Before, it felt like a fairly large coffin. I fell silent for a moment. Thanks for the review. The moment the Frostvane heat storage hearth was complete, the entire tier 4 log cabin felt like a different world. Before, warming up by a fire meant your face burned if you got close and your bones froze the second you stepped back. Now it was different. Heat crept slowly along the frost veins in the walls, spreading into the corners, along the doorway, across the floor, pushing back that damp chill inch by inch. The flames danced gently in the firebox, steady as a heartbeat. I stared at the hearth, my confidence slowly building. Only one day of extreme cold left. As long as the forecast was right, I had this round in the bag. The squad channel lit up. Sunanji, is the hearth done? Jiang Mubai, Dunda. I sent over the effects. Sunanji, rare quality, very strong effect. Do you have enough fuel? Zhenzhen, standing right there in the room, looked at the same message and spoke up directly. She's asking you. I glanced at my reserves. Still got some dry firewood. 96 hours. Not enough, she said flatly. Once the extreme cold hits, you're not getting out. And even if you could get out with some item, the wood outside is wet, frozen, rock hard. Bring it back, and it won't even burn. I nodded. That was exactly what I needed to tackle next. Building the hearth was only the first step. Keeping it burning for a full 96 hours was the real challenge. Sunanji, fuel, food, water, medicine, you need all of them. Fuel especially. Sunanji, most people still don't understand what 96 hours means. Once they do, wood and charcoal are going to spike even higher. 96 hours. For full days of continuous extreme cold. Toughing out one night was nothing. Gritting your teeth through 2 days was doable. But this was 4 days. No matter how much the system handed out, nobody was naive enough to think it was there to save anyone. I opened my storage grid and took inventory. Dry firewood, 18 poor quality charcoal, 3 ordinary timber, small amount. Nowhere near enough. No matter how efficient the hearth was, it wouldn't generate heat on its own. Zhenzhen shot me a sideways glance. Doing the math again? And not looking good. Then hurry up and stock up. She glanced at her own countdown. We're going to want to come back here and warm up later, you know. Remaining stay time, 1 hour 21 minutes. She was in no rush to leave. The real significance of this teleportation wasn't the wound check. It was that she'd seen the Tier 4 shelter with her own eyes, seen the Frostvane hearth, and confirmed how the first Ascension Scroll's teleportation actually worked. For the squad's future cooperation, that mattered enormously. Sunanji, 3 of us now, 2 slots left. I say we don't rush to recruit. Jiang Mubai, my thoughts exactly. Zhang Zhenzhen, what about Lin Shuyuan? Sunanji, he's a fit, just not right now. Zhang Zhenzhen, too quick with his mouth. Talks too much. Jiang Mubai, true. Lin Shuyuan had no idea he'd nearly talked himself out of the running. Right now, he was busy trading insults with someone in the main channel. Lu Zihao, Alliance Scrolls cap at 3 people. Couldn't I just find 2 strong players to carry me? Lin Shuyuan, solid plan. Only problem is, why would any strong player carry deadweight like you? Lu Zihao, how are you this punchable? Lin Shuyuan, because this world has no returns policy. The corner of my mouth twitched. This guy? I really did need to think hard about whether to bring him in. The moment ordinary Alliance Scrolls appeared, the whole way people cooperated across the region shifted. Before, it was trades and verbal alliances at best, and getting screwed over was practically a given. Now everyone was calculating who to tie themselves to. But ordinary scrolls had no teleportation privileges. You couldn't meet face to face. At the end of the day, they were nothing more than a chat group with a trading tab. The thing that could actually shift the balance of power was the first Ascension Scroll in my hands. That card had to be played where it counted. Before she left, Zhang Zhenzhen checked my wound one more time. No heavy lifting today. The hearth's already done. Then even more reason not to move around. I still need to restock fuel. You can trade for it. She fixed her eyes on me. Right now you're the owner of a first Ascension Tier 4 shelter and a wounded man. Do those 2 things conflict? They don't. She shouldered her pack. But keep pushing yourself, and pretty soon you'll only be one of them. I said nothing. That wasn't a good thing to hear. In the final 10 minutes, she walked out to the fog-free zone, and the pale white light slowly wrapped around her. Wolf's Denver. It's a decent name. Not bad to the ear. Are you complimenting me or insulting me? Don't overthink it, she said flatly. At least it beats the Fong Chicken Fan Club. The light flared, and her figure vanished. I stood in the doorway, looking at the now empty patch of ground. It was the first teleportation between squad members, and the first time I'd stood face to face with another survivor. Brief, less than 2 hours. But from this moment on, the iron law that survivors could never meet was no longer absolute. A crack had opened in it, and that crack was held by only a handful of people. While there was still exploration time left, I went out to gather some wood, then stopped by the shallow stream to top off my water. I didn't push it too hard. Zhang Jinjin's warning still had me a little uneasy. Night pressed down, layer by layer. The fireplace burned steady. The channel went quiet for a moment, then Su Nanji messaged. Su Nanji, don't forget to check tonight's disaster forecast. Tomorrow's plan depends entirely on it. I glanced at my handbook. Less than 2 hours until the 9th night rating. The survival handbook lit up right on schedule. The air outside was colder than it had been the past few days, and snow was already drifting down from the sky. The wood in the fireplace popped now and then, a flame leaping along a crack before settling back into the ember-red heart of the log. I sat by the fire, my gear laid out beside me. The tattered frostwalk cloak, the cold snap warning atlas, and a pack of fire and ice balancing herbs. In the channel, both of them were waiting for this exact moment. 9th night survival rating, begin. Survivor, Jiang Mubai. Shelter, Tier 4 small outpost cabin. Special facilities, basic water purification barrel, frost vane, heat-retaining fireplace. Special items, tattered frostwalk cloak, cold snap warning atlas. Squad, elite squad Wolf's Den. Today's actions, completed fireplace renovation, formed elite squad, executed first shelter teleport, maintained resource stockpiling. Physical condition, recovering from serious injury, mobility largely restored, internal injuries unhealed. Overall survival rating, A. The A didn't surprise me. No fighting today, but the fireplace, the squad, the teleport, the stockpiling. Every one of those carried serious weight. 9th night, A rank rewards. Dry firewood plus 20, low-grade charcoal plus 5, standard insulation pack plus 1, gathering toolkit plus 1, rations plus 2. The gathering toolkit caught my eye. I was about to open it when the handbook popped up with a new alert. Disaster forecast access, unlocked. Current leaderboard rank, first. You have received 3 extreme cold cataclysm forecasts. I locked my eyes on the handbook. Forecast 1. The blizzard will reach peak intensity during the second phase, projected to occur between hours 36 and 48 after the cataclysm begins. Forecast 2. A disaster relic has been confirmed, the Frostbloom Lotus. It will briefly mature at the height of the blizzard. The instant the third line surfaced, my breath caught. Forecast 3. Once the Frostbloom Lotus matures, it must be harvested within 1 minute. During harvesting, it cannot come into contact with any unnatural object, or it will wither instantly. The room fell dead silent. Nothing left but the soft flicker of the flames. 1 minute. At the worst of the blizzard. And I couldn't touch it with anything unnatural. This wasn't picking a flower. This was a race against death. No iron tools. No cloth sacks. Even leather gloves, maybe. No. And I wasn't about to gamble. Picking it barehanded and stuffing it into my backpack. I posted all 3 lines to the channel. Both of them lost it instantly. Zhang Jinjin. Can't touch anything unnatural? Then no iron tools, no fabric, no processed leather. Su Nanji. Qin Lai probably only knows the first 2 rules. He knows the lotus appears when the blizzard peaks, but he might not know about the 1-minute window or the unnatural materials restriction. Jiang Mubai. Second place gets 2 rules, third place gets 1. You only got 1. Su Nanji. Per last night's rules, yes. I only have the first. Zhang Jinjin. If Qin Lai doesn't know the third rule, he'll probably use metal tools or a leather pouch to collect it, and it'll wither on the spot. I glanced at the cold wave warning chart by the stove. It hadn't activated yet, but the moment the third rule appeared, The frost patterns on its surface flared for an instant, as if responding to those 4 words, frostbound snow lotus. I pulled up the item description. Frostbound snow lotus disaster wonder. Formed by the brief crystallization of cold wave energy and regional life force. Ripens only at the height of a blizzard. Trait 1. If not picked within 1 minute of ripening, it naturally dissipates. Trait 2. Must not contact any unnatural material during harvest, or it withers instantly. Trait 3. After picking, it must be stored in a natural material container. Use unknown. May be used for special facilities, equipment, resistance serums, or shelter upgrades. Note: this wonder has an unknown connection to the extreme cold core heating system you've already recorded. My eyes narrowed. So there was a connection after all. My ice attribute D-rank beast core was already depleted, and the extreme cold core heating system was short exactly 1 ice core. If this lotus could fill that critical gap, maybe even stabilize the dual ice-fire cores, then in my hands, its value would only climb higher. Zhang natural material container. A wicker basket is best, with dry grass lining the bottom. When you pick it, you can't even let a glove touch it, and honestly your bare hand might not be safe either. Jiangmu Bai. Does a hand count as a natural material? Zhang technically yes. But you willing to bet the system recognizes your hand as one? I said nothing. I wasn't. Su Nanji, bring a wooden clamp. The kind with no oil, no iron bindings, no cloth wrapping. Zhang you'll need something to support the roots too. Don't yank it. Shovel it out with the soil and all. I opened the harvesting kit. Harvesting kit common. Contains basic tools free of metal processing, suited for gathering special plants sensitive to metal, fabric, or processed materials. Rawwood trowel +1, rawwood storage box +1, dry grass mat +2. Just 1 wooden clamp short. Looking at the whole set, I suddenly realized the system's rewards were all interlocking. The tattered Frostwalker cloak, which let me briefly head out. The cold wave map lets me pinpoint the direction of the energy anomaly. The harvesting toolkit makes me qualified to pick the snow lotus. The frostvein hearth keeps me from freezing when I get back. Put it all together, and it's a path straight into the deepest part of the blizzard. Zhang these'll work. I'll make you a set of wooden tongs. But tools alone aren't enough. Jiangmu Bai, what else is missing? Zhang proficiency. I froze. Zhang you've got to finish picking within 1 minute, and you can't touch anything else. Right now, are your hands steady? I glanced at my shoulder. Only silence. Su Nanji, practice the whole routine over the next few days. To be safe, prep 2 sets of tools. If one breaks, the second one takes over. I looked at both of their suggestions, and a plan slowly settled in my mind. Tomorrow, day 10, the last day before the deep freeze. 3 things. Restock fuel and food. Practice harvesting. The moment the disaster hits, use the cold wave map to scout out the nearby cold energy anomalies ahead of time. Then, when the blizzard hits its peak, I'll throw on the Frostwalker cloak and head out to find that deep freeze snow lotus. Outside, the cold pressed down lower and lower. Inside, the flames licked gently at the firewood, warm yellow light dancing across the walls. I put away the toolkit and ran my hand over the cloak again. The real opportunities are always hidden in the coldest, most dangerous moment. The one when you should absolutely stay inside. Day 10, 8 in the morning. I was woken by the handbook's alert tone. Outside, it wasn't just cold anymore. But if I didn't open the door and step out, this tier 4 cabin and the outside world were 2 completely different places. The flames in the hearth were small but lively. Heat spread out along the gray-blue frost veins on the walls, keeping the whole cabin dry and comfortable. I sat down by the fire, and my back actually started to feel drowsy from the warmth. Now this was what a tier 4 shelter should be like. No matter how cold the wind got outside, it was warm behind the door. I rolled my shoulder. Almost no discomfort. I was recovering absurdly fast. Only my chest still felt a little tight. The internal injuries weren't fully healed, but they weren't a problem anymore. Current status, recovering well. External injuries mostly healed. Internal injuries still mending. Notice, you've finally gone from yelp at the slightest touch back to can function normally. Just don't do anything stupid. The smart mount system was back. It had been quiet for a rare stretch these past few days. Still, I felt a wave of relief. At least I was no longer in that kind of severe injury state that made you want to lie right back down just looking at it. 8 o'clock sharp. The leaderboard refreshed. Day 10 leaderboard refreshed. First disaster, deep freeze will descend tonight at midnight. Countdown, 16 hours. First, Jiangmubai A. Second, Qinlai A. Third, Sunanji B+. Fourth place, Zhangzhenjin B+. Fifth place, Zhou Mingchuan B. Nobody paid much attention to the rankings anymore. But those 4 words, midnight tonight, instantly put the whole channel on edge. Chenlu, midnight tonight? So today's the last day? Hangzhou, there was a thin layer of ice on the edge of my water bucket this morning. What about you guys? Tengying. Yeah, mine too. Took me forever to break it off. Songhe, why did charcoal go up again? Didn't it just go up last night? Beijing, I wanted to trade for firewood, but they want meat for it. Who isn't short on meat, though? I've been gnawing on tree bark for days. Lu Zihao, the extreme cold hasn't even hit yet, and I'm already going broke. Lin Shuyuan, congrats, you're adjusting to the disaster rhythm ahead of schedule. I didn't get involved in any of the bickering. I checked the first place rewards first. First place, extreme cold supply crate +1, dry firewood +30, low-grade charcoal +8, dry rations +3, coarse salt +1, insulated water bladder +1, natural tool material pack +1, ordinary animal fat +1. I opened the supply crate first. Dry firewood +20, ordinary charcoal +3, cold-resistant jerky +2, hot drink powder packet +2, sealing clay +1, low-grade cold-resistant serum +1. Except for that bottle of cold-resistant serum, everything was exactly what I needed right now. Firewood, charcoal, hot drink powder, sealing clay, all of it useful. I ran through my fuel inventory again. Dry firewood, 88 low-grade charcoal, 16 ordinary charcoal, 3. I still had some ordinary wood left too. Looked like plenty, but the extreme cold would run a full 96 hours, for whole days. No matter how sparingly I used the fireplace, it wasn't going to heat itself. This stockpile was barely enough, but I still needed to gather more. Who knew what curveballs these 4 days might throw at me? Next, I looked at the insulated water bladder. Insulated water bladder, ordinary, 1.5 liters. Can temporarily slow the freezing of liquids. Works better when kept near a heat source. May be usable as a hot water bottle. Cannot withstand extreme cold for extended periods. I stared at it for a while. Water. The first thing on my list today wasn't restocking firewood or food. It was water. Once the extreme cold set in, the shallow creek would freeze over, making it far harder to collect water. Worse still, whatever water I brought back would freeze on the way home. But I had a basic water purification bucket, a level 4 shelter, and a frost vane fireplace. My purification setup could run reliably indoors. That was my ace in the hole. I laid out everything that could hold water. The collection bucket, the old wooden barrel, the small iron pot, the insulated bladder, plus the stone trough and a few rough wooden bowls. The room wasn't small, but spread out like this, it just looked messy. I suddenly remembered Zhang Jinjin calling it a pigsty. I paused, then went ahead and organized everything by zone. Fuel zone, food zone, medicine zone, water zone, and gathering tools zone. At least, don't let people laugh at me the second they walk in. I've still got a little pride left. I poured the rest of the stream water into the purification bucket. Purifying shallow stream water capacity, 2.5 L. Note, a Tier 4 shelter and frost vane hearth can reduce the impact of low temperatures on water purification equipment. Reading that note, I made up my mind. The water can't stop. Every second it's idle is water wasted. Over the next few days, I'm going to keep this purification bucket running non-stop. Part for myself, part for the squad, part for trade. Before the deep freeze, during the deep freeze, clean water is hard currency. The channel lit up. Sunanji, stock up on water today. A lot of people haven't figured out that once the freeze hits, water turns to ice, and snow might not even be safe to eat. I don't trust the system to be that kind. Zhang Jinjin, I'm stockpiling too. The bitterroot bundles are ready to sell today. Jiang Mubai, you ready? Zhang Jinjin, pretty much. Sunanji, don't sell them out in the open. I'll help you screen for high-value buyers. Jiang Mubai, Come over for dinner tonight. All of you. The channel went quiet for 2 seconds. Zhang Jinjin, what are you making that's so good? Jiang Mubai, no idea yet. Su Nanji, you're inviting people over before you've even figured out the menu. Jiang Mubai, that's why I'm heading out now to grab some ingredients. Zhang Jinjin, please don't drag home another Class D beast. I seriously have no resources left. Jiang Mubai. I looked at the channel and smiled. The Wolf's Den squad was finally starting to run like a real team. Not one person carrying everyone else, and not nitpicking over every drop of water and every ration. Everyone brought what they were good at, filled in each other's gaps, and pushed this fragile lifeline forward, one step at a time. I grabbed my spear, stone axe, and a few empty buckets, and pushed the door open. Cold air rushed in immediately, but the chill only lingered at the doorway for a moment before the warmth inside beat it back. I glanced back. A few red flames danced in the hearth, unhurried and steady, casting a warm yellow glow. Outside, a thin layer of frost coated the ground, and pale mist drifted low and slow. This was what I'd earned over 9 days. No matter how cold it got out there, at least for now, I had a place that could actually keep a person alive. Today was going to be busy. Step 1. Head to the shallow stream. Day 10. The stream ran much thinner than usual. A layer of clear, thin ice had formed along the bank, and frost coated the rocks and dead grass, crunching under my feet. I set down the containers and scanned the area first. No sign of any large beasts, just a few sets of hoof prints in the mud, bigger than a gray-toothed rabbit's, split at the front, pressed in deep. Barback boar. Came for a drink just this morning. You're today's prey. I broke the thin ice with the back of my stone axe and sank the wooden bucket into the stream. The icy water poured in. It splashed up over the back of my hand, stinging like needles. Once the deep cold arrives, this place freezes solid. I have to stock up on water while I still can. On my 3rd time bending down, a dark shape darted across the bottom. Finger length, tiny. I crouched for a closer look. A moment later, 2 more slender shadows slipped through a crack between the rocks. Fish. Under the stones in the shallows, a few nearly transparent little shrimp were hiding too, moving sluggishly, gathering toward the slower current. My eyes lit up. Tonight, I wouldn't have to gnaw on nothing but roasted meat. I'm no expert angler, but before I got transported here, a coworker of mine was a fanatic about fishing. Every Monday, without fail, he'd brag about his weekend catch. He said one thing I remember crystal clear. Just because there's fish in the water doesn't mean you'll catch any. But pick the right eddy, drop a trap, and you'll pull out something no matter what. A fish trap isn't complicated. Wide on the outside, narrow on the inside. Easy to get in, hard to get out. Bait it with something that stinks, and leave the rest to luck. I gathered some flexible thin branches, bent them into an oval frame, and wrapped them round and round with gray vine. It was my first try, and it looked ridiculous. The gaps were all uneven, but at least it held together. I made the entrance like a funnel, leaving just a small opening on the inside. I pulled the long-toothed chicken guts from my pack, chopped them up, mixed in some shredded meat and blood, wrapped it all in dry grass, and stuffed it deep into the trap. The smell spread out through the water. I set the trap in an eddy, weighted it down with a rock, and stuck a branch in the bank to mark the spot. You have completed crude fish trap. Quality, poor. Description, rough, with uneven gaps, but the principle is sound. Assessment, some anglers' endless rambling has finally found value in another world. The system had a point this time. On the way back, I spotted that trail of hoof prints again. It skirted the edge of the thin mist and stretched toward a patch of shrubs. Where the frozen ground had been rooted up, that boar was digging for plant roots. I noted the direction. I pushed open the shelter door, and warm air rushed at me. The cold wind followed me in, but before it could spread, the heat from the frost-veined hearth pushed it right back out. I shut the door. My frozen fingers quickly regained feeling. Inside it was warm and dry. The basic water filter hummed quietly along, without a trace of ice on the edge of the basin. Purified today, 0.8 L. Remaining purification capacity, 1.7 L. I divided up the clean water, 1 liter in the insulated water bladder, 1 in the bucket, and the rest into a wooden jar. I listed a small amount on the trade channel. Clean water, 200 milliliters, trade for dry grass or common wood. The listing was snapped up fast. Mingyu, I've got dry grass. I'll take one da. Tanging, I'll trade wood for it. Hanzhou, got any more to sell? Sun Qinghai, you've got a water purifier. Why are you still collecting stuff? Chen Qingha, because water purification systems don't produce water out of thin air. Lin Shuyuan, he mostly just thinks free stuff is best. The channel was livelier than usual. The deep freeze was coming, and everyone was scrambling for something different. Some were short on water, some on firewood, some on meat. I glanced at it for a moment, then closed the channel. Water was stockpiled. The cage was set. What I lacked now was food. That spineback boar's hoofprints were still fresh. On the last day before the freeze, it had shown up right on time. I didn't follow the tracks into the thin mist. The spineback boar had thick hide and brute strength. Its charge was far deadlier than a long-toothed chicken's. Chasing it through the woods, once I got cornered, it'd be anyone's guess who was the prey. A real hunter never chases his quarry. He makes the quarry run into a trap he's already set. I followed the tracks a ways and quickly worked out its range, between the shallow creek and the low woods, not far from the shelter. Ahead was a tangle of brush, a few jutting rocks to the left, a shallow ditch to the right. The ditch wasn't deep. A person could step across it. But for a spineback boar charging head down, one misstep of its front hoof, and it'd go tumbling. Better still, two boulders formed a narrow passage between them, wide enough for it to squeeze through, but too tight to turn around. Strip it of room to charge, and it'd be left helpless for the slaughter. The plan took shape. I cleared the dead branches from the narrow passage and drove several sharpened stakes at an angle along the edge of the ditch. Not to pierce its tough hide, just to throw off the direction of its charge. Between the two boulders, I strung up a few low gray vines as tripwires. They wouldn't take it down, but if they snared its front hooves for even half a breath, that'd be enough for me to strike. Once I confirmed the wind direction, I placed the entrails, scraps of meat, and animal blood deep inside the narrow passage. The bloody scent drifted downwind, toward the direction of the tracks. I retreated behind the rocks off to the side. From here I could see the passage clearly while staying clear of a head-on charge. My spear leaned within reach, my stone axe at my feet, my slingshot already loaded with a stone. I went still. A dozen minutes later, a low grunt came through the mist. A gray-black figure slowly emerged. The spineback boar, nearly the size of a calf, a row of bony spines standing faintly along its back, its gray-black hide like a layer of armor. It didn't head straight for the bait. It stopped a dozen meters off, nose to the ground, sniffing, then circled halfway around and lifted its head toward where I was hidden. I didn't move. Too many scents were tangled together. It couldn't pick them apart. Its front hoof pawed at the frozen ground twice, its small eyes darting around. The moment had come. I slowly drew back the slingshot. Snap! The stone struck it square on the snout. It jerked its head up, let out a shrill squeal, and stumbled back half a step. The second shot aimed for the side of its eye. The stone grazed past its right eye, opening a shallow gash. It was fully enraged now, finally locking onto me behind the rocks. A low growl. Head down. All four hooves digging in. Heavy. The heavy body barreled toward me, all momentum and menace. The instant it hit the planned path, I dodged sideways. Crack. The first stake snapped. The second caught its shoulder, didn't pierce through, but knocked it off course. The grapevine tripped it. Its front hooves stumbled, and its balance wavered. I drove my spear in from the side. The tip sank into its flank, not deep. I'd expected that. It thrashed wildly, and a massive force traveled up the shaft, jolting my arms numb. I didn't hold on. Holding on would be like playing tug-of-war with a boar. I let go without hesitation and backed away. It spun and charged again, faster than I'd anticipated. I barely dodged the head-on hit, but it still clipped my side, sending me tumbling to the ground. The old wound in my chest throbbed. I got up immediately. The spear in its flank was slowing it down. I grabbed my stone axe backhanded, chased after it, and hacked straight at the wound. Once, twice, blood ran down the spear shaft. It flailed in agony, its hind legs kicking up chunks of frozen earth. I nearly took a hoof to the body and scrambled back. The pain only made it more vicious. It wheeled around and charged again. This time I didn't run for the bushes. I planted myself in front of a large boulder. It closed in. I held to the last possible moment, then rolled to the side. Thud. The boar's head slammed into the rock. Its footing broke, and it reeled, dazed. Now, I seized the butt of the spear and drove it in with everything I had. The tip pushed deep along the old wound. It let out a shrill, agonized squeal and thrashed violently. Gritting my teeth, I threw my whole weight onto the shaft. Only when its movement slowed did I pull the stone axe free and deliver the final blow to the vulnerable side of its neck. It crashed to the ground. I slumped down, gasping for breath. You have killed. Backstab board. Rank, upper E class. Basic combat proficiency increased. Without this whole setup, going head-to-head would have probably landed me back in Zhang Jinjin's hands for patching up again. Preparation always decides life and death better than raw courage. Backstab boar meat plus 18. Backstab boar hide plus 1. Backstab boar bone plus 4. Backstab boar tusk plus 2. E-class beast core fragment plus 1. Note, that's a lot of meat. Don't waste it. 18 portions of meat. Enough to feed the three of us for a while, with some left over to make jerky for trading. I set aside 2 cuts of neck meat, lean and tender, perfect for roasting. If the girls come by tonight and we manage to catch some fish, we could put together a real feast. I cleaned everything up and brought the meat back to the shelter. The moment I pushed the door open, warmth wrapped around me. My body, tightened by the cold wind, quickly relaxed. The walls were warm, the floor dry, firelight flickering against the wooden panels, the air thick with the cozy smell of burning wood. I poured a cup of warm water and drank it all down. A good deal of the exhaustion eased. In the team channel, a message from Zhang Jinjin was already waiting for me. Zhang Jinjin, when hunting again. Jiang Mubai, backstabbed aboard. Zhang Jinjin, injuries. Jiang Mubai, none. Zhang Jinjin, staring. Jiang Mubai, fine. Minor pulled. Zhang Jinjin, I never believe you're minor. Sunanji, how'd it go? Jiang Mubai, 18 portions of meat. Sunanji, we've got plenty of fuel over here. Zhang Jinjin, I stockpiled some firewood. Sunanji, I pressed a batch of charcoal. Jiang Mubai, I'll handle the meat and soup. Nobody counted how many logs a portion of meat was worth. Nobody named a price. Squad direct trade complete. Received, dry firewood plus 25. Received, low-grade charcoal plus 6. Received, regular charcoal plus 2. I sent clean water back to them. No need to trade the meat. If I handed it over, they'd just roast it. Better to cook it right and send it done. It wasn't an even exchange, and it didn't need to be. Whoever has something puts it out first. After the deep freeze, the three of us still have to look out for each other. Wolf Den is a real team now. That afternoon, Zhang Jinjin started selling the bitterroot herb packs she'd prepared. Limited supply, huge demand. Openly hawking them would only draw a crowd of people who couldn't afford them, plus guilt trippers like Sun Qinghai. Better to avoid the hassle. Sunanji handled finding customers. From the leaderboards, trade records, and channel chatter, she pulled together a first list of names. Sunanji, Qin Lai, Zhou Mingchuan, Tang Ying, Chen Qinghe, Song He, Zhao Qi, Luo Yuan. Zhang Jinjin, how's their buying power? Sunanji, Qin Lai's buying up fuel, insulation, and meds in bulk. Zhou Mingchuan just formed a team, needs to stock up for 3. Tang Ying and Chen Qinghe have solid reserves. Song He and Zhao Qi just publicly asked about cold protection items. Luo Yuan's planning to head out during the deep freeze. Jiang Mubai, how do we maximize the profit? Sunanji, don't sell cheap. Push it to the highest price they're willing to pay. Zhang Jinjin posted the description in the channel. Bitterroot herb pack. Quality, common. Description, steep in water and drink to ease cold-induced stiffness and briefly improve cold resistance. Restrictions, extremely bitter. Excessive intake causes nausea. Not a substitute for shelter or warm geared. Rating, it won't let you ignore the deep freeze, but it'll let you struggle a little longer before you freeze solid. Jiang Mubai, Jinjin, how does even your stuff get a system rating? Zhang Jinjin, no idea. Maybe the systems had a taste too. Sunanji, sell first. Price, 1 pack for 10 dry firewood, or 2 low-grade charcoal, or 1 insulation material. Food, special materials negotiable. The prices weren't low. On the last day before the deep freeze, anything that could ward off the cold had no business being cheap. Su Nanji tapped her Intel network and reached out to buyers one by one. The trades kicked off fast. Song he purchased, Bitter Root Pouch X1 paid, Low-grade Charcoal X2. Zhao Qi purchased, Bitter Root Pouch X2 paid, Dry Firewood X20. Tang Ying purchased, Bitter Root Pouch X1 paid, Insulation Material X1. Zhou Mingchuan purchased, Bitter Root Pouch X3 paid, Regular Charcoal X3, Dry Firewood X10. The first batch of pouches dwindled quickly, bringing back a haul of materials. Word spread through the channel in no time. Zhao Shuren, do those pouches actually work? Zhao Qi, yeah. I bought two. Hanzhou, how much? Zhao Qi, not cheap da. Bai Jing, is anything still cheap these days? Mingyu, I've got some wild greens. Can I trade for half a pouch? Lu Zihao, if you drink half a pouch, does it only taste half as bitter? Lin Shuyuan, nope. Same bitterness, half the effect da. Sun Qinghai, cold resistance supplies like this should go to people without shelter first, for free da. Chen Qingha, someone risked their neck to gather those herbs, and making them takes time. Why should they be free? Luo Yuan, I want some. Zhang Zhenjin, DM me dot. Some backed it, some hesitated, some griped about the price, and some just forked over the goods. Half an hour later, Qin Lai replied. He didn't haggle, he bought 6 outright. Qin Lai purchased, Bitter Root Pouch X6. Paid, Dry Firewood X20, Low-grade Charcoal X6, Frost Vein Stone X1. The channel went quiet for a few seconds. Zhang Zhenjin, he bought 6 dot. Su Nanji, for one person, 6 isn't the kind of amount you keep as backup at home dot. Zhang Zhenjin, he's planning to go out, a lot dot. I stared at Qin Lai's trade record. In the disaster forecast on the 9th night, he'd ranked second, so he only knew the first 2 clues. The blizzard would peak in the second phase, and the extreme cold snow lotus would mature then. But he didn't know about the 1-minute harvest limit, and he didn't know the lotus couldn't come into contact with anything unnatural. Even so, he'd already started stockpiling. Pouches, fuel, potions, insulation. There was no way he'd let this disaster's rare treasure slip by. Su Nanji, he's definitely going out. And he's got more than one method of cold resistance lined up. Our pouches are just one piece of his plan. Jiang Mubai, makes sense. He managed to set up and take down a D-rank iron-backed badger ahead of time. He doesn't walk into anything unprepared. Zhang Zhenjin, and don't assume knowing the third clue guarantees you a win. Jiang Mubai, I know da. Qin Lai was still the biggest rival. He didn't have the full rule set, but his strength, execution, and reserves are all off the charts. I even suspect he's already knocking on the door of D-rank. Way stronger than me. The information edge I'm holding? It's only good enough to keep me from making one fatal mistake. That's it. Intel can save you from taking the long way around, but it can't replace raw strength. That's something I never let myself forget. The first batch of green recruits got sold off. Part of the fuel went to Zhang Zhenjin. The rest went into the Wolf's Den communal reserves. The Frost Vein Stone was left in the squad's keeping for now. Nobody was tracking every single item down to the last unit. A rough count was good enough. Right then, a DM from Lin Shuyuan popped up. Lin Shuyuan, Jiang, we're making soup today, right? Jiang Mubai, I remembered it. Lin Shuyuan, I'm not nagging. I just cherish the fragile trust between 2 human beings. Jiang Mubai, you got any seasoning? If so, sell me some dot. Instant reply. Lin Shuyuan, now you're speaking my language. Dried wild scallions, spiced leaf powder, and a little coarse salt dot. Jiang Mubai, since when is this your specialty? Lin Shuyuan, pulled M from a crate dot. I traded a bowl of hot soup, a chunk of roast meat, and a bit of pork for the seasonings. Obtained, dried wild scallions +1, spiced leaf powder +1, coarse salt, small amount. Lin Shuyuan didn't leave. Lin Shuyuan, you're planning to seal up the door gaps and wall corners, aren't you? Jiang Mubai, how'd you know? Lin Shuyuan, before the deep freeze, everyone's fixing up their shelters. For the door gaps, don't just smear on mud, stuff dry grass in first, wedge it tight with wood, then coat the outside with resin. Same goes for the corners. Don't let the dry grass layer stick out, or it'll draw moisture. Jiang Mubai, you an expert in this too? Lin Shuyuan, my roof leaked for 8 straight days. When it comes to fixing drafts, I've suffered my way to a PhD. I laughed. The guy runs his mouth, but he knows how to source materials, observe creatures, and work with wood. He's got a handle on structural repairs too, and now it seems he's got carpentry experience as well. The wolf's den had 2 spots left. Sooner or later, I'd have to build up my own faction. I couldn't do everything myself. Lin Xiuyuan was worth considering, but no rush. I'd wait until the deep freeze officially kicked in and see how he held up. I put the seasonings away and looked at the pork neck I'd prepped. Still a while before dinner. Time to go check the traps first. Before dusk, I made my way back to the shallow creek. The current was slower than it had been at dawn. The thin ice along the bank was creeping toward the center of the stream, inch by inch. Luckily, the branch I'd marked hadn't fallen, and the fish trap was still soaking in the running water. I grabbed the gray vine tying off the trap and slowly hauled it up. Water burst everywhere. Jackpot. A few finger-length minnows slammed against the vines, a dozen-odd river shrimp curled up at the bottom of the trap, and a couple of little snails clung on tight. Obtained, minnows times 5. Obtained, river shrimp times 13. Obtained, little field snails times a few. System review. The crappy fish trap actually worked. Guess fish and shrimp don't care what the tool looks like. I packed up my haul and sank the trap back into the water. Once the deep freeze truly set in, it would probably just freeze solid in the stream. Today's catch might be the last one. By the time I got back to the shelter, night had fallen. The moment I pushed the door open, warmth washed over me. I peeled off my frost-covered coat, cleaned the small fish, and got started on dinner. First, I sliced the pork neck into thick cuts, well marbled, with fine ribbons of fat. A rub of coarse salt and spice leaf powder, a coat of animal fat, then onto the stone slab heating by the fireplace. SSSSS. The fat rendered instantly, and the smell of meat exploded with the heat. Flip. The edges browned, drops of oil sliding down the grain and hitting the hot stone with a crackle. On the other side, the little iron pot was ready. I fried some meat in animal fat until golden, added water, brought it to a boil. In went the fish, then the shrimp and snails. Dried wild scallions, coarse salt, a pinch of spice leaf powder. The freshness of the fish and shrimp collided with the richness of the pork, the broth growing clearer and brighter as it simmered. Steam rose, and the whole cabin filled with the aroma of meat and river catch. You have completed Backstab Boar River Stewed. Quality, fine. Effect, restores a small amount of stamina, briefly boosts body warmth. First time crafting fine-grade food. Cooking proficiency increased. System review. At least by taste, you're more civilized than most survivors who can only char their meat. This review, I accepted with a clear conscience. Over in the squad channel, Zhang Jinjin was already nagging. Zhang Jinjin, can I come eat yet? I'm starving. Jiang Mubai, come on over. Su Nanji, I'm ready too. I stood by the door. Zhang Jinjin requests teleportation to the fog-free zone of your shelter. Approve? Yes. Pale white light patterns lit up in the fog-free zone, and Zhang Jinjin stepped out carrying a wicker basket, much smoother than yesterday. The moment she got close to the cabin, she caught the smell. What did you make? Smells amazing. Come in and see. She pursed her lips and pushed the door open. A wisp of cold air followed her in, only to be swallowed by the fireplace's heat. She stood in the doorway for a few seconds. A level 4 shelter plus a frost-ruined, heat-storing fireplace. The warmth in here was far more comfortable than her own place. Outside was pushing below zero, but in here it was warm enough to melt the tension right out of you. This place of yours, it's looking less and less like the wilderness. Weren't you calling it a pigsty yesterday? She glanced around. The decor's still a pigsty. In her basket were a few rare bits of green. Bitter leaf greens times 1 wild scallion sprouts times 1 frost edge tinder leaves times a few. Brought some veggies. My eyes lit up instantly. Meat wasn't scarce anymore. What we really lacked were vegetables. I hadn't touched anything green in days, and even my bathroom situation had gotten complicated. Though, technically, there were no toilets out here. Straight into the soup? Bitter greens first, wild scallion sprouts last. She'd already taken over half the stove like it was second nature. A second teleport request came right on its heels. Su Nanji is requesting teleportation to the fog-free zone of your shelter. Accept. Yes. This was Su Nanji's first teleport, and the first time we'd met face to face. She was tall, with sleek black hair falling cleanly around a crisp profile. But what really made you think twice were her eyes. Calm, sharp, and when they landed on you, it felt like she was sizing up whether you were a threat. As the light patterns faded, her right hand stayed resting on the hilt at her waist. She scanned the surroundings first, then looked up to study the structure of the cabin. We stopped about 10 meters apart. She gave me a glance, one eyebrow lifting. Jiang Mubat, that's me. She let go of the hilt. Her voice was flat. Sunanji, the woman from the channel, calculating, never willing to take a loss, matched the one standing in front of me exactly. She studied me for a moment too, then a slight curve touched her lips. A little rougher than I pictured. I looked down at my clothes, caked in mud and animal blood. And you talk more than I pictured. Before, there was a manual between us. She walked past me, her voice carried back on the breeze. Now we're up close. No need to hold back. She paused mid-step as she entered. The door sealed out the wind, and there wasn't a trace of the biting cold inside. The fire burned steady, the gray-blue frost patterns on the walls glowing faintly, warmth wrapping the whole space evenly. No wonder you insisted on building this thing. She stared at the firebox. 2 whole levels warmer than my shelter. The materials paid off. She nodded, then spotted the wooden crates and the makeshift table thrown together from stone slabs and planks. 2 seconds of silence. Why aren't there any chairs or a real table? Zhang Jinjin said mildly from the side. I asked the same thing yesterday. I scratched my head. Haven't gotten around to it. It was even messier in here yesterday than it is now. I already cleaned up today, Oming. Zhang Jinjin looked around. So this is the cleaned-up version of a pigsty. Sunanji couldn't hold it in and laughed. She set down the things she'd brought. Dried berries times 1 beeswax, wick times 1 organized extreme cold trade, list times 1. I looked at the last item. You come over to eat and still bring a trade list? Just put it together on the way. You even eat like you're on the clock, Zhang Jinjin said, dropping the bitter greens into the pot. Being on the clock is no excuse to skip a meal. The 3 of us sat down around the plank table. Zhang Jinjin took a crate. Su Nanji sat on a block covered with a stone covered in animal hide, a wooden stump I'd carved out sitting on the edge of the bed. There were no proper tables or chairs, but the warm room, the hot soup, the roasted meat. It made this wilderness dinner feel almost unreal in its luxury. The river fish soup came first. The broth was clear, dotted with a thin sheen of oil. The fish stewed until tender. The shrimp had a faint muddy note that couldn't mask their sweetness, while the bitter greens and wild onion shoots cut through the richness. 1 sip and the warmth spread out from my stomach. The roasted pork neck was more straightforward. The edges slightly charred, the inside full of juice, the spice leaf powder giving it a hint of heat, and the coarse salt drawing out every bit of the meat's flavor. Zhang Jinjin finished her first piece and stayed quiet for a long while. Even Su Nanji, for once, let go of her all-business air. I gave each of them another bowl. Nobody brought up how much water the firewood had cost, and nobody tallied whose supplies were worth more. Zhang Jinjin brought the vegetables, Su Nanji brought dried berries and intel, and I provided the hot soup, roasted meat, clean water, and a warm room. What each of us had done, what each of us could do, we all knew. Su Nanji chewed on a dried berry and glanced at the wobbly plank of wood. Next time, make a real table. And chairs, Zhang Jinjin nodded. There should be some in the living module. You're going with the living module? Su Nanji thought about it. It suits you. Water purification, cooking, insulation, storage. All your strengths are right here. I looked at the makeshift tabletop. Lin Shuyuan seems like he can make furniture. Zhang Jinjin looked up. You want to pull him into the wolf den now? Let's see after the deep freeze starts. He's got a big mouth, Su Nanji paused, but he can find resources and fix things. He's got some skills. Zhang Jinjin picked up a piece of roasted meat. Most importantly, 1 pot of soup would probably be enough to buy him off. The 3 of us laughed together. Outside, the cold wind slammed against the walls. Inside, the fire flickered steadily, and steam still rose from the soup. There was nothing grand about this meal. But for the first time, the wolf den wasn't just 2 words on a manual page. We had actually sat down together. Before the deep freeze came, we shared a hot meal. After dinner, neither of them rushed off. The leftover soup was split into portions, 1 for me, one for each of them to take back to their own shelters, and Lin Shuyuan's packed separately. I still remembered the soup I owed him from the 9th day. Zhang Mubai has initiated a trade with Lin Shuyuan. Backstab pork river fish, soup ×1, small portion of roasted pork neck. Request, none. He accepted almost instantly, then bounced straight to the channel to show off. Lin Shuyuan, this pot of soup, Brother Jiang, made me rediscover the meaning of being alive. Lu Zihao, how'd you mooch your way in again? Lin Shuyuan, traded for it with my skills. Lu Zihao, what skills? Lin Shuyuan, discovered seasonings. Haven't even used them to patch the roof yet. Chen Lu, does that even count as technology? Lin Shuyuan, in this world, not wasting anything. That's technology. Hanzhou, you selling that soup? I'll trade firewood for it. Lin Shuyuan, friendship soup. Not for sale. Lu Zihao, so your friendship with Brother Jiang started with him owing you a meal? Lin Shuyuan, some bonds start out that humble. Watching the channel, it suddenly hit me that pulling Lin Shuyuan into the wolf's den might not be a bad idea after all. Not now, of course. First, let's see if he can survive the first phase of the extreme cold. I pulled out 2 items I'd been sitting on this whole time. Shelter Function Module Selection Voucher. Base Expansion Core. The extreme cold arrives tonight. Time to pick a direction. Voucher first. Options. Living Module / Workshop Module / Storage Module / Defense Module / Cultivation Module. I'll go Cultivation later, Zhang Jinjin said. You're better suited for living or workshop, Su Nanji said, glancing at me. I looked at the fireplace, the water purification barrel, the supply area. I didn't hesitate long. The workshop mattered. But my most developed system was water, food, heat retention, and cooking. These didn't seem as flashy as weapons or traps, but they were the roots that kept me steady this whole way. Staying alive was never about one sharp weapon. It was about a whole set of daily routines that never went wrong. You have selected Living Module. Activating. The frost patterns along the walls, the floor, and around the water barrel lit up all at once. The fire gave a little flicker. The temperature didn't rise noticeably, but it became more even. Heat locked more firmly into the walls, and filtration sped up a bit too. Living Module activated. Effect 1. Living facilities operate more stably. Effect 2. Cooking, water purification, heat retention, and storage gain slight synergy. Effect 3. Basic living facility list unlocked. Simple long table, wooden stools, water rack, fireplace meat drying rack, simple tableware. System assessment. Detected that your shelter doesn't even have a decent table. This module comes at a very good time. The room went quiet for 2 seconds. All 3 of them looked at the makeshift plank at the same time. Zhang Jinjin laughed first. Even the system can't stand to look at it. At least it didn't call it a pigsty. Supplemental assessment. This system generally does not insult any living creature, except you. Su Nanji turned her head away, her shoulders clearly shaking. Face dark, I dismissed the prompt and moved on to the base expansion core. Options. Small fence expansion / auxiliary workshop foundation / storage shed foundation / cultivation shed foundation. The fence offered defense, the storage shed held goods, and cultivation didn't fit my path. In the end, I chose the auxiliary workshop foundation. Down the line, the tools, insulation, furniture, and repairs. Even that one-of-a-kind Sub-Zero core heating system needed a stable workspace to build. If Lin Shuyuan really was walking into a wolf's den, the least I could do was give him somewhere to actually work. You have selected Auxiliary Workshop Foundation. The ground outside trembled faintly. Stones and wooden stakes rearranged themselves, a patch of earth pressed flat, and drainage ditches, load-bearing stone troughs, and 4 anchoring posts took shape. Auxiliary Workshop Foundation generated. Current status, Foundation only. System evaluation. You now have a plot of land well suited for work. To become a real workshop, all it needs is walls, a roof, tools, and someone who actually knows how to work it. That's someone who knows how to work? Is that Lin Shuyuan? Zhang Jinjin asked. Maybe. We'll build the rest later. I looked out at the foundation. Their last task before leaving, harvesting practice. Zhang Jinjin had brought a set of handmade wooden tongs. Wooden tongs ×1. Description. Carved from a whole branch. The first tool set was complete. a small log shovel, wooden tongs, a straw mat, and a log storage box. Su Nanji kept time. Zhang Jinjin judged my movements, and I used an ordinary blade of grass to simulate the sub-zero snow lotus. First try, dug too deep, severed the simulated root system. Simulated harvest, failed. System evaluation. If this had been a sub-zero snow lotus, it would already be dead. Second try, the tongs bumped a petal. Failed. It died again. Third try, 1 minute and 6 seconds. Time exceeded. The sub-zero snow lotus dissipated naturally. Good news, this time you didn't kill it. I took a deep breath. Can I turn this commentary off? It's good for you. Helps you remember what you did wrong, Zhang Jinjin said. Pressure training, Su Nanji nodded. I kept at it until nearly nightfall, and finally ran the whole sequence in under 57 seconds. The small shovel lifting the soil beneath the root, the tongs only steadying the plant, the straw mat catching the roots, and finally the whole thing placed cleanly into the box. Time, 57 seconds. Result, pasta. System evaluation. This time, the target has a decent chance of making it into the box alive. A decent chance? I frowned. Good enough, Zhang Jinjin said. The real harvest will have a blizzard on top of it. Getting down to 57 seconds indoors is already solid. Su Nanji glanced at the time. We should head back. Before leaving, she checked my shoulder one more time. A mild strain, no fresh tearing. Su Nanji left the trade list in the corner. Don't rush out during Phase 1. The sub-zero snow lotus won't be mature for another 36 hours. I nodded. I'll study the cold front warning charts first. The two of them teleported away, one after the other. The house fell quiet again, but it wasn't like being alone before. There were leftover dried berries by the table, the pot. There's soup left in the pot, and Jinjin's dish sits in the corner. I fed a dry log into the fireplace. The flames rose slowly. Then I got to work patching up the shelter. Bark insulation sheets times 3 dry grass cold barrier layer times 4 coarse hemp padding times 2 seam sealant mud times 1 simple windbreak curtain times 1. Following Lin Shuyuan's method, I stuffed the dry grass cold barrier layer into the door cracks and wall corners, wedged it tight with wood, then smeared on resin sealant paste and seam sealant mud. I lined the corners with insulation sheets, pressed hemp padding over the floor seams, and hung a windbreak curtain behind the door. Even the tattered Frostwalker cloak got a coat of insulating grease. Shelter insulation repairs complete. Heat loss reduced. Fireplace heat retention efficiency slightly improved. Living module now operating in synergy. Current status: warm, dry, stable. System evaluation: you've finally learned to plug the cracks before the cold wind gets in, instead of hunting for the cause after freezing awake. This level 4 shelter and that broken shack from day 1 were now 2 entirely different worlds. The fire burned steady. The water purifier ran around the clock. Food and fuel were stored in separate zones. Doors, windows, corners, and floor were all patched up. The living module was active, and outside there was even a workshop foundation. Outside, the temperature kept plunging. Inside, it stayed warm enough to let me relax. At midnight, the survival manual lit up right on schedule. 10th night survival rating begins. Survivor, Jiang Mubai Shelter. Level 4 small outpost cabin function module, living module. Attached, small fence foundation, attached workshop foundation facilities, basic water purifier, frost vane heat retention fireplace squad, wolf den. Today's actions: rehydrated, built a trap cage, hunted a backstab boar, replenished meat and fuel, consolidated squad resources, repaired the shelter, activated the living module, expanded the workshop foundation, completed the snow lotus harvest simulation. Physical condition: largely recovered. Overall rating: A. System evaluation: water, meat, fuel, hot soup, a squad, a fireplace, tools. Today you finally look like you're preparing to survive a disaster, rather than adding one more coffin to the wilderness. Before the reward prompt could appear, a glaring red announcement bore down on me. First disaster: extreme cold cataclysm, now officially beginning. Duration: 96 hours. Current: Phase 1, rapid temperature drop. Outdoor temperature: minus 12 degrees Celsius. Expected to fall below minus 25 degrees Celsius within 6 hours. Going outside without effective protection will result in rapid frostbite and hypothermia. The wind outside changed abruptly. Wrapped with ice pellets, it slammed heavily against the walls. The windbreak curtain behind the door swayed lightly, and the fire shrank back for a moment. The next instant, the frost vein core lit up with a steady blue glow. One by one, the gray-blue frost veins along the walls ignited, locking the heat back inside. The temperature didn't drop. The charcoal just burned a little faster. The water purifier is still running. The insulated water pouch hangs by the stove, the water inside still warm. I sit before the fire wearing just a single coat, and I don't feel cold. Outside, the true deep freeze has arrived. Inside, the soup is still hot, the water hasn't frozen, and the fire burns steady. Some people survive on a sharp weapon. Others survive on a house full of water that never freezes. I glance at the cold wave warning chart on the wall. On that dim display, the first frost line slowly lights up. Cold wave warning chart activated. Current status, rapid temperature drop. Abnormal cold energy fluctuations, not yet detected. I lean against the fireplace, listening to the wind and snow slam against the walls. The deep freeze is here. And this time, I'm ready.